I often tell people you can't learn how to run a restaurant by eating at one. You've got to get back in the kitchen and find out what really goes on, and the good and the bad and the ugly if you expect to be successful. And I see people buying into all kinds of businesses they have no experience in whatsoever, and they expect that everything to work out okay. Open it and they will come. Well, open it and they may not come. Better learn how to run the business, and we got to learn how to get the business, or we're not going to have a business very long. Good morning. Welcome back. I missed you. Okay, we got a day going on today with a lot of stuff in it. I mean, it's a powerful, packed day. Before I get started, just a couple of things here. Number one, we are going to give away $500 today. That'd be five $100 drawings, and we're going to do a couple of them now, guys, or wait till the end of the day, or what do you think?
I want to do at least one right now.
Okay. Well, in order to draw, they got to go on there and let you know they're present, right?
Yeah, I want to reward everybody who showed up on time today, so we got to make sure you're here. So just throw up something in the comment section. Say, give me $100.
Show me the money.
Say, Ron's the best, the most handsome.
Yeah, that'll work.
Whatever you want to say, we'll give you a minute to catch up to us here, and we'll draw somebody randomly.
Okay, good. And while I'm on that subject, we are going to extend the car sign contest. We intentionally, first thought was to give the money away today, but we need more entries. We've only got a handful, so I'm going to extend that contest till the end of the month. So all you have to do is take a picture of your vehicle if it's got a sign on it, and or get a sign on it, and then take a picture of it, and send it to us. What's the email address they send it to? Contest@ronlegrand.com. And we'll send you a nice car care package plus 500 Gold Club points, was it? Yes, 250 cash or 500 Gold Club points. And we're going to give away two prizes. So get those entries in here. And you know what? It don't even have to be your car. You can take pictures of somebody else's. We wouldn't know the difference. But I'm trying to collect all the pictures of all the cars that are decorated. I mean, I got a whole bunch of them now, but I want some up-to-date ones, and counting on you guys to send them in. All right. I told you yesterday, but went over it pretty quick. On the 10th and 11th of February, I'm going to be re-recording the terms course, the entire thing, 2-day event. And I got a lot of stuff that I've changed and added to it, and it's free. So if you want to tune in on that, just call our office, 800-567-6128, and tell them you want in. You can attend free, but if you want the actual manual emailed to you that's still in creation right now as I hear, and all the other bonuses that we offer with the $897 course that most people paid, then you'll be asked if you want to upgrade, but you can attend for free. So do that right now while you're thinking about it. That's a one-time only thing. I will not be doing that again, so you get one shot at it. It's not going to be taped and replayed. So if you want in, mark down right now the dates, February 10th and 11th. Okay.
Ron, if you're ready, we can draw our winner.
All right, let's draw our winner. Let's give away money.
I'm doing a drum roll.
Drum roll.
Our winner is...
That's up, isn't it?
Ulysses Cooper.
Ulysses Cooper. Boy, you're on here bright and early this morning, and you made $100. So, Ulysses, you get a choice of taking the $100 or taking 200 Gold Club points. So get on the phone right now and call our number, 800-567-6128, and tell them which one you want, $100 or 200 Gold Club points. All right. You got questions for me this morning, Nick?
I do.
Okay. Remember, guys, all the questions you put up yesterday are gone. When we turn this thing off, the questions go with it. So if you got questions, you got to repost them this morning.
All right, first question is from Stan. Does the VA option number 2 include the auto phone screening service to pre-screen prospective tenant buyers?
Maybe you can help me understand what that means.
I'm not sure. Maybe does he might mean Pat Live. It does not include Pat Live.
Does
Auto
the
phone
VA
screening.
option 2, what is option 2? I don't remember an option 2.
I don't.
Oh, okay, the middle level, all right, now I got you. It includes your website, your dream system, and the Gold Club, and everything that comes with all of those. It does not include Pat Live, it does not include VA service. I hope that answered the question.
You can't add VA hours on at that level.
Yeah, you just buy them as you need them. It's $200 for 10 hours, $105 for 5 hours, and if you'll call yesterday, I told you if you go get 10 hours, we'll get 10 hours, we're going to give you a 500 Gold Club points. So, geez, can't imagine why everybody hadn't done that. I'm giving you $500 for $200. Think about that one for a while.
Stan again, am I correct that land trusts are only used when taking title, so one would only need a corporation or LLC and or assigns to lease option?
Pretty much. You don't use land trust in lease options. You only use them when you're taking title to a property, but you are going to need an LLC because A, the LLC should be the owner of the land trust, plus you're going to need an entity to operate in. You have an operating entity, that's an LLC. That should be one for flippers. And then you have a keeper entity. That's the one, if you put tenants in a house, the property should be owned by a land trust, but the land trust should be owned by your keeper LLC. You can put as many land trusts as you want in that LLC. And that's only one tax return and one checking account that you've got to operate out of, but multiple land trusts. Remember what Bob Bloom told you yesterday, one egg, one basket, one house and one trust, but you can have as many trusts as you want in that LLC because it is not on public record as the owner of the property, therefore it is not susceptible to any liability.
Larry says, when we sign up for mentoring, do we get credit for Quick Start?
No, Quick Start is not part of mentoring, it's in addition to mentoring.
Kay says, what is the best source for short sale leads?
You remember on the first day, I brought you Deal Finders, Ron's Deal Finders, our brand new system. And you remember on yesterday, Ross Hamilton brought you another system that specifically targets in on whatever properties you want to target in on. If you want short sales, you want pre-foreclosures. That's properties that have not been sold yet but are in the process of being sold. That's the list you'd want to target.
Okay. And her second question is, wholesale deals are supposedly the easiest to find. Why is that?
No, I didn't say they were the easiest to find. I said they were the easiest to sell and the quickest to get a check. You got to find them like you find all the other deals. And regardless of what you do with the house after you find it, whether you want to wholesale it or you want to rehab it and retail it, it's the same house and it's the same process to find it. And again, we covered all of that yesterday and the day before with these two new systems. Plus in my boot camp, I go through a whole nother, and on my terms course, I go through several more ways for you to find deals. And then if you'll recall, along with mentoring, I offered you our brand new 3-day Finding Motivated Sellers in Any Market, which is an incredible event with 7 different high-end producers, and they shared with us what they do to find deals. Between all of that, you got way more than you can even possibly get to, so you just got to choose what you want to do. To be honest with you, I really like the two systems that we've discussed here. That's why I brought them to you. Ross's system and the Finding the Deal system. You probably don't need to go outside of those to get way more deals than you can handle. But don't forget, we're shoving them at you every day in your Go Club as well, all the FSBOs that are online. And, you know, don't sell those things short. Every deal that we've discussed here, every single deal, the 4 yesterday, the 5 the day before, or whatever it was, all came through the Gold Club site. So there's an incredible amount of money right there in those as well. So, gosh, put all that together and add a few things like taking pictures of FSBO signs and send them in, and you're going to not be short on finding deals. But if you want to target ugly houses, you can target ugly houses. In fact, I'm doing that myself right now by targeting the low-end houses. So we can take these systems and only mail, because that's where your ugly houses are. You know, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a $500,000 junker that you can wholesale. And that's not what the market's looking for anyway. They're looking for the low end. So you should be looking for properties that are where the ARVs, after repaired value, is less than the median price where you live. And the further down, the better. Most of your wholesale deals are below the median price where you live. Now, that'd be the ARV, not the asking price. The asking price, of course, has got to be much less than that.
All right, Katrina, what is the phone number to sign up for the terms course February 10th and 11th? It's right there.
You should have that phone number memorized by heart by now. I do, and I don't even call it.
All right. Greg says, can we use Gold Club points and VA setup fees to lower the down payment for mentoring on financing?
No, the VA setup fee is applied toward the purchase price, and Gold Club points are also applied toward the balance after you put it. You can't lower the down payment with Gold Club points, no. Jesus, I mean, it's as low as we could make it now. You can buy mentoring with $2,000 down. That's cheap. And you get everything you get when you get $2,000 down, but you get everything you get as if you paid in cash.
Margot says, hey, I missed that 10-hour VA deal. Is it still up?
Well, Marco, if you memorize the phone number, it's still there. That's all you got to do is call in or register. Right there it is.
All right.
Why don't you guys write that number down, put it up on your wall there so you can't forget it. If you want to contact our office, unless it's a customer service thing, that's the number you want to call.
Manny says, can you do a lease option if you have a reverse mortgage?
Yes, in fact, that's what you should do. That lessens the chance of having the bank find out that the title transferred. Now, keep in mind now, most of them that I've seen, if the bank finds out that the owner of the property has moved out, they can still call that loan due, but there's really very little chance they're going to find that out unless somebody points it out to them. But now, of course, when the deed transfers, that's a matter of public record. It's not like they're out there looking for that. But if you lease the property with the option to buy, it does not trigger the due on sale clause, and it lessens the chance of the bank even finding out the seller has moved out of it.
All right, Dan says, will there be a replay of the summit? Not that we have scheduled right now, Dan.
Okay?
Fernando says, when you sell a property, you typically get a 1099 for the transaction. When you do a wrap, anything different that the lawyer should do on the 1099?
Well, first of all, Fernando, that's not really a question that you should be asking me, because you shouldn't care. That's the lawyer's problem right there. But the lawyer's not going to send the 1099 anyway. You are. And frankly, your bookkeeper probably should be the one doing that, or your CPA. The 1099 goes to the person that's paying the interest and the person that's receiving the interest. But just between you and me, not to be disclosed to the public, if you don't send a 1099, nobody's going to die, okay? You shouldn't be worrying about things like that.
If I don't have anyone to be a second member of an LLC, what options might I have so I don't do a single member version?
You always have somebody that can be a second member, because it could be you could have an LLC that is owned by you and your LLC. You can have your LLC be a second member, and that is not you. Your entity is not you. So don't confuse that. Just because you own the entity, it is not you. So that is a multi-member LLC. But, you know, most people, if they don't put their spouse in there, maybe they put a child or two in there. And if you're going to put your children in there, 0.5% is all they need. I mean, just 0.5%, because remember now, if you make a distribution from your LLC, you must write a check to all members for their proportionate share. So if you have 2 children with 0.5%, you got to cut them a little check when you cut you a distribution check. You don't have to do that every time, but by the end of the year, it needs to balance. At the year end, you make sure that it does balance. I mean, it's not the end of the earth if you don't, but it's just a point that your opposition could use that you're not acting like a real corporation. But that, you know, I have a LLC with two of my children in it. They each got 0.5%. And we cut that check, but that don't mean they get to keep it. Okay, hey, I charge them rent, and it just equals that 0.5% for some strange reason.
Ulysses, is it possible to post the 800 number? Sure, Ulysses.
Are you kidding me, Ulysses?
Ulysses
That
is
was
the
our
one.
that was our winner.
He
Our
won the
prime winner.
contest.
Oh, okay.
I've got a little tip for everybody out there. If you can't remember the 800 number, just go to ronlegrand.com, scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page. It's right there.
And they're going to remember that over the 800 number, huh?
Or just write it down.
That's a possibility. Just write it down while it's up on the screen. Oh, but I'm not going to call in. Yeah, you are. You're going to call in for something before this is over with. Besides, you got to call in to register for that free term seminar.
It says if you sell 500 deals a day, it would take more than 500 years to sell all the homes in Jacksonville. I don't think that's true, but
That's not true, Rick. I don't know where you got that information from. There ain't that many homes. In fact, we know how many homes in Jacksonville.
300.
'Cause we looked it up.
312,000, something like that.
312,000, I think,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah. So
Was that-
maybe 500 days, not 500 years.
Yeah. Look, there's only about I don't know, 1.4 million people in Jacksonville proper.
Yeah,
So-
well, it's 1 point, something like that. That's like a suburbs or like.
Yeah, that includes the suburbs, I guess. So, I mean, you think about it, there's several people in most of the homes, so that would make sense.
Yeah. All right. Alan Bird says, what goes on line 20 of purchase and sale agreement?
And I'm supposed to know what line 20 is, huh, Alan? Okay. Maybe you could give me a hint. All right, I just don't happen to have one with me. You know what? Wait a minute, Alan, I do have one with me. You know why? Because I always carry them with me. That's why, because you never know when you need them. As should you. All right. Just happen to have one in my briefcase over here. So, you know, you have just proven that I actually do this stuff. Here it is, right here. Now let me look at line 20. It's been copied wrong. Line 20's been knocked off. Let me see if I got another one here. I'm looking at my purchase and sale agreements, and all of my numbers have been knocked off the back side. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20. I can't. Boy, I just noticed that. Not that it matters. All right, so Debbie happened to bring me one. That's what our purchase and sale agreement looks like, front and back. That's all there is to it. Line 20. There are no other agreements, promises, or understandings between these parties except as specifically set forth herein. The legally and binding agreement will be construed under Florida law. Come on, it's the state, man. Florida law, but hey, if you don't put that in there, I mean, it's not really important. So, there. Went to all that trouble to answer your question.
So for clarity, if they don't live in Florida, it would be whatever state they're in.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that you knew if you live in
Now, is it
Georgia, it's Georgia law, huh?
Is it the state of the property or the state that you're doing business in?
It's the state of the property.
Okay.
But that's a good question. The law is going to be applicable to where the property is.
All right. Kay says, what is the link for Dreams Light, and is it included with the Gold Club $59 level? So Dreams Light is at my.dreamsolutionspro.com, my.dreamsolutionspro.com. That's where you log in. It's not included with the base Gold Club level, but if you get the Gold Club VA level where you pay the setup fee, or if you're mentoring, then that's waived.
Let me clarify that.
Okay.
Dreams does not come with the $59 level at all. Dreams comes with a $297 level, and Dreams Light is part of. Can I get Dreams Light with the $59?
Yeah, Dreams Light just
Okay.
just basically just gives you access to your, the leads that your VA is
Okay.
getting for you.
All right, well, then you are correct. It does come with Dreams. Dreams Lite comes with the $59. But you really want, if you're going to do anything, you want the 297 level.
All right. Greg said, I thought Bob told us he would custom counsel us for $495.
He would custom counsel us. What does that mean?
What he does for $495 is set you up an LLC.
Right.
Now, it is customized to you and your needs, but that's what he does for it.
Correct. But if we're not interpreting the custom counseled correctly, let us know. I don't know what that means. Custom counsel. That means, I guess, work with you one-on-one. And sure, they do that with everything they do with you.
Okay. Jerome says, yesterday's offerings of Deal Finder and Connected Investors seems redundant. Don't see a need for both, or am I missing something?
Well, yeah, I answered that yesterday. But, and I know that it does seem redundant. I knew that before we even brought them out here. But you really had to watch closely to see that there's so much in there that is not. Look, both of them find deals. And honestly, that's about all they do. They have totally different systems. One of them has artificial intelligence built into it. Each of them do a lot of stuff that the other one doesn't do. But both of them help you find deals. And frankly, I think you're better off using both of them just for that reason. Because especially for this pathetic price that these things are being offered to you at. I'll go over that again here. I went through over this yesterday. And I know this is, this cost control stuff really, give me the screen, John, bugs some people. But guys, you are really focusing on the wrong thing, trying to save money, because that'd be the only reason you don't want both of them. But you're not saving much, and how much is it costing you? Let's say you get the Gold Club at the 297 level, which gives you Dreams and your tools to operate with, and you're going to have Pat Live. Let's say you get Deal Finder. You only need to spend $200 a month to get 5 zip codes, and that's a lot of houses, just so you'll know. And then you get PIN. PIN's only $97 a month, and the first 3 months are free. So here, let's say you spend, what you're asking me is, should I spend $200 a month or $297 a month? And I'm telling you, it doesn't matter, because this $297 gets you access to information you will not get anywhere else, and it is incredible what these things will do for you. You just have to get them and go through and study them and see what they will do. And look, if you don't like them, you just cancel them. Cancel either one of them. All right, this one's a $1,500 setup fee. You will not get that back. And this one's a $300 setup fee. You won't get that back. So what? You just spent $1,797 to get both of these things into your life. There's no chance that if you use these things, you're not going to just multiply your deal flow tremendously. Just none chance. And then let's say you get a VA, and that's 10 hours. You're operating at $1,000 a month plus anything you spend on marketing like mail to the list that you pull off of these things. By the way, these things narrow down the number of mailers you got to do down to a very small, minute number, because you can literally put in parameters and knock that list down. Yesterday, we mailed to 571 people, starting from a list of 3,900, just by putting in the parameters and narrowing it down. And let's say you want to amplify yourself up a little. $697 gets you 25 hours of VA service. Pat Live's going to cost the same. Deal Finder, let's say you go to 10 zip codes. That's a lot of zip codes, I'll tell you that right now. You're still going to have, you're not going to have any VA because it's part of your $697. You will have the 97 over here. I missed that one, okay? So anyway, you're operating with $3,200 a month, and that's spending $2,000 a month on marketing instead of $1,000 a month. And that's a lot of letters. Remember, Deal Finder actually does the mailing for you, incidentally. So this is a very small operating cost. So, I mean very small. If you use these tools, even one of these tools, there's no way you're not going to do a deal a month if you follow up. You're going to do more than that. I don't do a deal for less than 20 grand. So do the math. Just do the math. And look at the huge advantage you have. And if you don't believe that, I want you to go buy a restaurant. I think all of you need to go by a restaurant. Put that on your bucket list. And then you're going to find out what a crappy business looks like with huge expense, very little income, and even if you win small. Where are you going to go and spend this kind of money and be able to pull in checks like you see our mentors do, like our students do? And, I mean, this is pathetically conservative right here, guys. I mean, you could actually do one deal to get you that. So come on, quit worrying about the few dollars that I got to spend and focus on the few dollars that I'm going to make and stay focused on that. Well, that was a long answer to that question, wasn't it?
Yep. Susan says, I bought Quick Start but can't attend until March. Is there a recording we can see now? No.
No, there isn't, but you're going to get the terms course, and that's enough to keep you busy and get you going doing deals.
Right.
And then I'm going to send you the new one after it's been recorded and edited at no charge. If you already have the terms course, guys, you're going to get the new one. And that means if you have the Quick Start School within the last 3 or 4 years, you're going to get the new terms course, because it was part of your Quick Start purchase.
Yep. And we do have one coming up in February 23rd. So if there's any way you can get to that one, I would highly encourage you to do so.
Yeah, let me follow that up with another point now. If you got Quick Start, and or you got the terms course, when you call in to register for February 10 and 11 now, they'll ask you if you want to pay the $897 and upgrade and get all the goodies, but don't do that, because, I mean, I don't want you to do that, because you're going to get the goodies for free. You're going to get the manual. If you already bought it, you're going to get the manual as soon as we get it ready to send you the link anyway, so don't pay for it twice.
Dorothy says, how much of Jacksonville do you own?
All of it. I have a toll booth at the edge of town. You can't get into town without going to the toll booth. Oh, for crying out loud. You couldn't measure how much Jacksonville I own if you had a microscope.
All right. Lisa says, can you explain wholesale ARV being low related to median price?
There is no wholesale ARV, Lisa. ARV is ARV. That's the after repaired value. Makes no difference what your purchase price is. ARV is ARV, and there's only one ARV, no matter what kind of house you buy, pretty, ugly, or whatever. So what I said was I want the ARVs to be below medium if you're looking for junkers. That's what I said. Not the purchase price now. So don't confuse ARV with Mayo, maximum allowable offer. You have to know the ARV to get to the maximum allowable offer.
Glenn says, is Land Voice as good as the Deal Finder or PIN?
Not even close. Not even close. Land Voice doesn't do almost nothing that these two programs do. All right, thank you.
And I don't know if people know this, our FSBO lead service is actually, that is Land Voice. We're just paying for a Land Voice account for you. And that's normally $40 a month right there.
Yeah, and they're only internet leads. I mean, these are leads that are posted online. Okay, the two systems that I'm bringing to you, you target people that are the best quality leads, and you get them to call you. And you won't get as many leads as that way. Well, it depends on how much mail you send out, but what you do get are going to be quality leads because they're calling you, and that's the switch right there. I want you guys to focus on getting sellers to call you. What we do, we have to chase them down and call them, all right? These are not as motivated, and yet we still get all these deals out of these things. In case you weren't here yesterday, just for the record, let me show you what happened. Let's see, this is my September boot camp, my 4-day event. In fact, John, could you give me the camera? This is September alone. We purchased, we're talking about with students sending in leads and mentors calling the leads, we orally negotiated, like we're doing here, $8.3 million worth of real estate. And I put on, in my best guess, that's about $900,000 worth of non-refundable deposits that we could get when we put these things on the market. And that's a $10,000 a month positive cash flow. We did that in 4 days. 4 days, okay? So, that was, how many deals? That was 17 deals we did in that 4 days, okay? Now, look at the one we did in August. In August, we did 23 deals in that same 4 days and about $1.3 million worth of cash and equity. How? Generating leads through the Gold Club mostly, having VAs call them, fill out sheet, have someone make closing call and read my scripts. Okay, that's how that was done. And I'm, try to compare that to any business you know of where I can spend that pathetic amount of money. And by the way, I'm only spending that amount of money if I want to do mailing. This has nothing to do with everything I just showed you, because these leads are part of your Gold Club for a lousy $59 a month. Crying out loud. All right, better move on before I get grouchy. Am I done? All right. Okay, so as if I haven't brought you enough ways to find deals yet, I'm about to drop another bomb on you with my friend Matt Lights, who's going to show you how to use bots to get deals online. And remember, this is people contacting you. Hey, Matt, how are you doing, sir? Oh, gotta have this on. Sorry. You there?
Hello, hello.
Hey, okay, all right. Man, I love this guy's hair, I swear. Every time I see his hair, I think of me back in the 70s.
I wish I want to see that picture, Ron.
I never had the Jesus look, but I had it, about down to here. I do have pictures of it down. I had the Elvis look, but not the Jesus look. All right. So Matt,
that's for sure.
I'm going to turn it over to you, and you're going to tell me how I can get a bunch of motivated sellers calling me.
That's it.
And I have pretty much everything he's done for me. And so tell them who you are and what you do, and then I'm going to get out of your way because we're going to need every minute we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly.
Just kind of jump right into this thing. I mean,
now, before you get into it, remember, I want to reserve a few minutes at the end so that we can take questions, all right?
Absolutely, man.
All right.
For
okay,
sure.
Good.
So I think, do I have the power to share my screen? I think I just clicked this button. Share screen. All right, Ron, you'll have to confirm that you can see what I see here. All right.
Yeah, we see it, Matt.
Good to go? Right on. All right, we're going to jump right in. This is how to grow your real estate business using automated chatbots. No pocket protector needed. I love coming on these things with Ron because him and I are so similar in so many ways, but so different in others. And I think the number one thing that people come on here and go, what the heck is a chatbot? I'm not a nerdy type person, and I'm here to tell you that I'm not either. Just to make sure that this is, that you're somebody who qualifies for this. There's two groups of people ideally. Number one is, you're doing deals, you got Ron systems, you're making it work, and you're trying to figure out how to scale it up without having to put in more hours. And then the other group is, if you're sitting there, you're getting in the game, but you don't have, you haven't yet put some numbers on the board. I actually have a very unique way at the end. I'm going to show you guys how to do deals without having to have a big marketing budget, actually without having any marketing budget at all, or even having to generate your own leads. So I'm very excited. I don't know if I've unveiled that one for you yet, Ron. So excited to show that to you. Really quick confession. I am not a techie. I think a lot of people expect that I'm going to be. If I had my way, I'd smash my computer to bits. If you're somebody, and actually, I don't know if you got comments there, Ron, if anybody's manning those. I just love to get a feeling of who is techie on here and who is not techie. Because the majority of the time what we find is people who get on here are just clueless about technology. And what we're really going to talk about today is if you feel like you're always in that position of like running to catch up with technology, I want to stop that vicious cycle and give you a chance to finally get ahead of technology and get ahead of a trend. So what I'm going to teach you is what bots are and how to capitalize on them. We're going to go behind the scenes of some of the top bots in the world. I'm going to show you how to build both a buyer's list, which I know is Ron's bread and butter, but also a seller's list as well. No, Ron's into the sellers. Actually, you do both, Ron. You're the man. You do it all. But this does both ends for sure. And then if you're, having the deals is one thing, but it's another thing turning those leads into actual money. So we're going to show you how to automate what is oftentimes for people the most difficult part of the deal. We're going to show you how to get buyers competing for your deals and create some predictability in deal flow. That keyword there is predictability, and ultimately to save you thousands of hours worth of work. On your end, you got to do your part to make sure you get some value out of this. Number one is decide if you want this kind of automation working for your business. If it's not your thing, no big deal. I guarantee in the next hour, you're going to learn a lot either way. Decide if you want to get help for me and my team. I'm going to teach you from beginning to end, and at the very end, I'll share a way that you can potentially work with my company. All right, so before I tell you what bots are all about, I'm just going to clear up some really quick misconceptions. Number one, as I mentioned, you do not need to be techie. In fact, building bots it's a lot of fun. We recommend, I'd write this down if you're not using it already, using a program called ManyChat. ManyChat is the #1 bot platform in the world. You don't need to do code, and it's actually a lot of fun, as I'll show you here in just a second. Number two is bots are not to replace humans. I'm not going to sit here and say, get a bot and it's going to close deals and you're going to have checks, come into your mailbox. Ron and I are both, realists when it comes to the fact that you get tools to shortcut, to save yourself time and allow yourself to scale, but you still got to put the deal together at the end of the day. But I'm going to show you what a bot can do to make it easier. So what a bot's going to do is it's going to get rid of the tire kickers, the people you don't want to waste your time with, answering the phone just to talk to jokers. And it's going to create more of those pre-qualified conversations that you want to have with people who are ready to do deals. And the last one is just that, when you hear bots, people think of artificial intelligence. I'm not nearly that smart. So what we say at Bot Builders is that AI stands for awesome interactions. And I would make a note of this. You'll be hearing more and more of it. It's definitely where marketing is going. But conversational marketing is really the new game. Whereas, the old school is just, a billboard or phones, and then it was email, which was permission-based, but still one-directional. A chatbot gives you the opportunity to create a real relationship without having to do the work yourself. So what the heck's a bot? For those of you that are new, imagine if a website funnel and an email marketer met on Facebook and had a love child. So most of us know what a funnel is at this point, a web page where people land on, they put in their information. We know what an email marketer is, gives you the ability to send out broadcasts and be able to communicate with people. A bot just gives you the best of both of these worlds. And right now it primarily lives on Facebook and specifically on Facebook Messenger. So, for those of you that are like, well, is Facebook even cool these days? And these numbers are going to be pretty much about the same from this past year. You got limited time. You got to kind of pick and choose your battles. And the reality of it is everybody's on Facebook. So, if you're going after the 18-year-old market, maybe you want to be on Snapchat. I don't know. But at the end of the day, Facebook is where the deals are. And specifically, bots live on Facebook Messenger. There's 1.5 billion active users on Messenger. 80% of Americans right now are using a Messenger app of some sort. And there's 5 times, this is kind of staggering, 5 times more Messenger messages sent than text messages. And it's not just people to each other. Over the course of 12 months, Facebook reported that there was a 4x growth in communication between consumers and businesses. And already 56% of people report that they'd rather do business with somebody with a company over Messenger via the phone. So we're not going to replace the phone. But the reality of it is, especially for a lot of small businesses, it can be a very difficult situation, especially if you're not yet a master of negotiation. All right. So when I told you could get in front of a trend, while Messenger is still growing by leaps and bounds, what's happening right now is slowly bots are getting opened up on different platforms. So for example, Instagram, there's 5 companies in the world that have permission to build bots on Instagram, and our company happens to be one of those. But Instagram, WhatsApp, which is the largest messenger app in the world, iMessage, which is iPhones, which is very significant because people don't even need to download anything to be able to interact with the chatbot. And RCS might be another good note. I learned about RCS from the partnership director at Google. Basically, just imagine that old school SMS is getting replaced with this new interactive interface, which I'm going to show you guys here in just a second. So the name of the game is automation, and here's what I've learned. Number 1 is you don't need to be smart if you're early. I think I'm living proof of that. Number 2 is that automation beats manual labor every time. Not saying get a bot, grab a pina colada, and you're retired, but I am saying this: work's got to be done by somebody. And Ron is big on virtual assistants. Of course, you want to have humans, but if you can get an unpaid employee who doesn't have sick time, who, you know, just works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, doesn't matter the hour, then it's a good idea. And I don't know if there's any other Shark Tank fans out there, but I think Mark Cuban said it best, is automation is going to cause unemployment. And frankly, I think I'm with a group of people here with Ron's crew of we don't want any employment anyway. So it all depends on your perspective on this, and I'd rather be on the right side. And the last thing I've learned about automation is that it's always a good investment. You're on here because you're an investor. Investors are smart enough to realize that things cost money, things cost time, and really those are your best two resources. And I probably don't have to ask this, but you know, really, if it comes down to it, which of these is more important? And Ron, I can't see the comments, but I'm willing to bet that everybody on this call is smart enough to realize that your time is infinitely more valuable than your money. All right. And if you stop and you think about it as an investor, meaning somebody who's smart enough to know, hey, I'm going to put money into this, or I'm going to put time into this. The only thing that I know of that pays you back dividends, both in time and in money, is automation. All right. And we've used this once I've really stumbled upon this, like, I'm just going to put my resources into automation. We've built several companies, 7-figure, 8-figure businesses that are run nearly, and we've got people, don't get me wrong, but the whole entire company is ran based on automation. So what I'm really kind of drawing attention to, and I think why Ron and I, you know, really see eye to eye, is we really recognize it's not about the deal. It's not about the money, right? Of course, the money is big, but if you're chasing paper your whole life, you're going to be worn out fast. You need to figure out how to build a machine, because the machine then can continue to print the money ongoing. So, you know, I told you it's not about the money. It is about the time. And this is my motivation right here. This is our son, Noah, and daughter, Vivian. And the picture on the right I show for two reasons. First of all, Noah was in the hospital. He was having a very difficult time, just a lot of various challenges. And he was just crying. And the doctor went and put a cap. This is actually, you got to take one toy with us. And he picked, this is our company mascot, Bob the Bot Builder, and he picked it because it was on the top shelf. But, you know, the doctor put on the cap and the thing and, you know, cheered Noah up. So I like to say if a chat bot can cheer up a sick kid in the hospital, then bot can do anything. But the other reason is on this particular day, Noah was having his hearing checked, and they put him under, and it was just, you know, a big procedure. They had electrodes hooked up to his head. And, you know, I'm just sitting there looking at the doctor and, you know, the big screens and the monitors. And, you know, the doctor finally looked up and just said, you know, your son really can't hear very well. And she went on to explain it's going to be permanent, and, you know, it's just going to, you know, be a way of life. And, you know, at that moment, you know, all the money in the world doesn't mean a darn thing. And I decided right then and there that, you know, I'm going to shut down my office. I'm now, you know, in a one-person little office here. Everybody works remote, and I spend the majority of my time at home with my son, helping him get better. So whatever your reason is, like, you came on here probably to learn how to make money, but my goal is to teach you how to make more time. And these are the kind, we get all these testimonials about money, but these are the ones that I love. Like, I can't even calculate the weeks of build time and hours per week this automated bot has and will continue to save me, allowing me to work on my business and not in it. Best benefit is it's a huge time saver. Like, our buyers list is growing, and my VIPs are loving the interaction. I love it. Utilizing a bot has changed my daily routine and freed me to focus on my business building versus management. This has allowed me to quickly get my own bot up and running and launch my bot agency and taking clients within the first month. Amy actually is selling bots to other businesses as a side source of income. And I'm going to tell you how you can do that in just a second. And Gustavo said, you know, make money the easy way. And I'll never say that this is easy, but I will say that if you're not using automation to its fullest, you are doing it the hard way. So really what this comes down to, and this is, if you ever want to have any level of freedom in your life, this is the formula, all right? And I would write this down. And if you're saying, well, Matt, this is simple. Yeah, I get it. But the reality of it is, if you're not making 7 figures a year and having the freedom and flexibility to do what you want when you want, it's because you haven't mastered this. It really just comes down to leads times conversion equals money. and that's it, if you really get down to its most basic level. But yet when you hear all these gurus out there, right? Ron is what I love about Ron is he teaches you both. But what's wrong with this approach? Right? All these gurus will just say, hey, leads, 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 leads. Well, the reality is for many people, I could give you all the leads in the world, but you don't know how to turn those leads into deals. And that's where Ron's magic comes in. And as I'm sure you're starting to understand, the reason I love bots is they give you the ability to do both in an automated system. So I'm going to show you some bots here in just a second, but I want to make a quick note of this. When I was flipping houses in Columbus, Ohio, very first conference that I ever went to, and I remember it was like 10 grand or something to go to this conference, and like at the time it was like we smashed the piggy bank to get the money to go. And the one takeaway that we took was to take our marketing message and to add this one little piece to it, the 24-hour pre-recorded message. And instantly, I'm talking about I don't even know how to like we went from like an occasional phone call to like phones ringing off the hook, right? Because what happened? Well, I'll ask you guys this. Why would more people call in to hear a 24-hour pre-recorded message, right? Why is that? And I'm sure you're already starting to put it together. It's because people don't want to talk to people, especially when it comes to, oh, I'm in a divorce, or I'm losing my house, or whatever it might be. So what it does is it lowers that barrier and makes people more likely to call. So when it comes to automation, it's been pretty much the same for the last decade. Send people to a funnel, then you got email marketing, and then if you're smart, maybe you got text message and voice. But the reality of it is, are these things trending up or are these things trending down? And I'll just tell you right now, we've generated millions of leads online. Email marketing, open rates have gone. I remember there was a time we get 25, 30% open rates. Now, and granted, we have a large list, but I mean, if we get 15%, 20%, we're like jumping up and down. Excuse me. And the thing that people don't want to tell you is that website funnels, like if you've got a landing page or a website, the percentage of people who land on that page that are actually becoming leads, if you don't know that number, first of all, you need to know that. But I'll just tell you, it's been this gradual process of going down over the years because people are just sick of it. So to give you a very simple example of how bots work, imagine that Jenny sends in a message to Widget Enterprises, and the bot replies, "Hello, Jenny, would you like to test drive our widget?" Right? This is what they offer. Sure, Jenny says. Great. Would either of these times work? Tuesday at 1 or Tuesday at 3? And Jenny says Tuesday at 1. Thanks. And what's the best number to reach you at? And Ron, for those of us who were alive during the 80s, we all know that Jenny's number is 8675309. That's my best joke, as sad as that is. And I'm sure not everybody, all the millennials are probably going, what the hell is he talking about? All right, got it. And is this still the best email to reach you at? This is important here, okay? How did the bot know what Jenny's email is? Well, because Jenny's email is in Facebook. And not some crappy email either. Jenny's real email is in Facebook. So instead of having to type it into a web form, she just says, yep. And thanks, Jenny. Expect a call. Take care. All right. So when it comes to how do you generate leads with a bot, if you imagine a website, what do you got? You got an opt-in form. A chat bot, you could take a button, you can put it on your existing website, somebody clicks it, they get into your bot. What does that mean? Well, they get into your bot, you now have the ability to connect with them on Facebook Messenger, send them messages on Facebook Messages, but as you've already seen, you can also collect their email and their phone number. And what I didn't mention is actually if they've got a phone number on Facebook, the phone number collection is also with one click. That would have ruined my joke. But so with one click, boom, they're in Messenger. With one click, boom, you've got their email, and another click, boom, you've got their phone number. All right, I'll show you a little bit what this means for conversion rate in terms of generating leads. But you also can take a link, and you could put this link in an email, you could put it in a text message, you could put it on a website, social media, put it anywhere. Somebody clicks the link, they get into your bot. All right, Facebook ads, add to the bot. Comment on a post, they comment on a Facebook post. Your bot can reply to them automatically. If they send you a message on Facebook, they get into your bot. You can take a live chat, little live chat window, but instead of you having to man it, your bot can manage it for you. There's landing page, there's sliders, there's little scan codes. There's a dozen different ways that you can get people into your chatbot. So, how has this worked out for us? And we've now done this for, a number of businesses, but one of my companies, this was our very first year of growth. And I don't know about you, if you're sitting there and you're like, I need something that is not an incremental growth, but an actual game changer. Obviously, I can't guarantee results like this, but the thing is if you're doing the same thing as everybody else, it's really hard to get that exponential growth. All right. So if you think about Messenger versus email, as you've seen, it's way more interactive than just a one-way email. Open rates are way higher, generally like 70 to 90% open rates. 90 is probably on the high end. Click-through rates are higher, meaning the people who open it are more likely to click through. But here's what I care about is the conversion rate. The likelihood of somebody who's in this interaction to actually do business with you. That's what truly matters. So a lot of people in my space will say, oh, Messenger is going to kill email. That's hogwash. Email isn't going anywhere. And as you've seen, in fact, Messenger is, in my opinion, the two go together like peanut butter and jelly. And if you struggled to build an email list, this can be the thing that actually breaks the mold for you. All right. So again, this is our mascot, Bob. Our initial, what was called a bot flow. So you saw Jenny, the experience from a user's perspective, and I'm about to show you behind the scenes of what this looks like. But that experience with the bot is called a flow. All right. You'll see why in just a second. Our initial flow gets a 72% opt-in rate. So 72% of the people that land in there become email and phone leads. Okay. We have them on Messenger, email, and phone. All right. If you're doing 25% on your website, I'd be pretty impressed. So now, obviously, we're here to talk about let's do deals. I'm going to go behind the scenes and show you guys what this looks like from a bot builder's perspective. So I'm going to just really quick show you, and where you're at now, to give you a little perspective, is you are in MiniChat. All right. This is the name of the program that I told you about. And you're looking at the very first bot flow that we ever built. Okay, I used to own a company called BoardGames.com, which I've since sold. But this was the very first flow we built. Obviously, the numbers are very small, as you can see. But I think the first thing to draw your attention to is that 97% of people open, which is high because it was a small group of people. But you'll never get that in a million years with email. All right. So what this is showing you behind the scenes of how do you create one of those bot interactions. And I'm showing you this simple example so you can understand that there's nothing technical here that you can't do. So just to run through this super quick, all it is a series of interconnected boxes. All right, this is a message box. You follow the arrow, and where the arrow goes is where your people experience. So in this specific thing, just to show you here, we got a picture of our robot mascot. And then he says, hey, R2D20 here, and you'll notice first name. Since Facebook knows the first name, we can automatically insert that. This is a little typing delay, so those little dots that come up, so the person has a second to read. And then it says, wondering your opinion on the great board game debate, Monopoly, some people are fanatics, others the worst ever. Which side of the table are you on? And then they click a button. They choose a button. Whatever button they choose is the path that they go down. And then this is a tag. Okay, a tag is just a way to keep track of who's done what. All right, so in this example, we know if we want to do a Monopoly promotion, who it is that we're going to market to. But in the example I'm going to show you for real estate, hey, this person wants to buy multifamily, or this person wants to buy in this part of town. You keep track of who it is so that you can personalize their experience. And then just the message keeps going. He says, me too, we're a lot alike. When I play with my human friends, they're always nice enough to let me have electric company. Electricity is very important to us robots. Beep, boop. All right. I'm curious, have you ever played the Monopoly card game? And most people said no, they haven't. Okay. And I'm going to go here. Right now, what we're looking at is the statistics for this bot flow. I'm going to click on edit so you guys can see how simple it is to edit this stuff. Okay. And you'll notice there's no code. There's nothing crazy here. All this is just a bunch of boxes. I can drag them around like this. All right. If I wanted to come here, I could, let's just say I wanted to add another button. I just go here, click on this, and then I click add button. And I add another button. All right. So there's nothing here at all that's technical. Okay. And obviously, like, if we end up working together, we'll give you more tutorials and all the step-by-step stuff. But the important thing is just to understand it's like, hey, this is something that I can do. All right. Especially if you have our help and we set it up for you. So let's just say they say, no, I haven't. All right. It tags them again. And then instead of saying, oh man, I can't believe it. I'm sure you've seen these animated GIFs online, right? This is the guy from The Office just, oh my gosh, you haven't played that? Wow. All right. And then as you can expect, now we're going to set them up to buy something. And in this particular offer, what we were doing is we were selling a subscription service for board games, and they got a free copy of this card game if they clicked it. So when they click on this, they get to the offer. Now, here's the big takeaway. Our email list, which was obviously much bigger at the time, between our email list and this chatbot, we had a 6 times higher conversion rate on every click. So not only did we have more clicks for the size of the audience, 6 times more converted. And I'm sure you guys can figure out why. The reality of it is an email is like, whatever. With this, as you can see, they're fully engaged. Okay, so looking at this, first thing you just need to recognize is there's nothing here that I can't do. So, for example, you'll see here that I started typing something out. I mean, literally, and just to be upfront, if you struggle with like email or like Microsoft Word, you can do this. It's just, you're going to have to follow the tutorials a little bit closer. But just to show you, if I wanted to customize this, I go in here, hi, this is cool, right? That's it. So, I mean, that literally, and let's just say I wanted to add another image. I click on this, or this card is just an image with text below it, or I can add an audio or a video, attach a file. This is one of those delays where it gives, the little typing delay. This is how you capture an email. The good news is if we do work together, we handle 99% of the stuff and we give you tutorials on everything else. Okay, so let's talk about real estate. Obviously, you didn't come here to sell some board games, okay? So let's go. Here's what I want to do here really quick is I'm going to show you. As I said, we built 2 real estate flows. Okay, we built one for buyers and one for sellers. So this is the real estate flow that we built for motivated sellers. And I'm going to, okay. So for this demo, we're going to pretend for a second your name is Pat, right? And that your company's name is Acme Properties. All right, so this is something where you posted this, could be anywhere. You could send people from an email. It could be a Facebook ad. It could be a Facebook post. Could be somebody sent you a message. Could be a postcard. Could be anywhere. But you send people into the chatbot as opposed to a regular web page, okay? Or you put the chatbot on your web page. You could do either or. So let's just go ahead and run this demo. Acme Properties buys houses quickly and easily. No need for repairs, realtor fees, hassles, or headaches. Most importantly, you get paid cash, right? That's what everybody wants to hear, right? You get them thinking money right out of the gates. Okay, Matthew, let's get to it. What's the zip code of the house? I'm going to type in, this is the house I grew up in as a kid. Willard, Ohio. You guys see my humble beginnings. Oh, Pat's buying houses in Willard, Ohio. What's the chances of that? Oh, well, wow, already amazing. So cool, that's good news. All right, what's the street address? Live down on Main Street. Got it, confirm, cool. All right, so now we got some information. We got them right where we want them. Got it, let me ask Matthew, how quickly would you like to sell? Here's the important thing to realize. When you get somebody on the phone and you ask them this question, what do they always say? Oh, we'd like to sell, but we're not in a huge hurry. We're looking at the market, right? Because people are always trying to play this negotiator, trying to save face. Whereas with the chatbot, there's zero threat here. So they're completely honest. So fast as possible, great, because Pat can buy super fast. In fact, if you can work a win-win deal, Pat can buy as fast as yesterday. This is using a super advanced technology, even more advanced than me. I wonder what that technology is going to be to buy as fast as yesterday. Oh, the time machine, right? So we're making them laugh, right? Because what are we doing? We're getting ready to negotiate. All right, let me ask you, how would you rate the overall condition of the property? Needs some work? No sweat. The great thing about working with Acme Properties, they worry about all the details. Just curious, when you say it needs some work, how much are we talking? Total disaster area. Great. Last question before I do a little research. If you were to sell the property as is, no repairs, do you have any idea how much you would get for it? Okay, so why do we ask this question? Well, when you're negotiating, it's not always this linear process, right? So depending on how they answer the question, the bot is going to give a different flow in order to maximize your chances of getting the deal at the best price. So in this situation, we're just going to say, I have a rough idea. Great. I'd love to get a feeling what you're realistically hoping to get for the house. Keep in mind you'd be saving 6% on realtor fees and lots of other expenses by selling to Pat instead of an agent. Not to worry, this is not binding, just trying to get an idea if it's worth Pat's time or not. In round numbers, knowing this needs to be a win-win, how much were you thinking? Okay, so look beyond just the technology here and really recognize how we're positioning this conversation to really, I mean, first of all, to get somebody to throw out a number. As you can know, in negotiation, that's always the first rule of thumb, is get the other person to throw out the number. So how much were you realistically hoping for? Keeping in mind 6% on realtor fees. They're already kind of doing calculations in their head, right? Not to worry, this is not binding, no big deal. I want to make sure this is worth Pat's time. So don't give me some whack stuff, or Pat's not going to mess. You're Pat, remember, right? So let's just put out 100,000, which I believe is more than the house is worth. Great. Let me do my preliminary research. I'd like to confirm I have the correct contact information. This is the power of chatbots right here, right? It didn't say type in your email. It said click this, right? Well, of course, people are going to click it. They want to do business. And what's the best phone number? Again, I didn't put my phone number in here for obvious reasons, but it'll be one-click opt-in if they have a phone number in Facebook as well. I'm going to start my basic analysis now, but it looks like we're going to want the expert's opinion on this one. At first glance, I noticed you're hoping for 100,000, and the basic internet searches show 94,000. Hoping you have a little wiggle room to make this a win for Pat too. So what happened is just, they put in 100,000. We went and pulled data to see what's going on. And it's saying, hey, I hope there's some wiggle room. This has got to be a win-win. All right. Now, 100,000 is probably a little high for Pat, especially if it's needing some work. Keep in mind, I'm just a robot. Your robot's taking those initial blows for you, right? To not only save your time, but to really get that first price drop. I know Ron teaches, it's the first price is never it. The second price is usually not it. You got to kind of dwindle the thing down. So I'm just a robot, but this is high for Pat, right? This is high for you. All right, so I better edit my estimate. Probably a good idea. I want to make sure Pat takes this serious. There's a lot of people out there that want to sell their house right now. How much were you thinking? Okay, cool. Let's drop it to 95,000. Okay, now obviously this isn't the end price by any stretch, but what's happened is you've now had a chatbot that has engaged the user, has made you look like an expert. Say they want to add a note, just say like, I inherited the property or whatever it might be. And that's it, right? So what you've done is you've gotten rid of all the tire kickers. You've gotten them to give you a number. You've got your bot has actually negotiated the price. And I think most importantly has created a conversation which starts to create a real relationship. So imagine what these phone calls are normally like, this very cold kind of like, this hardball sort of game. Now it's like they just had a conversation with a bot, right? Which is a great conversation starter. And you've now got them in a place where they're ready to do business with you because, as you saw, the bot called you an expert. And let's just be honest, anybody who has something like this, they're going to assume right out of the gate that this isn't this person knows, you know what you're doing. I mean, to have something like this really sets you apart from all the jokers out there who are just saying the same thing and doing the same thing. So just to show you here really quickly what this looks like, because I showed you guys behind the scenes in the board game one, which is a very simple, was our first flow. This is what this conversation looks like. And this took me months to build, to tweak, to test, and to really get dialed in. Because depending on how they answer, they're going to get different responses. Okay, so this is what this thing looks like behind the scenes to generate the lead, to have the conversation, negotiate the deal. And really what I want to make sure of here, because I know a lot of people see that and they go, whoa, that's too much for me, right? The reality of it is you don't have to be a bot expert, right? You don't have to know this stuff and even get it. It's the equivalent of, if I were to give you a Rolls Royce, if I were to give you the keys to a Rolls Royce, you're not going to go, I don't know. I don't really understand how the gadgets and spark plugs or how these things work, right? This is the engine of a Rolls Royce. You don't even care. You just take the keys, you get in the car, you push the button, and you go. Because at the end of the day, all you care about, you don't care about bots. You care about, you've got a seller lead, right? The details already negotiated, sent to your inbox. And then not only do you have their email, their phone number, but also you've got the capability to communicate with them on Messenger. And it doesn't matter if you don't use Messenger. Some of our most successful students don't even like it. I don't even use social media. All right. So if you're looking at this and going, well, I don't use this, it doesn't matter. Okay. So I told you guys, originally I just built the bot for sellers. One of our students that was killing it, he's like, man, I just need, I need one for buyers too. Like I need a bot that's going to help me sell my properties. And finally, because it takes me months to build these things, finally he talked me into it. And I said, hey, I just want you to go out and test this thing. And he goes, perfect. I got a property to sell this weekend. So followed up on Monday. I was just like, hey, how did it go? And he said, I had the deal locked in at 50 with the seller. The bot did the work engaging with investors, has open house and bidding war. Highest bid came in at 72K. Nice wholesale fee for me. The investor had a killer deal. ARV is 240K. And place needs about 57K in rehab, and which to me is a lot of real estate talk. So I'm just getting on the brass tacks. Wow, you made 22,000 on the deal. Yeah, nice payday. And this was, literally the very first time that it's ever been used. And here's the thing about bots is, remember, once they're in place, they can continue doing this forever. So we don't have time to go through the buyer system for bots, but what it does is it collects buyer leads. It finds out what they want. It segments them into different groups. Basically, it gamifies the system. So, people say, hey, VIP buyers list. Well, imagine now you actually have different levels of your list. And the reason that we do that is whenever you send out a deal through your bot, you do it once. You just send out the deal one time, and the bot automatically puts people into categories, and it sends it out to a batch of people. And it says, hey, you got 15 minutes until I send this out to the next batch. You better hurry. Right. So every single property that gets sent out, now there's this motivation and urgency and reason of why they should hit you up and get the property. Now, and the end result of that is you have people who are actually competing to get your deals. So right now you got to decide. I told you what I was going to teach you on your end. You have two things to do. Number one is you got to decide, do you want this kind of automation in your business? If you don't, hang tight, because I know Ron's got some more great stuff for you. But if you do want this kind of automation in your business and you're making that real decision, because there's nothing worse than a half-assed decision. But if you look at this and you're like, man, I need this, then let's talk about what that looks like. So the reasons that you need a bot right now is you don't need any technical skills. This is an untapped source of leads that virtually nobody is doing. I mean, this is like, when I say nobody, I'm saying there might be a couple hundred people in the United States even using bots, and they're not even using them right to do deals. All right, ridiculously high open and click-through rates. This works for any type of business. It doesn't matter what kind of real estate you do, or even if you have a business outside of real estate, your bot can work for that. This is your chance to build your email and your phone list too, and to dominate your local market. All right, there's going to be a few people in your local market just absolutely kill it with this, and it might as well be you. So when I told you could stop chasing technology and finally get in front of it, this, if you think about it, there's like over 100 million Facebook pages out there. There's maybe roughly 1 million messenger bots, and 99% of them are 100% complete garbage. There's a reason why, people like Grant Cardone hire us to build their bot. We got hired by ManyChat, the company that you saw. We actually built their bot. They hired us to build their bot using ManyChat. We just really take our bots serious and we take them to the next level. And just to give an example, the company that I shared, Facebook used to rank the bots, and within 2 weeks of launching it, it got ranked as the #1 finance bot in the world, and it stuck there for the entire time and never even moved. And I say that, I guess to brag a little bit, but also because if you're a little guy trying to figure out how to beat the big guys, you're looking at these e-buyers and you're like, man, how am I going to compete against them? This was a long-haired guy by the beach and my, at the time, intern, Nick Frashone, and us just taking this mini chat program, which costs $10 a month, and building the best bot in the world. And this is now the bot that we share with you. So we took that same bot, right, the bot that we've used for all these high profile clients, and we put it into Bot Builder's core. This is our bot that works for any type of business, real estate or otherwise. It's got lead generation quizzes and auto segmenting and viral automation, engagement scores. The bottom line, it collects reviews for you on Facebook. It does all this stuff. The reality of it is this is probably even more than you care about in all reality. The thing that you have to figure out is, do you want to get help from me and my team? If you're still engaged in this and you already decided, yes, I want this kind of automation working for me, then the next question is, do you want me and my team to help? And of course, there's going to be an investment with that. You're a real estate investor. That's what you do. But ultimately, if you want this kind of automation working for you and helping you do deals while you sleep, is it better to do it with my team, or is it better to figure it out on your own? So there's 3 ways that you can become a bot builder. Number 1 is you can do it yourself. We'll give you the tools and training to do so. Number 2 is if you already got a big business, you're making millions, and you got a big budget, and you want us to do it for you, that's an option. Or number 3 is that we can do it together, and that's what I'm very, very excited to share with you guys. So the Do-It-Yourself program consists of 3 online courses. The first of which is the Bot Builders Basics course. This is just the nuts and the bolts, start you from A, take you to Z, so that you can get in there and build the bot yourself. Number 2 is the advanced course, and this is the stuff that we do that nobody else in the world is doing. They're super advanced. If you want to get nerdy with it, that stuff is all in here. And then number 3, by far the most important, we got a saying that bot builders are business builders. So this is the one that's all about, how do I get more leads in there? How do I convert a higher percentage of leads? That's what the Bot Builders Growth course is. So with the Do-It-Yourself program, you get instant online access to all 3 courses, and it's only $997. Okay, this is actually half of what a lot of the bot courses are out there right now. And just to be frank, our basics course is better than their whole program. A lot of you don't want to do the work. If you got a big budget, let's talk about the done for you option. Just to be upfront, I don't want to act like I'm going to sit here and do thousands of hours of work again. So what we do is we take the Bot Builders core bot, all right, we download it. It takes just a couple clicks, download it for you, and then I go in. I remember how I showed you clicking on the box and typing in the box, because I'm going to have to ask you, hey, what's your business all about, and what kind of people do you serve? And I'll just type in those boxes. But just to be, we also have a waiting list. If you're interested in this, just make a deposit. And then we can go from there. And the price for a bot done for you, for us to do the customization, starts at $35,000 and goes up if you want to do some fancy stuff. But here's the reality. I know most of you on here are really interested in doing all the work. If you're following Ron, you're smart enough to know that stuff's for the birds, and you might not have $35,000 laying around to hire us to do the work. So I'm excited to share the Do It Together program. Our Do It Together program, all the bot work is done for you. So we've got hundreds of bot flows that I showed you, 10 growth tools, which I haven't even talked about. That's the ways that people get in to your bot. There's 500 keywords. So if people are typing in stuff, we've got the 500 most common keywords, reply back with different answers, 50 sequences. Frankly, you probably don't even know what this stuff means. It doesn't really matter. The bottom line of it is it's thousands of hours of my work. And all you're going to do on your end is follow the simple step-by-step tutorials, go in and customize the different boxes that need customized. I think there's like 6 bot flows that'll just need you to go in and type stuff in that I couldn't possibly know for you. And then the big question is, does this work with my blank? And the answer is yes. So any modern program that we've seen, right, whether it's Ron's or somebody else's, will work with our chatbot. We built them with integrations first. Not to get techie, you can connect it with a program named Zapier. But the bottom line, it's actually over 1,500 different integrations. So all that you need to worry about is, will it work with my blank? And the answer is absolutely yes. And what you need to do is you need to get started with the program. I'm going to tell you how to do that here in just a second. After you get started, you're going to download our pre-built bot. You're going to click it and then follow the step-by-step tutorials. And here's the most important part of this, is we're going to be with you every single step of the way. Okay, so I had to throw in some Ron said throw in the kitchen sink, Matt, and of course I got to abide. The pre-built real estate investing bot that's going to help you build your sellers list, negotiate deals, build your buyers list, and get buyers competing. Already built. There's zero customization needed. Literally, it's going to be already preloaded into your bot when you download it. The next one, Ron, I cannot wait to share this with your people. Nobody is doing this. Literally nobody. I created a course to answer the #1 question that people have. Like, Matt, I don't have a big marketing budget. I don't have any leads. I don't have a list. How can I do deals with my bot out of the box? So what we did is we built this course to work with the bot in such a way that will give you access to an untapped market to sell other people's deals. Now, I didn't invent co-wholesaling. Ron LeGrand probably did. But basically, if you think about people who already have houses that are trying to sell, it's very common for somebody to co-wholesale and say, hey, I'll help you sell your deals. Are you currently selling your properties using Facebook Messenger and Messenger bots? Well, no, nobody is. Okay, great. Well, if I can bring you buyers, will you split the deals with me 50-50? Absolutely. Now what you've got is this capability to take your bot, to take other people's properties, and then I'm going to teach you how to go into Facebook Marketplace. It's just the most untapped resource I've ever seen. We've got students that are generating hundreds of leads, buyer leads a day, right? Let that sink in. Hundreds of buyer leads a day for free using a combination of Facebook Marketplace and their Facebook bot. All right. So not only does this give you a chance to now get in the game with zero marketing budget, use your bot to your advantage, but if you think about it, if you can do it in your backyard, then you can do this thing nationally, and nobody is, right? You're early to the party. And then once you get to the point where you got it down, what do? You use your virtual assistant and you outsource the work. You have them posting the properties instead of you. So hopefully that will answer the question of how do I do this with no budget and no existing leads. In addition to that, if you're looking at this and going, man, I understand why every business in the world is going to need a chatbot in the next 5 years. We created this program, Bot Business in a Box. You can either sell bots to businesses, right? Take our bots and then sell them to businesses, or you can refer businesses to us and let me do the selling. Handle the sales presentation, pricing, and fulfillment. You not only get paid up front, you also get paid on recurring income. And I did this because I just want to help you make your investment back. Yes, you're going to have an investment here in just a second. You're a real estate investor. That's what real estate investors do. But I want you to make this money back as quickly and easily as you can. And just to give you an example, I actually need to update this. What kind of businesses need bots? These guys are selling bots to restaurants, right? If you think like a restaurant needs a bot, every business will use a bot. And now actually they're making over $100,000 a month doing that. That's not typical. I don't take credit for, all their success because they were doing really well before. But to be able to have that capability to sell something that's in such high demand right now, really just, it gives you the ability to have that multiple streams of income, which I know this community is all about. Fourth bonus, and this one's an optional. We give you our executive program. I'm gonna let you try this for free. You're gonna see an option here at checkout in just a moment, completely optional, but will allow you to build your bot character. If you remember that 3D robot guy that I had, it's gonna give you access to premium flows and niche flows. So if you have other businesses, if you've got an online business or a local business or any kind of business in the world besides real estate, you'll get access to all of those additional bot flows. And we'll even help you with integration. Our team will get on and help you connect the dots if it's something you struggle with. Completely optional. You're going to see that at checkout here in just a second. And fifth and final bonus. And guys, these are all limited time. We're going to be pulling these down in a few minutes after we open up the shopping cart here. But the fifth and final bonus is the Bot Builders Quick Tips, which are time-saving shortcuts, advanced conversion, how to hack your competitors and get their traffic, how to minimize your ad costs and maximize your revenue. So just to go through it again, you get the instant bot, the Bot Builders Basics course, the Advanced course, and the Growth course, which frankly you don't even need to go through because we've already built the bot for you. So you don't need to worry about going through all these trainings. You're getting the real estate investing bot, both for buyers and for sellers, the Bot Business in a Box, so you can make money from the bot business, the Facebook Flip Factory, so you can be able to make be able to do deals without having to spend money on marketing or have a buyer's list. You get the option to try Bot Builders Executive. You'll see it at checkout. And then the Bot Builders Quick Tips. If you put this all together, and guys, I'll tell you right now, people have paid us way more than this to build them one bot, but it's a total value of $37,867. But we knew we had to do it somewhere in between. And Ron, I want to do even better than our regular price for your people, because they're going to get all of the training, all of the courses, all the support. And once you're a bot builder for life, all the bonuses, all the pre-built bot, the real estate bot, everything, and the kitchen sink. But I'm going to do even better than this, Ron, because we believe that real estate investors are people who are making the economy better. We're solving problems, and we're going out there and helping families and making win-win deals. So I'm going to give you an instant $500 discount as long as you just promise to give me feedback in 30 days so I can give you free updates for life. So today you're going to make a one-time payment of only $1,497. And what you're going to want to go to right now is ronlegrand.com/Matt. So let me, right here, there's the domain for you, ronlegrand.com/Matt. And what we're going to do also is, if you are somebody who, like you see this and you want to get going immediately, if you get started with the full price, the $1,497 right now, what we're going to do is throw in some additional bonuses. But if you're somebody who's a little bit tight on money and you're like, okay, I want to do this, but can I make some payments? I'm not going to charge you any extra interest. All I'm going to do is, if you choose the payment plan option, if you go to ronlegrand.com/Matt, and you choose the payment plan option, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold back one of the bonuses, the quick tip bonuses, and then all the extra bonuses that I haven't even told you about here until you make your payments. Okay, and that's to be fair to the $1,497 people and to be fair to us. So if you go to ronlegrand.com/Matt, you're going to see all the details. And I think by now, you've seen with your own eyes that bots are the future, and they give you the ability to be able to do deals while you're working, while you're sleeping, right? Can you still have a virtual assistant doing work? Absolutely. But if you can get an unpaid employee who can work for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without having to worry about sick time or anything like that to help you do deals, I can tell you that Ron LeGrand is any investment that you can do to help you get more leads and turn those leads into deals, you make it. So go to ronlegrand.com/Matt. As you'll see on there, we're gonna limit how long we keep that thing up. But Ron, I got plenty of details I could go through. Just to give you a little bit of feedback on what people are saying. Over the past year, I've spent thousands of dollars on various programs. Never have I found a program that offers all the features, training, and excellent support that Bot Builders has to offer. Right after I entered the Bot Builders, I was amazed. They're the front runners in the industry. The course was amazing and worth every penny. I was blown away when I dived into the Bot Builders training. The attention to detail, the enthusiasm, the step-by-step manner in which this is all put together is over the top. This is beyond amazing. And just remember, guys, it's not just about the money. Yeah, as Ron says, it's like $1,497. You do one deal, you multiplied your money. But I'm more concerned about the time. Why is it that you're doing this? And Ron, I'm going to share this quick story, and then we can wrap this up, buddy. But I shared with you the story about, when we found out about Noah and his hearing, and thank God, thanks to technology with some high-powered hearing aids, Noah is able to hear well enough to be able to communicate. And I'm just going to tell you right now, when he first got those hearing aids, he hated it. He kicked and he screamed for hours. We couldn't even get him in his ear. But when we sat him down, and you see him on the right here with his best buddy, Buzz Lightyear, and sat him in front of his favorite movie, and for the first time he could hear, and understand the words, you see his face, he lit up. And for those of you that are sitting there watching that and thinking to yourself, I this looks awesome, but I don't get it. Just know that you're probably not. It's not going to be until you pull out the credit card, you get it going, you get your bot up and running, and you start to watch. You see people coming into the bot. You see the bot having conversations for you, and you see the leads coming across your desk with pre-negotiated price. It's not until you see it. In his case, it was when he heard it. But when you see it, you're finally going to get it. So just know that we're going to be with you. We got 7 layers of support. I could go through these all day long, but what matters is you go to ronlegrand.com/Matt, and you get this thing started. So
That's incredible, sir. That's
Thanks, buddy.
incredible. And you do an incredible job. And by the way, I probably should share with you that my wife I've been wearing hearing aids most of her life, and we've been married 55 years. She takes
Wow.
them out. She is almost totally deaf, which she says sometimes is an advantage. She says when I start talking, she just takes her hearing aids out. And she takes them out when we go to bed, so she don't have to listen to me
How
snoring.
convenient.
Because I'd have to move to another room if she could hear.
It's funny. It's funny that our wives don't really care how many people want to hear us get on these things and talk. They get
No, they
better
really
than
don't.
one bit. Our fancy bias does it.
So, anyway, guys, I know you've never seen anything like that before unless you've seen Matt. And look, I probably should have called this thing the Deal Finder Symposium. In fact, I wrote that down. I might very well do one called that. But listen, you've seen several ways to find deals here. You've seen nothing like this. And this is an incredible fact. We were just sitting here talking about how we're going to implement this in so many ways, not only in real estate, but also at Global Publishing. I can see us having chat bots for multiple different products. So literally, it's all done electronically. So this is how you find deals. One of the ways you find deals online. And in fact, you don't even, well, I guess it's all online, but in other words, you don't have to go through your website to even get them on the bot.
You got
So,
it.
Matt, did I not hear any kind of a monthly fee here?
No. We have the advanced support package. For those that want a little bit of extra help, that'll be an option at checkout. But this is one time. I mean, if you choose the payment plan,
Okay, so there is no monthly fee.
$1,497. Boom, you're in the game, and why I like to say that automation is always a good investment is you make it once and it just keeps going. I mean, we're
Cool. It's really cool.
I'm loving it, Ron. And I think it was one of your students this morning actually that posted on my Facebook just last night. I saw it this morning. It was like the very first thing I saw when I logged in, that he got a deal. And I just love that it's even the people who get started are always like, you have this sort of skepticism because it's something new and it's something different. But 5 years from now, it won't be. 5 years from now, it'll just be part of this.
True. Okay. All right. Well, I think we got questions, don't we, Nick, for him? Let's go. Are you ready?
Yeah. Susan says, does this have a Spanish option?
It doesn't, but yes, as in you can make it into any language you want, but the things that I've written in those boxes, I've only written in English. The reality is,
Did she rewrite them?
I was going to say it's so easy. Like, you just click duplicate and it duplicates it, and then you just type in the boxes and erase my words and put in your words. So
Perfect.
yeah, it's very simple. And in fact, you'd be probably the first person on planet Earth to be doing it. So,
And I wouldn't be surprised that once you do that, if you get that to Mr. Dietz here, he will probably reward you in some way. Would that be correct or not correct?
yeah, for sure.
All right.
Deal.
That's what I just call you, Dietz. Lights. All
Call
right.
me Lights. Yeah, call me
I
Lights.
have a hard time figuring out how to pronounce Leitz, but
No, it's all right. I figure by the 10th time we hang
6,
out.
8 more times. Yeah. Okay. So actually, you wouldn't mind having somebody just translate it to any language they want, would you?
For sure. Yeah,
Then
absolutely.
you can just take that and send it to them and let them plug it in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
100%. Yeah.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Contact us after you get started. There might be a win-win in there. I don't know if my cheesy jokes will translate, but we'll see.
I mean, especially Spanish, for crying out loud. I mean,
It's a no-brainer.
yeah, no brainer. And you probably have that market all to yourself for sure.
Yeah,
It's actually a
absolutely.
great idea.
Yeah.
All right. Dara says, does this work in Canada?
Nothing works in Canada, Dara. Do people in Canada have the internet, Matt?
Yeah, for sure. Now, here's what I want to share with you guys. I'm kind of like Ron. Like, this isn't my main, business. I've got, other things. So we've got such a small group of people using this stuff. That's why it's cool to see how many testimonials and stuff we have. But I don't know if there is anybody doing this in Canada, but there's nothing technically that would stop you from doing it.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's the internet. It really has nothing to do with where you're at, does it?
Yeah. Correct.
Huh? In fact, we just said, translate it into your language. You can do it anywhere in the world, I would guess. wherever people can sell you houses.
Yeah, the good news is in Canada, Ron, they speak English.
Well, sort of. Hey,
This was, yeah.
I got thousands of students in Canada, really do.
Yeah.
And the biggest boot camp I ever did, I did in Canada in 2008 in Alberta. 460 people in the room.
Wow,
And some of them are still out there doing deals. I talked to a
That's
couple of them the other day.
that's awesome.
All right, who's next?
All right. David says, I have all this from a previous summit, but did not have an option for the real estate bot. How do I get that?
If you're a student of ours, you get it. You just email support@botbuilders.com. If you've already purchased the program, we'll add it in there. So hopefully that's okay, Ron. But we just have a policy. Once you buy our stuff, you get it all. So if we add stuff, actually, here's the truth: is you probably already have it and didn't realize it. It's in there.
Yeah.
So we every time we build something, we just give it. We give it to the community. I've never gone back one time and sold
Yeah.
anything.
And look, guys, look, you've had a lot of stuff presented to you here. And I understand that it's easy to say to yourself, oh my God, the more stuff I got to learn. And it is true. You have to learn more stuff. But boy, there's not much to learn here. You set it and forget it, really. Well, ultimately, you got to respond to the people who respond to your ads.
Yeah.
But, I mean, go through the pain. Just go through the setup pain, and you're done. And now you can move on to the next thing. And it's the same with all of the options that you've been given here. I mean, look, you took time to learn how to use your cell phone, at least enough to use it.
Yeah.
Same thing here. Every time you get a new car, you got to go learn that thing all over again. And if you're like me, you can drive a thing 10 years, you still never know all the crap that you can do on it. But fortunately, you don't have to. And then of course you've got these guys to fall back on. I mean, this is a great deal right here.
That's it.
Do you have a what's your policy for? Do you have a guarantee on it? Guarantee?
No, I mean, we don't. I mean, it's just basically when you get it, you got it. I mean, if anybody ever came to me, I've never had this happen. But if you come to me and you say, Matt Lights, this wasn't a good deal, or your stuff's not good, I'll give you your money back. Just out of, that's not an official thing. I stand behind my stuff. The difference between this and a course, Ron, is that we're giving you thousands of hours of my work.
I know. But just in case you don't know, we have a policy at Global. You got 30 days. If you want out, you're out. Ain't nobody going to whine about it.
Okay. And if that's your people, we'll stand behind that.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. So whatever Ron says is I'm cool with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, dude, if that's
I'm writing that down here now.
Yeah. And
All right.
now here's the thing is don't, if you're somebody who just buys stuff to buy stuff and then return it, please don't buy this. Please don't, because
Doesn't do you any good anyway.
yeah, just don't because I don't want to have to, you're going to download my stuff, then I have to, but people don't refund this because they get in there and they go, wow, this was, I mean, if you think about it, I got thousands of hours into this and you're paying $1,500.
And if that's the way you think you ought to do business, it's probably going to explode and ruin your computer anyway.
Yeah.
Who's next, Nick?
Guarantee, Ron, for sure.
Dan says it's a bot program for someone who has never done a deal yet.
You know what?
That's actually who it's probably worth foremost, I would guess.
I really,
Yeah.
and Ron, I put a lot of love into that bonus, the Facebook Factory, just because I just really put myself in the shoes of somebody who just has nothing and starting from scratch. So the answer, absolutely, 100%.
But to be fair and to be honest, generating leads, no matter how you do it, is not going to do you any good now if you're not ready to follow up on them. Okay,
Yeah.
if you don't know what to do with the lead when you get it, what good is it to get it? And you just get frustrated. So you probably ought to get some training first. I offered you a chance to get to my boot camp, but that doesn't stop you from getting this and getting it set up ahead of time. By the way, the more leads you generate and bring to the boot camp, the more deals we're going to do for you while you're there. And this is good timing as well, because you got, I don't know however many weeks it is to the next one, plenty of time to get set up and get some leads. And remember, these are quality leads, but generating leads ain't going to help you a bit if you don't follow it up and get these things. And if you don't follow up that with a closing call. In this case, the closing call is practically done for you. I was just noticing that when I was watching you. This eliminates Pat Live. There's nobody to call for them to call. So, in fact, it even eliminates our VA because you're getting most of the information. All they got is pick up the phone and call them.
If you're newer, it makes that conversation so much easier. That's
Yes.
the this part is already taken care of, and then
Yeah,
it's just,
yeah.
we're having a conversation, and this is where
Just
we are.
another way to get deals, not the way, another way.
That's it.
All right, who's next?
That actually goes into Dang's questions, series of questions here. Do you have,
Hey, dang, you're supposed to be writing a question, not a book.
Matt, do you have the template, sellers and buyers, that made up with Ron's PI sheet?
I don't.
Information sheet.
I don't have.
We have
But here's the
template
thing: is if you saw the
made up.
flow. I got a feeling that Ron's the magician at this. Ron, if they get the program, can they have that PI sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang. It's not about the PI sheet. He's asking them if they're interested, and if so, how much do they want? That's all you need to know to get on the telephone and fill out the PI sheet yourself. And that's exactly what I do with these bots. You need to reply to them immediately. Don't be putzing around now. I don't even want you to send these to your VAs to fill it out for you. Just get on the phone and get the information and be done with it right away with the property information sheet in front of you. This is an extremely hot lead. This is a smoking lead. Don't do anything to delay it.
Yep. And to answer the second one there, yes, the bot keeps track of all the data, and it pushes it to whatever CRM or whatever it is that you want to push it to.
And it works with dreams as well.
It's cool. So the answer is
Yeah.
yes. And then can
Yeah.
you set up your ourselves with Ron's seller PI script and tenant? Yeah, you can do all that, man. I mean, this is basically.
Yeah.
I think the important slide here for people to remember, Ron, is when I showed the bandit sign, and we used to put up a lot of bandit signs.
Yeah.
And we put that 24-hour pre-recorded message. It was one of those ideas at first I was like, that's stupid. You don't want to talk to somebody. But then I really it's like people are like, oh, I got no threat here. So
Right.
it's just
Exactly.
removing that immediate threat, and then especially, pick up the phone, or, if here's the worst, Ron, you get a lead, you go to call them and you don't get a hold of them. Like, that's the worst feeling in the world. Like, it sucks, especially when you spend good money. You now have their phone and their email and their messenger. Guess what? You're sending them a Facebook message.
Yep. And you're texting them.
Yeah. There you go. Nowhere.
But I would imagine when they give you their phone number, you're going to have very few of them that don't pick up the telephone. Well, that depends on what your caller ID says when you're calling them, doesn't it?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't have any hard data on that, but just the thing is that you already have a relationship with them. Like that
Correct.
flow you went through, and we have one.
They've asked you to call them. That's what they've asked you to do. However, guys, you probably should do, while we're talking about that, you should call somebody you know and see what your caller ID says on their telephone. And you should do that with different carriers, people who have different carriers. And to tell you, the reason is because some guy told me one time that when I called him from my personal cell phone that it said spam risk on it. And I have no idea why, because it was my personal cell phone. And I got a call from somebody not too long ago, and it said something simple, telemarketer, I think, and I just by fluke answered it, and it was somebody that I should have taken the call from. So beware of that, and see if you can't get that. In fact, if you have to, you can go get a whole darn different number to call from if they got you as a spam, because people will not pick up the phone when it's labeled that way.
Good point.
Larry says, I have the chat bot, and I am not tech savvy at all. I use it for 2 of my businesses and love it. I like the new real estate flow and can't wait to get it going for sellers.
Larry, what's up, my man?
Thank
Love-
you, Larry. I'll
Larry.
send you a check later.
Appreciate that, Larry.
All right. Does it include upgrades, updates, and future development?
He already said yes.
100% forever.
Yeah.
David says, I just found the template download under premium membership options, and you're right, I had it all along.
We knew that, David, but we didn't want to insult you.
No,
I would have no problem with it, but he didn't want to insult you.
appreciate the update. Yeah, we just
Thanks,
keep it.
Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have
Well,
ongoing
you know
support?
what? Wait a minute. We can't blame, Ollie, you get this stuff, you can't blame people for not knowing
Oh,
exactly
hell
what they
no,
got. They don't
I
want to spend
purchased
enough time to
twice,
explore it.
so,
Huh?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you ever do that, Ron? You buy something and buy it again, didn't even know you had it. I buy stuff twice.
Many times, many times, many times. Especially back in the day when we actually used to buy cassette tapes, if you can remember that. I mean, sometimes I bought courses 3 times before I realized, because I had a stack, so I forgot what I bought.
Yeah.
And
All right. Do you want to go and support? Yeah. I didn't have time to show the slide. We have 7 different ways that we support you. We do live Q&As every single week. Every week we do a live orientation where myself and my co-founder get on and actually walk you through everything and show. Like I've never seen better support in the industry. We're very proud of it. So 100%.
Yeah, and you won't be doing that very long before you don't even need them anymore. This is not that complicated. Even I could do this. That's saying something.
Is this course in paper form or just online?
Online, and some.
How are we going to deliver you chat bots on paper?
Yeah, well, but I'm Ron. I like to get my stuff physically, but this one is one that would do you no good because literally. Yeah. The course, imagine this, Gary, it's not a course. Like we've taken this Do It Together program. You can go learn about bots until the cows come home if you wanted to, but we know you don't give a damn. You just want to like learn the bare basics. So we just have a few videos that show you the nuts and bolts of how it works. And then you customize your bot and then you deploy it and then we work on generating leads. So
what if they don't want to mess with it and they want somebody else to get it all set up for them?
It doesn't make a difference if it's you or somebody else in there. It could be a VA.
Okay.
So it's
you got
not
somebody. You got somebody to set them up for them.
Yeah, I don't mess with that, but
Yeah.
they could do that. And in fact, what happens a lot of times is people get into we have a private online community. They get in and they go, hey, can anybody in here? Yeah. So we have a lot of people that are professional bot builders.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if our VAs are capable of getting this set up or not. Do any of you guys know?
Oh, they are, dude. It doesn't matter who Ron, like you said, you could do it, right? So VAs, I mean, assuming that your VAs can take the time to do it. But
Well, that's the time they charge the customer for. I wouldn't want my VAs to study on the customer's account. But I can tell you right now, in fact, let's talk to Pam about that. We should get a couple of them that are that know this system.
love it.
Can set it up for them, and we will. I'm making a note of it right now.
Love it. That's
I
great.
mean, come on, this is really important to a real estate investor, for crying out loud.
I love it.
For the handful of them in the whole country that's doing it, makes a big case why everybody should do this. Get a leg up, get an unfair advantage over your competition, which I've always loved. Huh? I'm making a note now, so go ahead.
All right, Laurel, what type of leads are you getting? Are the sellers highly motivated, or are these sellers looking for top dollar and want all cash?
All the above. All the above.
The people who come into it are typical to what your average person is. The thing that's unique about this is you're not having to deal with the jokers, right? It's filtering out the unwanted conversation and creating more of the actual money conversation.
And like I said, if they go through that bot and they answer those questions, they are the best quality leads you're going to get, but by no means does that mean you're going to buy houses from everybody that gives you answers the bot. Okay, you got to go filter them down, but I'll tell you right now, your odds are a lot better than when you got to chase them. Anytime they respond to you, you got a lot better prospect. And I don't know, I'm sure you don't know this, but I would guess you probably buy 1 out of every 10 responses you get on this, assuming you follow up correctly, of course.
I mean, it's the same way as like when I showed the e-commerce example of like a click versus email, right? It's like somebody lands on a website. There's no personalization. There's no warm feeling of like, hey, I'm in a conversation, and like you have a relationship. Right. If they go through the experience that you just saw, there's a relationship there.
Well, I'm a math guy, so let's do a little bit of math. Let's say it takes 30 of these leads for you to get a deal, and you make 20 grand on a deal. It's the cheapest deal I'm ever going to do. I want that on a wholesale deal. Okay, so let me see. I got 20 grand back, and I spent 0. 0 from 20 grand is 20 grand. Does it really matter whether it took 10 leads, 20 leads, 30 leads, or 40 leads, or 50 leads to get a damn deal? Jeez. Where's my grouch monitor at?
I didn't know you're so good at
This is my day 3, man. I mean, come on. I deserved a little bit of grouch leverage here. Okay. All right. See how they treat me around here, Matt?
Oh, man. No respect.
No respect. Okay, who's next?
Dang says, can I do it myself, set up, or
Of course.
or do I have to get trained first?
That's what it's going to walk you through it, man, step by step. Just follow the tutorials.
Yeah.
We've got, I don't know how old she is, man, but I think she might be 90 years old. But one of the, I'm not going to ask a lady her age, but she's super old, and we had to help her out a little bit extra. But she reported back that she was generating leads using a chatbot, and I was like, we knew that we designed the core, like we put a lot of love and attention into the way we designed it. So you got it. It's all in there, man. Dang, I better see you in the members area, dude. I better see you. Because
Carlos says, I hate Facebook.
and you don't get
Can
stuff.
this still work?
Then you know, like you got to do it. I hate Facebook. I hate Facebook. Carlos.
I'm with you, Carlos. I hate it too.
I hate it. I don't use social media.
Yeah.
Like it's so weird because people send me messages on Messenger and I just don't, you know, I now have, you know, somebody helping me out with it, but I don't.
Well, explain to him it ain't about Facebook.
No, it's not.
You showed multiple ways to get people even to get to your chatbot.
And right now, your bot can be in multiple platforms, but right now it's mostly living on Facebook. So it'll attach itself to a Facebook page. But like, I bought a company called boardgames.com because I like people. I don't like the social media stuff. It's not my thing. But what I buy at McDonald's, you know, that classic example, like, hell yeah, I'll buy McDonald's, but that doesn't mean I'm going to eat the cheeseburgers every day. You know,
Yeah, I sell a lot of things I don't want to consume.
For sure. Right.
You know, I had a restaurant. I used to sell alcohol. I hate alcohol. Oh, God, I hate it. I can't. That don't mean I won't sell it. I used to sell cilantro too. Oh man, you kidding me? Just the smell of cilantro makes
So
me
you
want
don't eat guacamole, Ron?
to. Hey, no, not with cilantro. No.
I think it's the best, most refreshing smell.
You see the valuable information you guys are getting here.
Did you guys make that note?
Okay.
All right, last question from Dang. Is the bot web-based or programs you have to install on a computer?
Web-based.
It works on iPads, smartphones, stuff like that.
Yeah, it works on everything. You know, when you're,
Yeah.
if you're, yeah, it works on everything. When you get down to it, you know, I like to use, if you're building a bot, I don't think you could do it on a smartphone, but I wouldn't recommend it. You know, you might want to use like an iPad would work or laptop would work, but dude, this is modern day stuff. Like it's, you know, so we don't have any printed manuals and it will work on any device. So.
Yeah, they didn't have these when I was growing up. And by that I mean in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah.
By the way, you know how much my first computer was an Apple Macintosh in 1985. That thing cost $3,000. Little box. It was a cat's meow, man. That was a huge leap in technology back then. Little box. My first fax machine was in 1985 with a rolled paper, $3,000. And when I bought it, I realized, who the hell am I going to fax to? So I got my title company to get a fax machine, so I'd have to at least have some use for it, you know. And when I think how far we've come in technology, it's just incredible. All right, well, that's the last question we got for you, sir.
Cool.
So, I appreciate your time. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah.
And I am going to get some VAs trained on this thing.
Let's do it. That sounds great.
For our benefit as well as everybody else's.
Cool.
So, guys, that's an incredible offer. I hope you take advantage of that. And again, it's with no risk. And I know we're offering you a lot of opportunities here, but come on, that is what we do. And you pick and choose what you want, but when I bring you something that's important as this, you got to give it some really serious consideration, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Take care, Ron.
Okay, so we've got a couple students on here now.
We do. Did you want to take a 5-minute break or
Okay, we'll do a 5-minute break first. 5 minutes and we'll come back. I'm going to interview some folks and then we'll take a lunch break. Hey, okay. Well, that was incredible. I love that guy. And I hope you guys were paying attention because that could easily change the way the direction of your business. Now, I'm going to play a little short video here from you. This is where Brian and Lynette Wolf went out on their last 2-day field trip for one of our masters. And I thought you'd enjoy this. So go ahead and play it, John, and then we're going to bring a couple of students on here.
The 2-day open house field trip is one of the most awesome parts of the master's program.
This trip is definitely going to help us get to the next level as far as Joey and I's goals for the business and growing our revenue and in building our future. And you need to look for people who have already reached your goals and learn as much as you can.
Here we come.
They're just great at the job they do, and we're just very glad to have them here.
We're going on our
first
appointment.
on the 2-day field trip. We're very excited. It was action-packed. We started at 8 a.m. and we went till like 9 p.m.
I worked you, didn't I?
Crazy.
We worked.
You did.
The deals were amazing. The deals ranged all the way from $900 or $1 million properties, some commercial, some residential, all the way down to the dilapidated properties that needed a tremendous rehab, just a range of everything.
I personally would have been nervous to ask the seller to sign and to try to get terms the way that Lynette was able to do it. Brian and Lynette's fearless attitude is really inspiring. I feel so much more confident now about going out and closing more deals as an acquisitionist.
Congratulations.
We got 11 contracts out of the 13 appointments. When it's all said and done, we'll probably make around $500,000 or so off of these deals.
This open house was a great success.
Lynette and Brian showed us how to decorate the neighborhood, get lots of people in. We had a spinner, we had decked out banners, flyers. Everybody in that neighborhood knew that an open house was happening, and a lot of our leads that day actually didn't even come from external advertising. They just came from the big frenzy that we were able to create.
Come on in. Welcome to our open house.
We had just this one open house that we did. We got 6 buyers, all with substantial down payments and application fees. Gave us the money right there. We got the results that we were looking for. Everything that they teach encapsulated makes for a great open house.
The buyers were looking at each other. They felt like they were in competition with each other, and it helped us to negotiate better monthly and better down payments.
We had a really good turnout thanks to Joey and his team.
They all want this house. They all gave at least $5,000.
Here we've got checks, we've got cash, we've got all these transactions of buyers who want the house.
Crazy.
It was great to have so many applications to choose from. Lynette and Brian helped us go through and decide which buyer was the strongest and why, and we got to make the call. We've already selected you and Tiara for sure, so you can call your wife and do the happy dance.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We are really happy for you. That is great. I like hearing that joy in your voice.
Everything from the smallest contract to the largest contract we've done. I learned something from everyone and from the open house as well.
And we're just really appreciative of everything that they taught us and gave to us after this weekend.
The 2-day field trip catapulted us to the next level in business.
To have them help us with the open house and, doing the seller negotiation. So it's been a big blessing for us.
It's just done wonders for the business, given us great vision, and we're looking forward to implementing everything.
Yeah, this was a really great weekend, watching them sell and buy houses. They're just go-getters.
I would highly recommend it to anyone looking to get into investing.
I just want to say thank you again for everything that you guys taught us.
Oh.
I kid the Wolf couple a lot, but boy, they do a dynamite job, and that's a good example of it right there. That feller was in Louisiana, and 11, I think he said 11 contracts they got. In fact, we partnered with him on one deal out of that batch, big house that he couldn't handle. So, look, if you saw my master's presentation last night, that's part of the master's, is that when you pay the masters off in full, you just let us know and we'll send the wolves to you, no charge to you except their travel cost. Spend 2 days with you going out in the field just like that. You can imagine what that's going to be worth. Again, they're not going to even come until they arrange a whole bunch of appointments, and they're going to be on the phone with the sellers helping you arrange the appointments so that they can just go boom, boom, boom from one after another. Incredible experience. not only do you see how they handle themselves in the house, you'll be very impressed how easy it is, but they're going out there to get contracts signed. So put that on your agenda. I mean, if you really want to get a jump start and pay for everything in multiples and bypass 10 years, you ought to get in the master's program today while I gave you that incredible deal. And if you weren't listening last night, just call the 800 number and they'll go down the list of everything you get and all the bonuses that I throwed in and the financing that I throwed in and everything and all the credits that you get, and they'll look them right up for you and get in the master's program. Only got to do it once and you're a lifetime member. All right. Okay. Okay. Hey, we just got this video the other day. One of my friends sent it to me, and I thought it was really, really cool. I thought you'd like to see it. So let's play that before we bring a mentor and a student on here to have a chat. Okay. Whoop. Tell me that don't bring a tear to your eye. Okay, we've got another one to play. Going into lunch, I think you'll appreciate as well. Okay, we have a student and who on here, Tony or who? Tony, okay. Tony and Eric, all right. Hey, Tony.
Hey, don't look at me. I'm still got a tear in my eye. I'm still choking up there.
Can't hear you, Tony.
Can you hear me now?
All right, I can hear you now. right.
Okay, yes. Don't look at me. I still got a tear in my eye. I'm choking up from
Well, that was
watching
kind
that
of
video.
cool, wasn't it? That was actually,
Yes.
I knew I had to play that thing. I just got that day
Sharp
before
salute.
yesterday.
Man,
Yeah.
beautiful.
How are you, Eric? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Not very good. Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I got another option.
Good.
Not this morning, but I'll try this.
All right.
Can you hear us okay, Eric?
I can hear you guys fine.
All right, nice to see you, buddy.
You too. Thanks.
All right. Well, while he's getting the sound fixed, Tony, is Eric one of your students that you're working with?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Eric Vance and Steve Lawson are my students. They're out of Indianapolis, Indiana market. That's where the area that they're working. Been mentoring them, having the pleasure of mentoring them for a few months. And everything started to change around, what was it, about November, right, Eric? Everything started to change when you guys changed your focus?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Eric, you're half off my screen, and I can see your right eye, Eric. I can't see your left eye. I'm assuming you're getting the same picture we are. And
I'll just try to speak louder.
get closer to the mic and put yourself on the screen.
There we go.
There you go. You can see you
That's
now.
it.
All right. Well, we'll have to struggle through it, but your sound quality is terrible. Just for future reference. Yeah. Okay. So tell us a little bit about how long you've been in the mentoring program.
Yeah, we're actually just about done with the 6 months. So actually, Monday. So
Monday. All
yeah,
right. Okay.
yeah.
So you put up with Tony the whole time?
We actually started working with Tony about 4 months ago.
4 months ago?
We did go ahead and make a change from the first mentor we had.
Okay.
Just looking for some different ideas. So nothing wrong. No problems. But just try something
Okay.
different.
Sometimes personalities clash. And by the way, I didn't tell everybody, but you got, like your mentor, you got 30 days to change them anyway. So tell me, all this time you spent with Tony, has he taught you how to dance yet?
No, and that wouldn't be a good thing anyway. So
He hasn't tried to push that on you?
no.
See, I have no idea what he does behind the scenes. So,
I'm still trying to figure that out myself, Ron.
okay. So, all right. So tell me, you're doing some deals during your mentoring. What kind of deals are we here to talk about today? What have you done recently?
So we've done a lot of work on terms deals, and actually, just last week we got one that is finally signed. We had several that we were working on that just didn't come through. And really, the biggest problem with a lot of them is that the sellers just weren't motivated enough, so they really did fall through. But we did finally get one last week, and I have another one that I'm sending the purchase agreement for today.
Perfect.
So they are small deals, like $50,000 houses, but in the long term, they'll pay off.
Small deals lead to larger deals.
Yes, exactly.
My first deal was $3,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, we'll make more than that on both of them. So
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so what are you just using Gold Club leads, or are you doing anything out there to generate leads with sellers calling you?
We actually started doing more lead sources independently. The Gold Club leads were fine, but I was just having we did use the VA service for a while, and then just kind of had some cash flow issues, and we may go back to it here pretty soon now that things are rolling in. But we did suspend that for a little while, but we did start some other lead sources, and they've come through pretty good. So
did you just watch Matt Lights on that chatbot stuff?
Yeah, we actually have that. We have that installed as well. So that is
You got it installed now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. How long have you had it installed?
It has been a few months. I don't remember exactly when.
Are you
So,
getting leads from it?
Yes, yes,
Are you following up on those leads?
absolutely. Yeah.
Do you find those leads of decent quality, a higher percentage than the Gold Club leads?
They seem to be. We do have some VAs working, and I don't have data on that at the moment.
Okay.
So,
So the answer is you don't know.
yeah, I don't know, but I know our leads are coming in through our Facebook advertising.
Okay, so you're doing paid Facebook advertising.
Yes.
And you're getting leads from that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're out of your first round of mentoring. What is your plan now? Do you have a plan actually for 2021?
Yeah. The monthly goal is 10 new contracts, and I'm at 8 for January.
Really?
Really, probably after today, 9 or maybe 10 after today.
Really?
Yeah.
You
So
got 9 contracts in January,
He's got hustling.
and it ain't even over yet.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So are these all terms deals?
No, they're not. Two of them will be term deals.
So two of them are terms deal, and the rest of them are junkers.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So what are you going to do with the junkers, Eric?
Well, they're being wholesaled. We've got 3 closings on Tuesday, probably another closing on Friday.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well, run by these. I want to know, what do you pay? Let's just take one. You say you're closing one on Tuesday?
yeah.
What'd you pay for that one? What'd you pay for that one?
Yeah, one of them we paid $31,800.
Which means you got a contract on it for that.
Yeah, yeah.
You haven't paid squat.
No,
All
I
right.
didn't pay anything.
Okay. Okay. And what are you selling it for?
We'll sell it for 39.
And what is the ARB on it?
About 40, 45.
Oh, the ARB's more than that.
Yeah, might be.
I said ARB now, after repair value. There ain't no such thing as a $45,000 ARB, not even in Indianapolis. All right. So how many square feet's in it? No, I'm not kidding, because there's a very important point here.
Yeah, it's only 900.
Okay. Even then, think about that. Let's say it's only worth $90 a foot, and you can't. If a house ain't in a war zone, and remember, I'm talking about after repaired value. Okay.
Yeah.
You just can't find after repaired values for less than $80 or $90 a foot anywhere, and that's really, really cheap. Do the math. $90 a foot times 900. That's $89,000 right there. And what concerns me is that you're using the wrong ARV, because you're letting all of the other junk persuade that ARV. Are you working on him with that, Tony?
A little bit. They're so busy
bet-
getting contracts signed, it's hard to filter in the exact things we need to continue working
Well, you've got to eliminate all the garbage and pick only the top 2 that sold in good condition, and the top 2 will be probably sold in good condition. Because that's the only way you can get at the ARB, and that's a big mistake people make, okay? Selling it way too cheap because their ARB is wrong. In fact, I want the address of that house that you're selling on Friday.
Yeah, let's see here.
Are you on Dreams, Eric?
No.
What?
No.
Eric, you could have lied, that would have been so what are you doing to get comps? What site?
We're using
PropStream? Okay. Okay, well then, wherever you're using, comps are comps. I don't care what site they're on. Sales are sales. All right, I want you, Tony, I'm not going to do this. You get the address, and you use Dreams, and you find out what you think his ARV really is, because I know it's not 45,000. Are you selling this to an appraiser, to a investor, or owner occupant? Investor? Well, then how can it possibly be 45 if he's paying 39 for it? Is he really that stupid? I'm guessing he knows something that you don't know, and that is that the ARV way above that. So now think about it. What if the ARV really is, say, 90? And now you're selling it for, what'd you say, 39? 39. All right. Well, that's still plenty of spread. But my point is this. Many investors are selling them too cheap because they haven't learned how to get the right ARV. And you're doing okay on that one. It's a little cheap house. But in today's market, as rabbited as it is, and Tony, you got to help your folks remember this. Add $10,000 to the darn thing when you put it out there. Just do it. It doesn't have to make any sense. Just do it. Okay? And watch what happens. And don't forget to send me my half for bringing that up. Huh? You're not writing that down, are you, Eric? Ron's half? Well, I'll split it with Tony. Okay, so Tony's up to you to get it. But honestly, wholesalers are giving away a lot of money out there right now because, I mean, people are paying stupid prices for these houses. So is that one of your low-end deals? What would another low-end? What would another one look like?
I've got one under contract for $130,000.
What's the ARV?
Its ARV is probably 170.
Okay, and how many dollars of repairs would you say it needs?
Zero.
Wow.
She would not big terms though. She wanted that.
It's okay. Well, let me see. So you think 170? How many square feet's in it?
1,300.
Okay. Well, there you go. How much is that per square foot? $150 a square foot?
Yeah.
So that's probably in a totally different neighborhood than your first one, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, better neighborhood?
Yeah.
All right. But there's a big difference between $150 a square foot and whatever, than $50 a square foot, which is what your $45,000 ARV is. I mean, that's just too far apart. All right, I'm going to use your ARV. I'm going to use 170 times 70%. That's $119,000 Mayo. All right, I'm making a point here. Okay, so you're paying more than Mayo, but you're not paying anything. You're simply putting it under contract and flipping it to a greater fool because that's who's going to buy this. So what are you selling it for?
Probably sell that for 150.
Do you have it out there yet?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, well, no investor with any, well, you never know, see, because as I mentioned day before yesterday, some of the people who buy these things are buying them for a totally different reason than to flip them and make money on them. So now, suppose I was buying this just to put a tenant in it and make it a long-term rental. But we're paying $150 for a house worth $170 would be a decent deal, wouldn't it? Even though it's costing them a fortune not to get educated, they could do a lot better than that. But, you know, that's their position. So, yeah, I'd put it out there for $150, see what happens. How much time do you have to close on it? How much? Okay, 30? Yeah, okay, your sound is getting worse, man. All right, so what are you going to do if it isn't sold within the 30 days?
We will be listing it as well, and we're pretty.
You can't list it. You can't list it. There's just not enough room in there to list it. If you don't get it sold within 30 days, you go ask for another 30 days.
Yeah.
Now, and here's what happens. Since you're so close, you've got very little gap in there. If somebody wants to come in and make you an offer, Eric, okay, let's say they want to offer you 140, and you agreed to pay 130, and you don't particularly care about just making 10. Just go back to the seller and say, listen, I can't pay you the 130, but I can pay you 120, and I can close within a few days. Never forget, you can change the deal. If it's with a human, you can always change it. So go get your buyer. So in other words, what I'm saying is, if I have to put it under contract for more than I would pay for it, and I know that, and my intent is to flip it to the greater fool market, what have I got to lose? And I can always go back later and change the deal as long as I can get a buyer to the table. If I can't get a buyer to the table, it's irrelevant anyway. So when they say they're going to go look at the house and they don't call you back, you call them back and say, did you go see the house? You're asking too much. Well, what will you give me? And find that out and take the highest one. And then 30 days is up, still don't have one, get another 30 days. What are they going to do? If they don't give you the other 30 days, they got to start all over. All right. So anyway, you're well on your way. But you are doing terms deals too, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Tony, you've been working with this guy for 6 months now. Has he been easy to work with, or has he been a pain in the ass?
Well, not quite 6 months. They were transferred to me. They made a change.
4 months.
I picked it up, and things changed when we started working together. He and his partner Steve, they're the dynamic duo. They're quite interesting fellas to work with, but they always show up on time. They put the work in. They're hustling. They're very serious about things, and we have fun while we're discussing deals and focusing on improving things for them. Yeah, so they're good to work with. I'll take
probably why he's got 9 contracts this month, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Eric, have you set a financial goal for 2021? You know, it ain't about how many deals you know. It's about how much money you make. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm obviously I do acquisitions, and so I basically work on commission. So I'm looking at 100,000 income on straight commissions, and then we'll have back end profits as well. And I'm not even counting them into that.
Okay. Well,
so that's the basis for now.
Yeah, you don't mean commissions. You mean profits.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That'll be my part of the
That
profit.
get that word out of your mouth if you're not a realtor.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
You don't
That's
collect
right.
commissions.
That's right.
All right. Okay. What was the biggest hurdle you overcame when you got going, Eric?
Really done a lot of sales training with Tony, with some other sources, and just really getting better at negotiations. That was one of the biggest problems. And then the other big thing that we really changed is, how we're getting leads and what we're doing with the leads, getting quality leads.
Perfect.
There are ads coming in. There are leads coming in from our Facebook ads now that they truly are just about begging us to take their house.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, those are the kind of leads I like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Yeah. I had one guy
Yeah.
called me 4 times yesterday, and every time he called, I was on the phone with somebody else, and I finally got to talk to him, and he was just so happy. He's got 6 kids and his wife in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and he just wants out. And so,
Does he want out of the 6 kids or the house?
the house, yeah. Well,
Probably both of them.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, don't you have to ask yourself over and over again, why is this guy so motivated? Certainly other investors have contacted him, because I'm not the only one in Indianapolis. Kind of makes you wonder, how did he slip through? Huh? You ever think of that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I think about it all the time.
Yeah. Well, that sometimes is, that thought alone keeps a lot of people from doing anything, because they think there's so much competition. They're smarter than I am. They've been at it longer than me. None of that is relevant. It all comes down to who you get to call you and the time they call you, and whether they're ready to do business or not, and whether you scare them away or give them a reason to do business with you. It's that simple.
Yeah.
I always tell people, don't even think about your competition, because you have very, very little. You might have a lot of real estate investors around, but that don't mean they're your competition. They're never doing what you do, how you do it, where you do it, and when you do it. And there's a whole lot of people out there. And even if they got there before you, most of them will screw it up anyway.
Yeah.
Don't they, Tony? They just
Absolutely.
can't tell you how many deals that I got that other investors just totally screwed up with what comes out of their mouth. And that's how they screw it up, what comes out of their mouth.
Or the way that they say it. I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Can't tell you how many times I've gone into a home where several other investors, real estate agents, what have you, have just screwed things up. And all you got to do is just, sometimes people just want to have some hope and relate to it well.
Yeah, and they also want to have a little bit of fun while they're at it.
Absolutely.
So, and so and they want to talk. Here's the big 3: friendly, flexible, and excited. Friendly, flexible, and excited. And then just ask questions, not make statements. Don't preach, don't teach. ask questions. If you don't like the answers, ask more questions to get the better answers. The next thing you know, the sellers has made you an offer. And in your case, you're paying cash for those houses, so I assume you ask them what's the least you'll take. Is that the best you can do? Followed by, are you saying if I don't give you that, you won't sell me the house?
Yeah.
Don't forget that last line, because that works pretty well as well. Do you actually go look at these houses, or are you just buying them virtually?
Yeah, I'm looking at most of them. I'm going to be developing a market that's 2 hours away, and I'm not going to visit all of them or every time. But I probably will go once a week, maybe.
Well, you probably got people you know in pretty much any city you want to work, anywhere around you. In fact, when you think about it, what do you care where the city is?
Yeah. Right now.
Yeah, what do you care? Okay, Facebook pretty much works everywhere. Yeah, this bot thing I got has nothing to do with what city you're in. The deal finder things that I brought to the table, you pick where you're going to want to get the leads from. You pick Facebook ads, you target where you want to go. Yeah. And if you got somebody on the ground to go peek at the house before you, as soon as you get a contract on it, it doesn't make a bit of difference where it's at. Yeah. I mean, that's a total new way of doing business in the real estate. Not that new, but this virtual thing, this COVID thing really brought that to life. We're in a virtual business, and that's why some of these guys I hang around with doing 200-300 deals a year. You can see why now. Yeah. If you're doing 10 deals at your stage of the game, now what happens when you ramp up, like Matt Oviatt I had on here yesterday, or some of the other guys that I had on here previously? Really, it's nothing more than getting another acquisition or two and maybe ramping up your advertising and some more support staff. But you do that as you grow. You have plans of actually creating a pretty large 7-figure net real estate business? Just working on getting processes right now. Okay. And then I'll see you in another 6 months. We'll see how fast that attitude changes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You cannot do the deals you're doing without wanting to do better and more deals, because you're already almost there. Marginal shifts in your case are going to totally change your business, as you figured out. What did you do for a living before you came along here? Information technology manager. Oh my God. Okay, well, we got over that hurdle. Information technology, that means you're a thinker brain. Yeah. Okay, so Tony's been working with you on that one. Do you have a problem over analyzing things? Want to analyze them to death before you do anything? Somewhat, yeah. Okay. Well, then how the hell did you get into the wholesaling business where there's nothing to analyze? That was a big change, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. Do you intend to rehab any houses? No. No? All right. No. Well, I'd even put that on your horizon. Don't have to be a business. You can just look at it as a bonus. But when you get a chance to get a decent house in a decent neighborhood, and your $170,000 house for Indianapolis is just about right. Now, you'll buy it a lot cheaper than that, no question about it. But when you get a chance to get a big spread in one, you might want to consider just rehabbing that one, getting the experience. Yeah. We have done some. Steve has done a lot of them, actually. Just my analysis of everything. I'd drive myself crazy trying to get everything together. I've been a project manager before, and I quit doing that because that just drove me nuts too. So, well, it can, but then you'll gradually learn how to do it my way. I only visit the house twice. Okay. Once when I'm buying it to see if I want it, and once to meet the contractor. I'm done. I never go back. Okay. So if you learn to delegate that stuff and let other people do it for you, and then when I renovate one, I hire a realtor to sell it. I ain't messing with that. And that same realtor works with the contractor at the end stages to make sure that it's ready to sell. Her way. I always hire a female realtor. Okay. Because males have no idea what a house should look like. I mean, only a female knows that. So she's going to get ready so that she can sell it. So I let her deal with that. I don't even have to go back when it's over. So if you add systems to this, rehabbing is not that big a deal because it's not you doing all that crap. But anyway, that's a whole nother course for you. if you want to do it. And it is kind of profitable. I don't want to mess with one, we can't net at least 50 grand on it.
Yeah.
And I can net 50 grand on houses less than 200,000. Of course, that all comes down to what?
What you get it for.
That's correct, the price
Yeah.
you buy it for. So anyway, in your case, you have made the case that we can pay higher prices as long as we don't intend to actually close on it. Because you wouldn't close on a house you're paying 130 for that's only worth 150.
Right.
I mean, you're paying 130, you're selling it for 130.
We're paying 130.
Oh, it's worth 170.
We'll sell it for 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still nowhere near good enough. All right.
Yeah.
Well, Tony, do you have anything that you'd like to discuss before we get through with this? Because I pretty much worked Eric here.
Sure. I'd like to ask Eric, what is your advertising budget for like Facebook ads?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just not I just don't know. Yeah. I let Steve pretty much handle that.
Yeah, okay, Steve's running that part?
Yeah. There's, it is probably at least 500 a week.
A week?
And, yeah.
You sure?
No, I'm not.
That's quite a big budget for Facebook advertising.
We need to discuss that on our next mentor call. Definitely.
Yeah.
And also discuss how we can start to implement better systems for you guys so we can automate a lot of the processes that you're doing now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So free up some of your time.
Okay. Is your mentoring over yet? You still got a little bit of time left?
Still got one session.
One session.
Okay.
Time is flown by when we're having fun.
You know you can renew at half price, less $1,000. And it's probably a smart idea at your stage of the game. All he's got to do is save you one deal. And there's no chance he won't. And I want you guys to work on this ARV thing now. I'm not kidding, because I think you're giving away money. My spidey senses tell me you're giving away money. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going through all kind of analysis and trying to really nail that down. So maybe that'll be a big discussion.
Yeah.
Monday.
And you're doing great for the amount of time you've been in this business. I can tell you that right now. So,
Well, and I've been working at this I've had my own LLC for 4 years, but I've only been doing this full time for about a year and a half.
okay. You're doing it full time. When did you go to my Quick Start school?
That would have been, oh, geez. Right, probably in March.
This year?
Yeah.
I mean, of last year?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you really have only been doing it for 6 months.
Yeah.
You've been playing around with it for 6 months before you came into Ron's world, and then 6 months after before you got a mentor. Is that about the size of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Does getting a mentor make a big difference in what you were doing in life?
It seems to have, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yes. Okay, 10 deals in January. All right. Would you have gotten 10 deals in January without that guy, bald-headed guy sitting beside us there?
I don't know. Just we keep going and
All right.
talking to people. So yeah,
Okay.
no, it's been a big help. It's definitely been a big help.
I appreciate it, sir. Appreciate taking time to get on here with us. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you
But-
both. It's
Always a
fun.
pleasure.
Okay. Have a great weekend, guys.
Okay.
Take
All
care.
right, thank you.
All right. I
Hey,
see
I'm looking for a
BJ.
testimonial letter, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a requirement. Do you know it's now federal law, Eric?
Yeah.
Federal-
Huh? No, Trump put it into law before he left. You got to send me a testimonial letter.
All right, we'll do.
I'm not kidding, man. I'm not kidding. All right.
Yeah.
And what I'd like to see in it is, during my mentoring, just during last month alone, we got 9 deals, that kind of thing. Look, you're giving people hope,
Yeah,
and you are. You're an inspiration. All right.
very good. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right.
You want to say? Talk to you soon, buddy.
All right. What are we
Hey, Ron.
doing here now? What do you got?
Hi, we're going to interview Ryan Cravens.
We are? Okay.
Yes, you are.
All right. Ryan, you there? Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
All right. And where does Ryan live?
Ron. Hi, Barbara.
Very good. At least you got good sound now.
Okay, good.
Where do you live?
Brunswick, Georgia.
Brunswick, not too far from us, huh?
Nope.
All right.
So what I wanted to tell you about.
I'm assuming she's your mentor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, never mind. I could say something smart, but I ain't gonna say it.
He always says something smart.
Yeah,
What's the
yeah.
good part, Ron? Hey.
Okay, so
Okay.
how's he doing?
Ryan is doing awesome. Ryan is in his first month of mentoring. So what's impressive about Ryan is that he has a pretty impressive background himself, and he chose to follow you. That's a testimonial letter that he sent this week. We're going to talk about his deal in a minute.
Okay.
But Ryan, tell us a little bit about your background. I know that you did a lot of different things, and the cool part is that through all of the things and all your experiences that you chose to now get into real estate and follow Ron and do what he's doing, and this is your main focus. Now, I know that what I'd like for you to share is you were talking about all the things as a financial planner, stockbroker. You did, $40 million private placement. So I'm going to let you talk now. So go ahead.
I'd rather hear you than her anyway.
Yeah, right.
Exactly what she said. I spent about 20 years in financial planning, mostly Reg D.
Talk louder.
A little closer to the mic, if you will.
Mostly Reg D private placements, investment banking transactions. I did a lot of 1031 exchange with equity. So that was back in the 90s. They said there was blood in the streets. The Asian banks were bailing out, and we were able
I
to,
remember.
we were able to pick up properties with a 70% discount, high cash flow. So that's what we 1031 exchange single family homes into commercial buildings, and it was a lot of fun, and I'm looking for that kind of fun again because FINRA made owning a broker dealer not fun anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to have fun without the oversight.
I get that, and I am guessing that a guy with your background is going to have to make some serious money.
Yes.
So, what is your plan for doing just exactly that? By the way, I've done several Reg D private placements myself, but for my own purposes, not for anybody else, and exchanges. So what is your plan to make that happen?
First of all, I like the pretty house business, and I like remodels. I did a remodel myself in San Antonio when I lived there. When I moved here, I decided to go into pretty house business because my back isn't so good in doing that work myself. And then I found your way of doing it, which is you don't even show up, let everybody else do the work for you.
So when did you go to Quick Start?
December.
Wow, you are brand new. Okay, all right. So can you explain to me what you think it's going to take to make you a very successful terms business model?
Oh, they're going to take at least 2 deals a month. And I'm going to need an acquisitionist, going to need 2 of them by the end of the year to scale up.
Okay.
But we're going to see if I could scale up that faster with maybe doing the mastering program, ramping that up a little bit quicker. I'd like to accelerate it because I'm not one to sit on the sidelines and try to build stone by stone when I could throw a building up and move in.
Okay. So you've got, this is full time for you now?
Yes.
All right. So it's you. Do you have any help yet?
No, I have some ideas and of people who can help me in the different areas that I'm working in. So I got some talent out there that I could tap into.
All right. So I want you to give me a list of things that you intend to do to get leads coming in.
Most of my leads have been from the Gold Club and my VA.
Okay. All right. Well, you know that's not good enough.
No.
Well, it's not good enough going forward, but let me just reiterate on that. He has already got 2 deals and they're under contract. And
From the Gold Club leads.
From the Gold Club. Wait till you hear this one, Ron. So he's in Georgia, but the deal that he just put together is in Jacksonville, Florida.
No
and
damn
it's
way.
from the Gold Club,
You
and
can't
it's
do
a
it.
great deal.
No way. You can't do deals in
And I'm
Jacksonville.
thinking, wait a minute, Ron didn't see that Gold Club lead, and I didn't see that Gold Club
What
lead.
street's it on?
It's on Concord, is that?
Yes,
Concord.
West
Yeah,
Boulevard.
on the north
Oh,
side.
that's Highlands. Yeah, that's not bad.
And I'm thinking,
Put a little low in
what?
there.
How'd
Okay.
you do that? But anyway, so
right.
that just goes to show you folks that even though there's Gold Club leads out there and other people get them, it doesn't mean that,
Right
you know,
in my
you're
backyard. Right in my
it's
backyard.
right in our backyard, and he got the deal. So
Hey.
you just got to call the lead. You just got to go through with
Yeah.
it. You got to have faith and just make it happen. Take action on it.
I'm just kidding, you know, there ain't but about 1.5 million people here. I don't think one house gonna make any difference.
Right, but I mean,
By the way, if you can't beat me, you're really slow. All right, so, all right, but you know, we gotta get more, you gotta get people calling you.
definitely. Then the
Yes.
Gold Club.
So what do you intend to do? Did you watch the finding, Ron's Deal Finder day before yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you got to get that. I mean, that's a must. And take a little time to learn it. We just implemented our first mailing from it yesterday. I got a bunch of noise in the background. Me too. You got that? Yeah. Do you hear that clicking noise in the background?
Yes.
It's coming from Ryan? Yeah. What's he doing? Huh? Well, he's not talking now, and I'm still getting it. Okay, now I'm not talking, neither he is, I'm still getting it. No, I don't. Okay, all right. So now, you're gonna use that, and did you just see that bot thing?
Yes, I
That
saw the
life-
bot.
Wasn't that incredible, huh?
That's amazing, yes.
Yeah, I guarantee you that will be implemented quickly around here. So you think you're going to be using the bot? I mean, you almost got to do the bot thing, for crying out loud. It's free leads. Agreed? You gonna do the
Agreed, a
bot
little
thing?
expensive
Yeah.
though.
Expensive.
I'm still starting
You mean free?
Oh, it's
starting
free?
up. Give me well, it's free to use. It's only $1,500 to get the system, for crying out loud. I thought you were in a stockbroker. Huh? Did you get any
Yes.
stocks for free? Anybody give you any free stocks? Anybody give you any free anything, for crying out loud? You should get that, man. Look, I don't care. Ain't gonna make no difference in my life, but if I were you, I'd implement that because those are quality leads. And I would bet they'd be even really good quality in Brunswick. See, there's different areas of the country. In some areas, you get leads. Some are better qualities than others, and it tends to that the lower value dollar markets, the leads are much better quality than in the higher dollar markets, if that makes any sense. And the deal finder, did you see look, I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just trying to help you get something going quick and save an awful lot of time getting your lead system working. Because if you don't obviously get that lead flow going, you're not going to reach the goal of greatness that I think you got in your mind. I mean, you're a 7-figure guy if I've ever talked to one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, well, you're going to have to get a big flow of leads coming. And then you're right. You're going to need to get an acquisitionist very quickly. And you're absolutely right. You'll need at least 2 by the end of the year, and maybe long before if you get the lead flow coming in. All right? So we got to start with that lead flow, whatever you're going to do that. And the reason I'm bringing these up is because the bots leads are free. The deal finder leads, there's a little bit of mailing, but it's target mailing. See, that's better than just blasting mail out there. Mail ain't cheap. And to mail a letter on that thing is only 79 cents. I don't know how the hell they do it, to be honest with you. 55 cents for a postage stamp. How the hell are they going to mail? I don't know. But, you know, they've got it figured out. And the postcards are dirt cheap. And then I really liked the pen program yesterday as well. It's got all kinds of cool things in it. You ought to really take a look at these things. And remember, you got a 30-day choice to send it back if you don't like it. Especially the deal finder, because it was only $300 setup fee, for crying out loud. I'm not telling you anything that I'm not doing. I'm implementing all of this stuff. So when you get that lead flow, and in your case, I'd guess, I'm just pulling the number out of the air of how many leads you'd want coming in a week, but that depends on the quality of them, doesn't it? I'd say you ought to have at least 25, 30 quality leads a week, and your deals will be, you should easily get 2 to 4 deals within 60 days if you do that, per month. And it's actually, depending on where you want to target, what price ranges you want to target, you know, you're going to need that many to get to your 7-figure number. What's your best guess as to how much you're going to get out of your normal front-end deposits in Brunswick, Georgia? In fact, do you know the median price range in Brunswick, Georgia?
No, I focused on St. Simon Island.
Oh, well,
when
higher
I
there.
first got here.
Yeah.
A really smart guy said the more dollars you waddle in,
Did
the
he?
more stick to you.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that guy have gray
So
hair?
my first deal on St. Simon is 700,000.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
that's the first one.
But that's a much smaller market. You need to work Brunswick as well. Hold on just a second. Hey Siri, what's the median price home sold in Brunswick, Georgia?
Okay, I found this on the web for what's the median price home sold in Brunswick, Georgia. Check it out.
Don't make me work so hard. Here, find it. Okay. Usually she'll tell me. If you want me to guess, I'm going to guess probably around 150,000. So,
134.7.
wow, that's low, man.
And just so you want, in case you want to know, the average price per square foot is $86, and the medium square footage is, sorry. Okay, so the median price for house is 134.7. The average price per square foot is $86, and the medium square footage is 1564.
And then, so you're in a very low-end market. So that tells me that you have got to do something. If you want to get into the pretty house business, you've got to target the higher-end part of your market. So if you've got 136,000 medium, you need to be working on houses 200,000 and above. And see, you can put all of that in the Deal Finder system is what I'm trying to tell you. And that's who you mail to. And then you narrow that damn thing. I mean, there's so many ways to narrow that down and stay. Now, if you want to be in the wholesale flip business, then you want to get down the other side of that, but that's not how you're going to get to 7 figures. But on the other hand, what's wrong with a few wholesale flips a month and netting you $10,000 to $20,000 each? So you're going to have to decide how you want your business to run or what you want in it. I'd do them both. I'd do them both because the wholesale deals are so bloody simple, and they certainly help that cash flow. But you told me you wanted the front end money and the growth, which is correct. Believe me, you get above 200,000 or 250, and 20,000 is going to be minimum deposit you're going to want to take. I love your $700,000 deal. Do we have one working?
Yeah, it's already under contract.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the terms on it?
All right, so I didn't bring that with me. Ryan, can you help me go over that with me on the terms on that other?
Yes. The one in Florida?
No,
It's
one in Georgia. I mean, yeah.
Oh,
Wait, St. Simon's. Yes.
Yes, it's 700,000.
Right.
It's needing repairs. The property value for the land itself is 693,000, valuing the house at 7,000.
Okay, what is it? How many dollars in repairs?
Probably 80,000.
How big is the house?
It's a 4-bedroom.
How many square feet?
3-bathroom. It's 2,300 square feet.
Okay. Well, all right, I don't need to get into detail in that, but what do you think the ARV is after fixed?
About 910.
That's pushing it pretty close, man. Yeah, you got a spread there. I guess it's an acceptable spread. 700 you're paying for it. All right, well, how are you buying it though?
Zero down, 4,500 a month carrying the mortgage. He only has 50,000 of equity, so if I get him this 50,000, we could finance it forever.
Okay, so it's under contract, huh?
Picking the contract up today, actually.
Okay. All right, here's what I want you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Get the contract in your hand and immediately order the title search. Make sure you're dealing with the right seller and all the sellers, or don't have any problems. Okay, do that first.
Yes.
But and so the next thing that you ought to do is go over there and walk through the property and make a list of what you think it needs. And that's where you're really going to need help from her. And she's going to come to me with that list. All right. Now I'm telling you right now, when you do that, I'm going to need photographs. You need to photo the crap out of that house. And I just want a photograph of what needs to be fixed. All right. And the front of the house. I want to see that. I want to see that list and try to get a handle around what I think the repair costs really are, because that's important here. We're going to do that. You got 30 days to close?
90.
Oh, even better. So I want to get a handle around that first. And then if we feel, and then I want to do some serious comps on this thing. Look, she's a realtor. She can do comps. Of course, you don't have the MLS in St. Simon's, but I want to make sure that we really think this thing is worth the 9, 10 or more. And I want to make sure we don't have anything on our comps that would keep us from getting an accurate. In other words, if you're using a comp that's got a pool and ours don't have a pool, you need to know that. If any of your comps are on a golf course or anything, well, she knows, but I want real comps.
I think we already did that, didn't we? Remind me on that one.
I think the Wolves did that, and it came out a little bit higher.
This was actually one that they negotiated on the which event was this? The quick start, when you're on the quick start? Yeah, so they negotiated a deal. We followed through with it. And we're already under contract.
Okay, so you got this at my events. That means I'm in for some of the profit, doesn't it? Well, you didn't read that in your quick start agreement?
Anyway.
All right. So anyway, let's do our due diligence. Keep me abreast on this thing. Now, what are you going to do with the house?
I'm going to put it on the market and sell it with owner financing if somebody wants to fix it up.
Okay, so you're not going to touch it. That's probably a smart thing to do.
No, I'm going to put $849 on it. So it needs repairs, sold as is. Comes with owner financing.
If I were you, I'd go make a list of the repairs first. And then I'd order an appraisal and I'd give that list of repairs to the appraiser. Doesn't have to be an estimate, just a list of repairs. I want to know what this house is worth if this list is done. That's called an after repair appraisal. I want you to verify that value is there. Plus, you might want to be able to use this when you're selling the house. Now, I'm going to tell you that appraisal is going to come in low, just so you'll know. Probably as much as 10% low, because he hasn't seen that work done. He don't know the quality of work that you're going to do. So he's going to knock it down some. But it's a good guideline for us to use to see what we think this thing really should go on the market for. So now, because I got a feeling that it might go higher than the 910 after repaired. So if you might be wanting to put more than 849 on it is what I'm oh, you're buying it for 700. Okay, so you're going to put 849 on it as is? That's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. Now you're not, unlikely you'll sell this to an investor, but very likely you'll sell it to an owner occupant, especially, what's the term on a note?
I believe it has 14 years left on it.
And that's your term?
And it's 650,000 left on it.
How long is our owner financing for? On the
because
the seller agreed
it's
to?
50,000, it's the term of the mortgage.
Term of the loan?
Okay, like a subject to.
All right.
Basically.
So let me think about this. If you put this on the market for 850 and you get 850, somebody's really only got to bring you 150 to get you down to the 700, and then you can sell it to them on a wrap. Okay, you're going to buy this on a wrap now. All right, you're not taking, well, you have to if you owe him 50 grand. All right, so you're going to buy it on a wrap. You can sell it on a wrap. You can wrap a wrap. Now, if somebody wants to bring you more money, like a couple $100,000 down, they probably won't because they got to put money into the house. Or they might want to bring you less money. You're okay with it either way. So if you're selling this thing for $849.9, they're only going to bring you 100 grand. So what? That means you get to keep the entire 100 grand, and now they owe you another 50 grand in addition to what you owe him. It makes sense? Okay.
Yes.
Let's take it a step at a time. My point is, if you're going to put this thing on the market, I want you to know what it's really worth. I'd like to know what the appraisal comes in. That's a $500 insurance policy that you're going to get there with that appraisal. And then let's take it from there. All right?
Okay.
And she's going to get me involved in this one.
Okay.
And you don't need a partner on it.
You want to be?
Or maybe you do. Maybe this won't work without a partner now, right? No, you don't need a partner on this. Okay.
We got this.
I want you to close this now. Don't be putting this thing under contract, go find a buyer and all that crap. I want you to get this thing under contract and close as soon, like next week, if they're ready. So do you know what the closing costs are in Georgia? They're not bad, but you need to know what they are. Because you're paying
Got
them,
a
right?
rough idea. I think it's going to be like 7,000 for.
I doubt it. Not in Georgia. It certainly would be in Florida, but not in Georgia. All right, do you have an LLC?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to close it in a land trust, and the land trust is going to be owned by that LLC. Got it? All right. All right, so any other questions?
We got another one to talk about.
I'd
Any
like to see
questions
the
on that?
contract, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions on that, Ryan?
No.
Okay. You've
That's a
already
good
got
one, man. That is a good
you
one.
already got an attorney lined up there that you're working with, right? Because you've already ordered the title. I know you've ordered the title on this one, and I thought you ordered the title on the other one. You've already ordered the title on that
No,
one, right?
we haven't signed the contract on the $700,000.
Oh yeah, that's right. We haven't signed that contract yet. We signed the
All right.
contract on this one.
Okay. Well, I
So
got to
let's-
get going here.
Let's talk about this
No,
one.
let's don't. I got to
Okay.
get going here.
This one's pretty good though. You
We're
might
breaking. All right, if you can do it in 2 minutes.
We could do it in 2 minutes, right, Ryan? We're fast.
Yes.
All right, here's testimonial. So this one's really cool. This is the one in our own backyard. So really quick, they wanted 140. So they didn't have comps. Ryan went out to the house with the comps, showed him the comps, got him down to 132. And the sellers want 1,100 a month. And of course, he said, "Is that the best you can do?" Because
So
he listened to Ron.
what's the
Got him
ARV?
down to 900. The ARV on this is we got a lease option already. We already got a buyer.
What's the ARV?
150, right, Ryan?
And how much you paying?
132.
So it's in excellent shape.
Yeah. And so we already got a lease option buyer, the guy next door.
How much down?
So 15,000.
Okay.
Monthly cash flow would be 300 a month.
That works. So you're
And
going to go ahead and buy it for 132, nothing down?
yep.
All right.
And $300 cash flow a month, 15,000 on the front end, 2,900 on the back end, probably about 28,000
For your
profit.
information, that's a good little area.
Yeah.
It's a lower income, but it's not a war zone. And I don't know what you call it, first time buyers, last time buyers or whatever. They're little boxes. And I'm going to guess this house is 1,152 square feet. How close am I?
I don't know. What's the square footage?
1,500.
Oh, this is a big house. There must be an additional room on it.
It's a quarter acre.
And then so all he did was he put up signs on the street and in front of the house, and he received a call from the signs. So how many responses did you get? I mean, you received a call from the signs immediately
I
and
get
filmed.
3 or 4 calls a day
Yeah.
from Craigslist and the signs only.
Okay, that's something I wanted to point out
all
to
you
the
need.
students. So you know that's how all you got to do. And guess who the buyer was? The neighbor,
Neighbor.
right? Right.
Okay. Too bad you didn't know that before you put up the signs, huh? Okay. Well, then you're well on your way, man. You're going to do very, very well. I see you as one of my really big stars.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun, don't we, Ryan?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to
All
go, so I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you for tuning in and contributing. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. John, let's crank up that video, and that'll take us right into lunch. And guys, we're going to go to lunch right after the video. I'm not even going to come back on. We'll be back here at 12:35. 12:35.
Here to tell Sergeant Lambert's story is this year's Academy Award nominated actor, Sam Elliott.
We were headed to Omaha Beach, and I was glad. After all the fighting in Africa and Sicily, I just wanted to get this war over with. It was daylight on the 6th. I went up on deck and found my brother Bill there. We talked about our chances and what our parents would think. About 6 a.m., the signal came to go to stations. My brother and I promised whoever survived would take care of the other's family. And we shook hands and went our separate ways. I climbed down the nets and got into the Higgins boat with my unit. On the way in, we could hear the battleships firing and see the big shells landing ahead of us. Guys were getting sick and vomiting from the choppy water and the diesel fumes. As we got in closer, the Germans had a bird's eye view of us coming in. We picked up machine gun fire. The bullets clanged against the metal ramp of the boat like hail. Then the big 88s on the hill opened up. Every time a shell whistled overhead, all you could hear was the sound of a banshee screaming. Boats around us were burning. I saw men on fire. Even their shoes were on fire. Dead and wounded were floating in the water. We had orders not to stop and pick anyone up. I told my men, when the ramp drops, hit the water hard and keep as low as you can to dodge the bullets. We sank up over our heads. That was the last time I saw most of them. 31 men jumped off that boat. Just 7 of them made it to the beach. The only cover was a block of concrete the Germans had failed to clear. That's where I set up a collection point for the casualties. Medics were trained not to dig in. We were there to see the troops and for them to see us. I detailed Corporal Raymond Lepore to hunker down and treat the men while I brought in the injured. Ray and I had been together since '39. I knew I could count on him. It was total confusion. Shells exploding, boats blowing up, people yelling because they couldn't hear anything, machine gun bullets hitting the water all around you, the roar of the boats coming in. It's like you're all alone in a world of 1 million people because you're concentrating on what you have to do. Hadn't gone far when I felt a bullet go through my right arm. I just kept going. I was thinking of only one thing, getting to the men who needed me. There was a soldier laying right on the edge of the water. One arm was almost shot off. Every time a wave would come in, that arm would be pulled back out to sea, and he'd try to reach out for it. The first thing you're supposed to do is keep a wounded man from going into shock. But he was too far gone. Nothing I could do for him. He died in my arms. I was on my way to treat another soldier when a piece of shrapnel the size of my hand tore a hole in my left thigh. I put a tourniquet on it, gave myself a shot of morphine, and went back to work. You did the job you were trained to do. If you didn't, you died. I could feel my right arm going numb from the first bullet. Saw a guy struggling in chest-deep water. Grabbed him with my good arm just as a Higgins boat rolled in and dropped its ramp. The ramp hit me right in the back, crushed 2 vertebrae, and pushed us both to the bottom. That's when I started talking to the one guy I knew could help me. I said, God, I've asked you many times, but just give me another chance. Let me save one more person. And for some reason, that boat raised its ramp and backed out. Somehow I managed to drag his boat to safety. I told Corporal Lepore he'd have to take my place. He stood up, and then he just collapsed against my shoulder. His helmet fell off, and I saw the hole right in the center. Everything went black after that. The next thing I knew, I was on a boat going back to England. A Navy doctor looked at my dog tags and he told me, we have another Lambert here. My brother's Bill's stretcher was put right next to mine on the dock at Weymouth. He'd been on the beach with G Company. We went to the hospital in the same ambulance. When I woke up, he was on the cot next to me. He looked over and said, what are you doing here? Same thing you are, I told him. And he said, oh God, now what's Mother gonna think? We both made it out okay. Bill lived to be 92. People who have never been in a war should understand what soldiers give up. The guys we left on Omaha Beach never had a chance to live the lives they've dreamed of. Day hasn't gone by when I haven't prayed for the men we lost and their families. I still wake up at night sometimes thinking about the guys. Every man that walked into those machine guns and that artillery fire on Omaha Beach that day, every man was a hero. What kind of person would I be if I didn't tell their stories? Such an honor. Such an honor, sir, to tell the story. God bless you.
Not on the big screen. Okay, guys, I want you to be thinking about that while you're having lunch today. Think about how we got here and how many people had to sacrifice to get us here, and how much belly aching and bitching we do about all the pathetic little things around us that don't really matter. Go ahead and take a lunch break right now, and then we got another video, a lighter video about our last trip to Alaska. I'm gonna bring it on at 12:30 sharp. It's only 6 minutes long. And then right after that, we'll get back to work. So I'll see you back here at 12:30. If you want to watch that 6-minute video, go get some lunch.
We had a great experience with all of our friends that are pretty much family.
Hanging out with the best friends I have in the world.
We're having a wonderful time here at Salmon Falls Lodge.
This has been an amazing, fun adventure for our entire family.
Marjorie's really enjoyed spending time with everyone and seeing all the people that she gets to see at the office during the day, here in a different environment.
Just spending time with people we work with. I mean, we're all family anyway, but this just reinforces everything.
Couldn't have been better. Hanging out with friends and family. I feel like everyone here is part of the family, the global team.
All of our vacations are ruined because this is the best ever.
We liked the zip lining. We did the adventure carts. That was a lot of fun.
The zip lining was fantastic. The carts were great. I even ran it off the road.
My favorite part was the airplane ride. That was breathtaking.
The Misty Fjord was I mean, it was unbelievable. It's beautiful.
This has been the most fantastic trip that we could have ever dreamed of. It's a trip of a lifetime. I hope to do this and make it a tradition.
We love the fishing. Of course, the halibut and the salmon were the best.
Fishing was amazing.
I loved fishing with my grandpa.
I thought the fishing was outstanding. I especially thought that the people I was with were outstanding.
Keep reeling, keep the tension. This is Lynette Wolf pulling in the first fish of the day, and it's a big one. 8:30 in the morning, and we are fishing and killing right now as we go. And Lynette is struggling.
Is it that big, Lynette?
Well, you
Keep going, honey. He's coming in.
Yeah, he is. We tired him out. All right. Way to go. Oh my God. Wow. Keep going, Jay. Oh. That's a big thing. Don't touch
That's
the
real.
rod with real.
Keep going. You got this. Is that a good one? Woo!
You hear it happen. I can sit on top. Advance on the ground. Oh. Hey everybody, it's Ron. I'm in Alaska, pulling up a halibut right now. This halibut that I'm pulling up weighs 21 pounds and 3 ounces. I'm just that good. Stop. Hello? Turn that camera off. We are glad that we're here at this time because it's a great group of people and it's a great place. I just thought you'd like to see that because we're going there this year as well. Look, I don't even know what year this is, probably my 25th or so year that I've been going to that resort. Used to owned it for 3 years until right after the '08 crash. All right, we got Mr. Ted Thomas on here. Okay.
We do.
Hey, Ted.
Hi there. Man, that looked a lot more fun than what we're
Can't hear
doing.
you.
My goodness, that was pretty good. I like that video.
My dad.
That's a classic. Gee
Try my
whiz.
other one.
Oh my God. That's a nice video.
Hey, now I can see it. Yeah, wasn't that cool?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey man, how are you, man? I haven't seen you in a while.
I'm great. I'm great. I just really like watching that video. I'd like to see it again.
Well, okay, we can handle that. We're
Yeah.
going there again end of July. I'm taking the whole company there this year.
Wow. Geez. That was great.
Hey, Ted and I go back to probably when Kennedy was alive, or shortly thereafter. We're talking about John Kennedy. Okay.
Yeah, good. Okay.
So, yeah. So anyway, Ted is the smartest guy I've ever met when it comes to tax
is
liens
not.
and tax deed certificates. Let me finish my sentence. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna give you some time to let these folks know how they can get humongous rates of return on their money with the safest investment that man ever invented. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to take a few questions after you're done. All right.
Yes, that sounds great. I'll be done
Okay.
in 59 minutes.
59 minutes. All right. I'm going to
Back
time
in
you on
59
that.
and I'll be all finished and waiting for you.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I'll see you in 59 minutes then.
All right, great. Thank you, Ron. Good to see you. I like the red shirt. Very nice. Looking good. Yeah. Yeah. We're all getting a little younger. Ho, ho. Anyway. Hi, everyone. I'm Ted Thomas and welcome. Thanks to Ron, I get to be here today. And I've known Ron, as he said, for a number of decades now. And you're in the right place. You're doing the right thing. He's going to expose you to a lot of new programs. And I'm just one of those. I have a very narrow presentation to make today because I'm an expert in tax lien certificates and tax defaulted property. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move quickly. I'm going to lay a foundation for you so that you understand tax lien certificates and tax defaulted properties. And I'll move fast, but you'll get it. This is an easy business to understand, but it's a great business for making money. So just kind of open up your mind. Let's let a lot of new information fall in. And if you make some notes, we're going to Ron and I will hang around for 10 minutes afterwards, and we'll do some questions for you. So as I say, you're in the right place. I call this presentation Wealth Without Risk. And I do that because this involves investments with local county governments. And you're going to learn how to invest with the government and get checks back from the government. And if you've got a little gray hair like I do, you're going to find out this is a safe, secure investment environment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out with a 1-minute video. Just kind of watch it. It's going to give a complete summary of what I'm going to do in the next 58 or 59 minutes. So here we go. We're ready.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Today, you are about to discover a little-known government program called tax certificates that allows you to write a check to the government and get a check back from the government with a return on your money that can be 16, 18, 24, and all the way up to 36%. My very special guest today is self-made millionaire Ted Thomas, a man who has made millions and millions of dollars for himself and his students over the past 25 years, teaching them how anybody can profit with tax certificates.
Anybody can make money, and I found that out at age 19. I was a high school dropout.
You don't have to have a college degree to use Ted's program.
It's really just about learning the process. Anybody can do this business as long as you have the right guidance.
Ted is a best-selling author, a highly sought-after lecturer. Ted Thomas is quite simply the most trusted and respected authority in America when it comes to tax certificates. And the good news is anybody can buy them anywhere across this great country, and you can do it with any level of income or education.
So you can get into this business for, $100, $50 bill.
The tax lien was only $67.12.
The big guy, the little guy, anybody can use it.
The least expensive tax lien certificate that we bought was $27, and we went on and we bought about 400 of them over the next year and made about $100,000 profit that year.
Okay, so now we're going to really get into this. So for the next 55 minutes, if you'll just stay with me, I'm going to give you some transformational ideas. They're going to show you how to make money immediately. This is a cash flow business, and you're really going to like it. So I'm going to show you some pretty amazing real estate material that most people haven't seen before. But this is new. It's an old way, but it's a new way for most people because they haven't been exposed to these tax lien certificates and tax deeds. So this will be kind of transformational. Now, I'm a guy that's like Ron. I like to do things myself, and so I do this as a business myself, but I've helped literally, as I say dozens on my slide, but hundreds of people do this. I've been doing the same thing for 30 years, first as an investor, and then as a teacher and educator like I'm doing now. So you're going to get some real wisdom from the background of someone that's been doing this for quite some time. So if you're looking for a way to make $25,000 or even $50,000, I'm definitely going to show you how to do that on one deal at a time. But we're going to show you how to do that in a safe, secure way. So I'm going to share with you some case histories of people that are actually doing this. So you don't want to hear me brag about myself. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you people doing it, and you'll kind of get the idea, but you'll learn a lot more from them than just listening to me. All right, so for the next 55 minutes while we're together, we're going to talk about first the secrets of the tax lien certificates, and I'll explain that right away. And then from there, I'll flow into how to get real estate for 60, 70, and 80% discounts with no mortgage. So with a tax lien certificate or a tax deed, if you end up with the property will have no mortgage. Now, I didn't make that law. It's the law of the land, and that's always what's going to happen. And then finally, I'm going to show you how to get properties for 10, 15, 20 cents on the dollar, no more than 35 cents on the dollar. But we buy those properties without mortgages, and we do it at the auctions. So let's get right into those tax lien certificates so you have a comfort level with this. All right, so you're going to discover how to make money directly from local counties. So a tax lien certificate is nothing more than a piece of paper, and you get that piece of paper by paying someone else's taxes. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, you want to pay the taxes because, number one, it's a safe and secure investment. You're going to have security with your investment. And look at these rates of return, 16, 18, 24, up to 36% interest on the tax certificate. It's all going to depend upon which state you do it. Now, the beauty of this investment is whenever you buy a tax lien certificate, if they don't pay you, you're going to end up with the property. Now, people say, wait a minute, how am I going to get the property? Folks, the rules are that you invest in a tax certificate, you either get paid or you get the property. So that'll be a common theme that I'll talk about throughout this presentation. So we're going to talk about tax certificates. Now, those certificates are issued on local properties by local governments. municipalities, and counties. So just keep that in the back of your mind. It's always going to be local when you do this business, but we'll show you how to do it online so you can do it all across the United States. All right, so just so you understand it, let's look at the picture on your screen right now. On the left side is a property. Now, that could be an office building downtown. It could be a ranch. It could be just a single family home, but all of them are taxable. Now, the tax is generally speaking about 1%. Now, the states like New York and California, you're going to have a little higher tax than that. But let's use 1% so we get a good understanding. All right, so looking at the house on the left, the tax due is about 1%, and it's owed to that local government center. Now, you call that a county, but we have people from all over the world that do this, okay? You can do this business from England. You can do it from all the provinces of Canada. You can do it from Singapore. You can do it from Australia. And I teach in all those places. So I call it a government center, but you're going to just call it the county. So the local tax is owed to the local county. All right. Now, if the county doesn't get paid, and there's a certain amount of people that don't pay their tax, some just refuse, other people just forget. There's all kinds of things happen. People just pass away and they don't pay their tax. All right. So what the local government will do is follow the arrows now. They'll either issue a tax certificate, that's on the left, or they'll issue a tax deed, one or the other. So I'm going to teach you both of those businesses. Both businesses you'll learn today in just this 50 minutes that we have to do this. But you'll get it and you'll completely understand it. Now, here's the beauty of buying a tax certificate. When you buy a tax certificate, you paid someone's tax. That means you now have the government's position on that property. That means you have a priority over the mortgage. So I know everybody teaches real estate. They say, well, the first mortgage is always Bank of America, Wells Fargo. It's the mortgage. No, no, no. Always the first lien is the taxes. It's always ahead. So if you own the taxes, you now control that property. So if you raise your hand and buy at a tax auction, or you do it online, either one, when you raise your hand, you now control that property. So this is a really safe investment. I tell people it's the safest, most lucrative investment in America. Why? So listen to me closely. You can't invest with me. You can't invest with a broker. You're going to invest directly with the county. So you're going to invest with the county and you're going to get money back from the county. That's what a tax lien certificate is. That means your money is protected by the property tax code. So when you buy tax certificates, it's predictable, it's certain, and it's secure. Let me say that again. Predictable, certain, and secure. What a great investment that is. So if you got a little gray hair and so on, you're going to say, whoa, I don't want to take any risk. This is a perfect investment. Now I'm going to show you both kinds. I'm going to show you tax lien certificates and I'll show you tax deeds. Now, tax deeds are for all of you that are sitting there saying, oh, well, I'm an entrepreneur. I want to take a little bit of risk, but I want to get a big, big reward. So I'll teach you both ways to do it. All right. Now, this is a very exciting investment. Why? Because you can lock in. Because when you buy that certificate, all you're doing is buying a piece of paper. Just visualize a piece of paper that came out of your printer. Just a piece of paper, that's what you buy, but that now controls the property, okay? Now look at the rates of return, guaranteed rate of return, not guaranteed by Ted, but guaranteed by the county. 16%, 18, 24, all the way up to 36%. Now don't worry, I'll get into that a little bit more in depth. Now some people always make money, and the reason they always make money, they don't have to worry about losing money, is because they're going to buy these government tax certificates. So now remember what I said. You can raise your hand at the auction to buy this certificate. You're just paying someone's taxes, but you're going to invest with the government and you're going to get a check back from the government. Nice, safe, secure investment. Now, here's what the law says. The law says the tax collector will automatically put you in number one position. Now, everybody thought it was the Bank of America or Wells Fargo, but no, you're number one. And if those people don't pay you, listen close, if those people don't come in and pay their tax certificate, they actually redeem it. You have to give them back because they gave you money. If they don't redeem that tax certificate, folks, you're going to get the property. Now, I didn't make the rules, so I'm just going to teach you the rules. And once you learn it, you're going to be able to do what I've been doing for 30 years and hundreds of my clients worldwide have been doing. All right, so let's look at the earnings on one of these certificates. All right, now remember, you buy a tax certificate, you just sit on your assets. That's right, just sit on your rusty dusty. You don't have to do any work because you raise the hand. You don't have any work to do with the tax certificate. So let's see what kind of earnings we can make while we're sitting on our rusty dusty. So if you bought a certificate in Arizona, if it stayed outstanding for a whole year, you would earn 16%. Now the banks are paying like less than 1%. So 16% is starting to sound pretty darn good. All right, so how about Illinois? Now, Illinois, it's staggering what they pay. The first 6 months, they pay 18%. But if the people haven't paid, you have to give them another 6 months to pay. You get another 18%. So 18 and 18, that's 36%. And the check comes from the government, not from Ted Thomas. You're going to get the check from the government. All right, so this is going to be a pretty healthy investment. So let's travel to Georgia. Now, Georgia is my favorite state, and I'll tell you why in just a second. But in Georgia, if you buy a certificate today and they pay you tomorrow, then you make 20% on your money in one day. So any day from day 1 to day 360, 365, I should say, any one of those days they come in and pay you, you get all your money back. Let me say that again. You get all your money back plus 20%. Is that good? I hope it is. So in that 365 days, anytime they come in and pay, you get back all your money plus a 20% return. Now, I told you that was my favorite. I'm going to come back and show you why in just a second. All right, now in Iowa, when you buy a certificate there, it just starts a little clock ticking like that. In 60 minutes, a little clock goes tick, tick. All right, well, now guess what? When you bought the certificate, if they pay it 1 month later, you get 2%. If they pay it 12 months later, you get 24%. 2% for every month that the property owner hasn't paid you. And when they pay you, you're going to get a check from the government. Pretty good, right? All right, let's look at Texas because everybody asks me about Texas. Now, in Texas, what happens there is you raise your hand, you buy a certificate, okay? They call it a redeemable deed. If the people come in and pay the next day, you make 25%. I said, one day you can make 25%. And the check is going to come from the government. So this is not too bad. So when you buy a certificate, first of all, you're going to get your money back, and then you're going to get one of these high percentages. All right, now I talked about Georgia being my favorite. Now here's why Georgia is my favorite. First of all, there's 159 counties in Georgia. That means there'll be 159 auctions this month. Every month there's 159 auctions. They're all authorized by the state legislature to have an auction. Now, if there's 159 auctions, you don't have enough life left to go to 159 auctions. But think about it. But here's what happens in Georgia. If you buy a certificate today, you get all year to pay you. So if they come to the 365th day and they haven't paid you, then you have a certificate. You can say, well, I'm going to foreclose and take the property away. But if you're my student, I don't want you to do that. I want you to let it roll into the next day. Let it go into that certificate into the 366th day, and you'll no longer make 20%. Now you'll make 30%. And if it goes another year, you'll make 40%. And if it goes another year after that, you'll make 50%. Now, folks, I didn't make the rules. I'm just bringing you the message. I've been doing this for 30 years. I have hundreds of clients just doing it in Georgia. Why? Because they have an auction every month. Worst case is to make 20%. Your worst case in Georgia is 20%. Your worst case in Texas is 25%. So you're kind of getting the idea. All right, so this is a powerful, powerful investment. You just fall in love with it. The more you do it, the better you're going to like it. So here's the deal. Every property is like the one on the left, could be an office downtown, could be a residential lot, could be a farm, whatever it is, they have a property tax. It's always owed to the local county. I call it government center there. If they don't get paid, they only got a couple options. One, half of the states sell a tax lien certificate. So if you're in Florida, they sell tax lien certificate. But other states don't do that. The other states sell a tax deed. Now, what that means is they're going to give you a deed. They're going to sell you a deed to the property. And so those properties are actually confiscated. So in the deed state, if the people don't pay the tax, the government goes out and they seize, they confiscate that property. Well, the government doesn't want any more property. So what they do is they put it out for a tax defaulted auction. Now, remember, a few minutes ago, we were talking about a tax lien certificate auction. Now we're talking about a tax defaulted property auction. Now, those properties are sold real close to the back taxes. So whatever the back taxes were, that's what the government wants to collect. So they don't necessarily mark it up 10,000 or 50,000. They just put them on the market for the back taxes. Now, there's going to be thousands of those nationwide. Matter of fact, it's about 2.5 million tax defaults every year, 2.5 to 3 million every single year. So I hope you guys are getting it. Now, the next slide, this is the most important one I could ever tell you about. Why? Because this is what makes it so safe and secure. You see, it says the government gives you the right to getting all your money back. The government gives you the right to all the money back. Now, can you start a business downtown? I don't care if it's a barbershop or a new franchise. Are you guaranteed to get your money back? If you go to the stock market, can you be guaranteed? Can you go to a mutual fund, be guaranteed? No, but you can buy these certificates. And the government says, if you buy tax lien certificates, you'll either get paid or you get the property without a mortgage. How good is that? Well, that's what this investment is. It's been around for 200 years. So everything I say, now I probably look 200 years old, but I'm not quite, but for 200 years, they've been doing this. 200 years, the government. What system do you know has been around 200 years? Well, this one. Why? Because it works for everybody. The government likes it, and you like it. So you just have to learn how to do it. All right. So now these tax collectors, if you're buying tax liens, you can earn all the way up to 36%. Now, you and I know sometimes you can't make 36% on a property, no matter how good you are. But this is what this business is all about. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, you're saying, why on earth are these counties selling these tax liens? Well, let me tell you why they're selling them. Because you see, the local county has a lot of responsibility. It doesn't matter whether you're in Duval County or whether you're in Dallas County or whether you're in Los Angeles County. All those counties have a lot of bills to pay. So let's look at this little house that I've got built there. That's how the police get paid. That's how the fire department gets paid. And they get a certain amount to fix the roads and the hospitals. And who takes care of the schools? The schools would have to shut down right now if they didn't collect property tax. So property taxes are a big business across the United States. And what they'll do if someone doesn't pay tax in the tax lien states, they make a tax lien certificate and they sell those. Anybody can buy them. You can buy them for $50, 500, 50,000. There's all different amounts. So make you a list of them, and I'll show you those in just a minute. All right, so you're getting the idea. So they're going to sell tax liens in half of the states, and then the other half of the states will sell tax defaulted property. That means you're going to get the property. So you better make sure you go out and look at it. After all, you wouldn't marry the guy if you didn't see him, ladies, right? Well, don't buy a property unless you've seen it. Okay, that's going to make a lot of sense. All right, so why haven't the brokers told you guys about this? Now, the brokers are not bad people, but here's the challenge the broker has. You see, the broker is in business. They have to make commissions because otherwise they don't get paid. Doesn't matter whether it's a stockbroker or whether it's a real estate broker. So they don't get paid. What about attorneys? Why haven't they told you about it? What about financial planners? Why haven't they told you about it? Well, what about just finance people? They don't talk about it because they can't get paid by the county. The county says no commissions, no commissions. So that means you and I have to learn this alone. We have to learn this by ourselves. Nobody else would tell us about it because the brokers couldn't get paid. Why would they tell you? Now, if you get a stockbroker, they'll tell you about every stock in the world. You get a real estate broker, they'll tell you about all the good deals around town, whatever you want. They'll do what you want, but they can't make commissions on tax certificates. So this is kind of a secret, but it's been around for 200 years. I didn't make it up. I'm not the first guy that ever did it, but I'm going to tell you, I built a huge business worldwide that does this business, and I can teach you how to do it. As a matter of fact, a little later on, I'm going to invite you to a free event. A free event. It's going to take place in 2 weeks. I'll tell you more about that in a minute. All right, so let's look and see what happens when somebody does this. I like to use case histories so you learn from that because you won't forget it more than likely. You'll forget what I looked like, but you probably won't forget what these people are. All right, so now this guy is a senior citizen, so we'll kind of start there. He's a senior citizen, but it doesn't matter if you're 16 years old. You can do the same thing. Now, what he's going to do, and look closely at the slide now. Now, look behind him, and you can see property there. All right, what he's going to do is he's going to pay the taxes on that property. He's going to buy the tax lien certificate because those people didn't pay their tax. Then look over his shoulder, and in the back of that, you can see a lot where they're starting to build, and they're building houses on those lots. Well, obviously, the builder has gone broke. They haven't been able. So read the bottom of the screen. So he purchased tax liens on 2 houses and 27 lots. Now, he doesn't go manage it. He doesn't cut the lawn. He doesn't have to collect the rent. He is just going to take that property on the list. He's going to pick that one out. He's going to look at it, and then he's going to raise his hand, and he's going to pay the taxes. That's all he's going to do. Let's see what happens.
I bought tax certificates, people that did not pay their taxes. I paid their taxes. I paid around $6,900, just shy of $7,000. I got 18% of my money. I just got redeemed in December, and I got $1,890 back, which is 18% on your money. Where in the economy of today with the banks and the mutual fund are you going to get 18% on your money? It's not going to happen.
Okay, now remember, now he didn't go and buy that house. He didn't buy a house. He just bought the lien on that house, and he doesn't have to go manage it. He doesn't have to clean it up. He doesn't have to rent it out, anything. So when those people come in to pay their tax, well, then he got paid his 18%. If he didn't get paid, well, I'll show you what happens in a minute. All right, so let's review. Every property has a tax, always owed to the local government center. That's the county. All right, if the county doesn't get paid, if you're in a tax lien state, then the tax lien state, you can earn 16, 18, 24. Or if you're in a tax deed state, they're actually going to sell that property. And believe me, they sell those properties. It's going to happen all the time. And in both cases, tax liens or tax deeds, there's no mortgage. So you don't have to worry about the mortgage. It's going to be wiped out. All right, now why are you here? You guys are here because you want to learn, because you want to make big money in the future. Well, as I said when we started, if you go to LeGrand, you're in the right place. He's got lots of course materials. Find the one you like and then just get yourself going. It's very important that you get someone like Ron and his team to guide you where you're going. It's important. Take my word for it. You'll get there a lot faster than being a do-it-yourselfer. All right, now I've got some solutions for you. And if you'll kind of grasp and you'll embrace these solutions as I give them to you, well, then you're going to be successful. I've been doing this for a long time. This is all I do. I don't do anything else. I just teach people how to do this and how to make money. Now, most people come to me and they have cash flow issues. Well, tax lien certificates are a cash flow vehicle. You buy them, within 24 months, you will get paid. All certificates are going to pay you within 24 months. So it's cash flow. That's what comes in from those. But some of you are probably saying, well, Ted, I've already got a job, so I can handle the cash flow, but I need a better job. All right, well, let me tell you about this business. Now, I won't give you a long history, but I'll give you a 30-second one. With tax lien certificates and tax deeds, they've been around for 200 years. They're not going away. This business gets better every year. Why does it get better every year? Because it's bigger and it's more abundant. Every year, there is more because there's more people, there's more houses, and more properties that will go into some kind of default. Now, just because someone doesn't pay their taxes on their house and the tax lien certificates, don't think they're bad people. They're not bad people. People have problems. I don't know. They had a hurricane and blew the roof off. Maybe there was a flood. Maybe they had a car accident. Or maybe their hospital bill didn't get paid. I don't know. But people have all kinds of challenges, so they pay late. Well, if they pay late, the government doesn't like that. So what we'll do is we'll pay the taxes for them. What's wrong with that? And then we get nice returns, 18, 24. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. All right, so kind of stay with me, and I'm going to give you some solutions now, and I'm going to show you that if you're in tax liens, and you're going to be in a predictable, certain, and secure business. Very predictable because the rate is predicted by the county. Every time you invest, it's secured by a property, so you don't have. So predictable, certain, and secure. Great investment. I say that because you can't invest with me. You can't invest with a broker. Read this slide. You invest with the government, and your checks are coming back from the government. That makes it safe and secure. Interest rates, it's written right on your certificate. So you know the stock market goes up and down like this, right? Well, how about the interest rates? Well, they do the same thing. Right now they're low, but they go up and down. I don't know what the interest, but I know what it is on a tax certificate because it's written right on there. So this is a safe haven investment. All right, now look at the slide. You already know all that now. So just keep that in the back of your mind. That's exactly how the system works. It's not going to change. It hasn't changed in 200 years. That same system was in place 50 years ago. When I started 30 years ago, that was the same system. All you have to do is learn it once, and you can do this for the rest of your life. All right, now how would you feel if you could make 50,000, 75, or 100,000? Well, you're not going to make that on a tax certificate, but you are going to make that by buying a tax defaulted property for just the back taxes with no mortgage. Just the back taxes with no mortgage. How would you feel? Well, you could probably close your eyes and lean back and say, whoa, if I could get a check like that, everything would change. So that happens all the time. All the time that happens. Why does it happen? Because people walk away from properties, people pass away, they don't know what happened to their property. So let's get some demonstrations and see what the heck happens. So I want you to start imagining that you got a property for 6 cents on the dollar or 10 cents on the dollar, and there was no mortgage. So I showed you a few minutes ago, you saw Rocco, he bought tax lien certificate. He was so happy with his 18%. So you're going to buy more. You can buy as many as you want. Sometimes you'll go there, there'll be 20 or 30,000 certificates to buy, not one or two, 20 or 30,000. So this young couple, they came and they learned just like you're learning now. So they attended the 3-day, which I'm going to invite you guys to. All right. And they learned how to do this. And here's what they learned. Same thing I just taught you. The tax certificates are safe and secure. They also learned if they don't get paid, the property keys come to you. What better is that? If you don't get paid, you get the property without a mortgage. So they started out small. Now, they don't want to go big. They're conservative. They're raising a family. And so what did they do? They bought a tax certificate for $11,000. I said they bought a certificate for $11,000. Now, when you buy a certificate, you just take the certificate home, you just put it on your desk, and then you sit on your rusty dusty. There's no work. It's a passive investment. I said it's passive. So keep your job, keep doing that, keep moving up the corporate ladder, whatever it is you're doing. Just keep all that going because there's no work to do with a tax certificate. You just wait. Just wait. So that's what they did. They just sit back and they waited. Now, they bought that certificate in Phoenix. Now, I tell everybody the same thing, so I'm going to tell you right now. Don't buy a certificate and don't buy a property unless you've seen it. Now, guys, you know you wouldn't marry that woman if you hadn't seen her. So it's the same thing with real estate. If you haven't seen it, for goodness sake, don't buy it. All right. Now, I get people at the auctions where they're standing beside me and say, oh, Gladys, let's go look and see what we bought. Well, they might have bought something they didn't wish they had. All right. So those folks are going to stay home and they're not going to do anything. So read the bottom of the slide with me. It says they bought a tax certificate. They did it in Arizona. They expected to make 16%. That's the highest rate in Arizona. So they thought they were going to make $1,500 a year. But before they bought it, what they did is they went out and took a look. Whoa, look what they bought. Now, remember the rule. If you don't get paid, you're going to get the property. How's this looking? A lake, waterfront in Arizona is pretty good. So obviously a man-made lake there. All right, well, so they waited and they waited and they waited. And they had to wait 2 years in Arizona. And guess what? The homeowners didn't pay the tax. They didn't pay the tax. So that means they're going to get the property. Well, sure enough, the judge awarded them the property because they didn't get paid. Now they've got this nice property, which is going to be assessed at a big number. And what do? They rented it out. They rented it out until they got their $11,000 back. They just kept renting it out. Well, then what did they do? Well, they said, well, people didn't pay. We can do anything we want. So they sold the property.
It's a lot easier than you think. It's not so scary once you know, okay, you can just ask these questions. And we turned to Ted, we turned to all his education, we turned to the coaching staff to get the questions we have answered because they're experts.
This particular property was a very nice property, and in our opinion, nice enough to actually live in. We were in it total for $11,000.
Both of those. And we rented that at $1,225 for 15 months.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we collected all the money back from our initial investment and more.
And more.
And then after holding it as a rental for some time, then we decided, okay, the property is appreciating so quickly.
Yeah.
Phoenix was really hot. So it was appreciating so quickly. We ended up selling the property and the sales price was?
We had a contracted sales price of $184,000 and $169,000 hit our bank account.
Whoa, $169,000 hit their account. Not bad on an $11,000 investment. Now, if you do the math, for every dollar that they invested, they got $17 back. Wow. Is that a good investment or what? You don't have to do too many of those and you're going to be pretty darn happy. Now, they use Zillow to sell the property. That was a nice piece of change. Now, is every deal going to be like that? Well, of course not. But how many of those do you have to do in your life? You don't have to do too many. So I know you'd be feeling pretty darn good if you did that. So the point is, this business works either way. If you want to buy tax lien certificates and just go home and sit down and wait to get paid, you can do that. If you buy a tax lien certificate and the property owner never shows up and that happens, you see what happened here. So in both ways, you can make money with tax lien certificates, whether they pay you or they don't pay you. All right. Now, I know how you feel if you did a business like this. You'd be feeling pretty darn good. Are you in a risk, high risk or low risk? It's low risk. Why? Because you're going to invest with the government. You're going to get a check back from the government. Now, women love this business. I teach people to buy these properties low and sell them low. I say buy them low and sell them low because I don't like to get involved in fix up and have to have a lot of staff to do that and a lot of extra investment. So I like to buy it low and then I sell it low because I'm always looking for those fixer-upper people that want to do that. It seems to me that there's a lot of those out there. So that's who I try to sell. So you want to start thinking to yourself, would learning a skill like this be in your best interest? So ask yourself that question and then ask yourself, how much do you want this? Well, you probably want it a lot because you want to run the Grants event. That tells me a lot because you're there, you want to do something, you want to change. So if you're willing to kind of throw out some of those old ideas and it's time to do some new things, well, you're in the right place. So you're kind of getting what I'm talking about. But here's what I know is going on in the back of many of your heads. Many of you are saying to yourself, well, this sounds too good to be true. Now, I've heard that for 30 years. For 30 years, people have said to me, Ted, this sounds too good to be true. Well, you guys won't believe this, but 25 years ago, I had black hair and I was skinny and I wanted to do an infomercial. So I went to CBS and NBC and I said, look, I want to do an infomercial. And they said, well, what do you want to do it on? I said, well, tax liens. I love these tax liens and tax deed. So I told them about it and they just scratched their head and said, no way, nobody's going to believe this. Nobody will believe it. And I said, well, it's the government. It's not me. They said, well, we're not going to play any infomercial like that. I said, well, what if I get an attorney and the attorney comes with me on the infomercial? They said, oh, well, that might be a little bit different, but okay. So here's what happened. So sure enough,
Ted, I have to tell you, when we heard about your system, the producers of this show said this sounds almost too good to be true. And they wanted to get an outside opinion from an attorney. So we contacted real estate expert, attorney, and the author of the New York Times bestseller, How Come That Idiot's Rich and I'm Not? Welcome now, Robert Sheeman. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Lynn, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Now, Robert, Ted Thomas has been telling us about tax certificate investing and how it is a government-backed program and totally legal. And we wanted to verify with an outside legal and real estate expert like yourself that what Ted is saying is true.
Well, it's not only for real, and it's not only absolutely true, but it's legal and it's statutory. It's not just out there as some investment. This is backed, approved, and written by state governments. This is how the governments collect their tax money when people don't pay their property taxes.
So is it safe to say that this is not a far-fetched get-rich-quick scheme and that tax certificates are a predictable, certain, and secure investment that is government-sponsored and backed up by property tax laws in each state?
That's right. They occur everywhere. Wherever there's a property tax to be collected, they're legal, they work, the returns can be absolutely fantastic, and this is all for real.
Robert, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Well, folks, I hope all this is making some sense to you guys. But these tax lien certificates, they've been around for 200 years. I didn't invent them. I just have memorized the system, learned how to do it, learned how to teach other people to do it. And believe me, making money is not complicated once you learn how to do this. Okay, so what I've really said that's so important to you is really on this slide. Now, you can see the slide is black and white. Well, the law is black. There's no gray area in the law. The law is black and white. You can read it with me right in the center of the slide. You get paid or you get the property. And if you get the property, you get the property without a mortgage. Folks, that's as good as it's ever going to get. All right, now let's learn how to make some money. So I want you to grab your telephone or a piece of paper that you can write a couple of things down. So I'm going to give you a couple of quick examples and show you how people make money with tax lien certificates. And then I promised you I'd start to show you how to get properties for 60, 70, 80% discounts. And I'm going to show you that too. So first, let's learn how to make a little bit of money with tax lien certificates. So a quick story. I've got a friend that lives over in Denver, Colorado. And he called me. He said, Ted, I just put $2,000 in the bank. And I said, well, why did you do that? He said, well, I'm 35 now and I want to retire when I'm 55. And I said, well, okay, what's your bank paying you? He said, the bank is going to give me 3.75. I said, wait a minute, the banks are paying 1%. He said, no, I got a special deal at the bank. I said, okay, how much are you investing? He said, 2,000. So write that down. So 2,000. All right. What was the rate? 3.75. I said, okay. All right. So you're going to leave it there every year? I said, tell me this. What's it going to be worth in 20 years when you want to retire? He said, well, I don't know. So here's what I did. With my phone, I put $2,000. Then I put 3.75. I figured out 1 year. I did it 19 more times. Well, at the end of the 20 years, his $2,000 is going to be worth a whopping $4,000. What kind of retirement is that? So he said, what should I do? I said, I'm not a financial advisor. I just teach people tax liens and deeds. He said, well, can I do it in Colorado? I said, yeah. He said, well, what can I make here? I said, you probably make about 16. He said, really? I said, what? You could do that easily. He said, okay, so I put $2,000 in at 16%. How much is that going to be worth? So he did that. He put 16, put it in once in the phone, 2,000, 16%. Guess what? End of 20 years, there's what it's worth. So you decide. It's your money. You want to get 4,000, you want to get 30,000. See, I know it's wrong. When you go and watch all this stuff and you're watching the screen in front of you, you're saying, oh, I'm not so sure. I don't want to have anything that's going to break my heart. You know, folks, this program won't let you down. Why won't it let you down? You can't invest with me. You're going to have to invest with the government. You can find out that I'm teaching about this program right now. If earlier I said, if you went to Iowa, you could earn 24%. Ted, are you serious? Yeah, I said, yes, you can earn 24% in Iowa. So now let's do it again. 2,000 in the phone times 24%. Do it once, then reiterate it 19 more times. At the end of 20 years, the 2,000 is no longer 2,000. It's, whoo, take a look at that. 120. Folks, what would your family think if you took 2,000 and turned it into 120? What would they think of you? They'd think a lot different than they do now, I'll tell you that. How big a risk did I take? I didn't take any risk. I invested with the government. I got a check back from the government. Doesn't get any better than that. So the system always works. It actually always works. All right, so let's make a transition now. We learned about tax lien certificates. So let's go over and learn about those tax defaulted property, because, oh, brother, those babies got some tax on. And when they go to auction, this is where the big money is. So, all right, so I made some pretty big discoveries as I'm going along. So I'd like to show you how this thing works, okay? So when I learned it, a couple of people told me, said, Ted, go to Baltimore. And I said, why do I want to go to Baltimore? They go to Baltimore because they pay 24%. So I called a woman in Baltimore at the county office, and I said, listen, my name is Ted Thomas. I want to buy some tax certificate. Do you have a list that I could look at? And the woman said to me, I'm going to send you a catalog. I said, what? She said, I'm going to send you a catalog. You can choose in the catalog which one you want. And she did. She sent me a catalog. It had 9,000 certificates just in Baltimore. So that dawned on me, oh my God, they're doing this all over the United States. So I called Tampa, Florida. That's over on the west side of Florida, on the Gulf side. And I called over there to Tampa and I said, do you sell tax certificates? And they said, yes. I said, what do you pay? They said, 18%. I said, 18%? That's pretty good. And I said, can I have a list? And the woman said, oh no, I can't send you a list. I said, couldn't you just send it in the mail to me and then I could choose the one? She said, no, I can't send it. Finally, I said, well, why can't you send me a list? She said, the list is too big to send. I said, what? She said, the list is too big to send. So what'll I do? She said, you'll have to go to the newspaper. So I went to the newspaper. Take a look, folks, 40,000 certificates, 40,000. I know you won't believe that. So I brought one of those newspapers here with me. It's going to be hard to see on camera. Take a look at that. 40,000 certificates in that newspaper. There's no pictures in there. None whatsoever. You want to see Jacksonville, where Ron LeGrand lives? This is Jacksonville. They got 30,000 certificates there. You want more than that? Wait a minute, I'll show you more than that. Okay, I'm getting to this is my desk over here. Just turn around my desk. Okay, you won't believe it. This is the Miami Herald. Look at that. That's a Miami paper. 85,000 tax certificates. So how many do you want? You can get as many as you want. Okay. All right. So that's tax certificates. Now let's transition. There's half the states that sell the property. They call those tax deeds. This is the big bucks. Oh, Ted, so what'd you do? So what I did is I decided to call New York. Now there's all the counties in New York. So all those guys, so I started calling them up. Do you sell property? Yeah, we sell properties. So I said, well, gee, I'd like to see some of those properties. They said, well, you can get a brochure. Now I downloaded these from the internet. There's the brochures. Now get up close to your screen. Look at that. Look at Sullivan County. It's only a 3-hour drive from New York City. They got 382 properties at that auction. 382. Holy schmoly. 382 at that one place. All right, so all of those, this is the auction. Look, the auction is going to take 2 days. Look up at the top. I circled it for you. Minimum bid, back taxes. 382 properties, minimum bid tax. Is that a good buy? Well, you got to find one in the 380. You might find 21. I don't know how many you're going to find. All right. Look at this. Look at the numbers from 468 properties. They can't even sell all those in one day. Folks, there's so much abundance in this business, they can't sell them all. Let me say it to you again. There's so much abundance, they can't sell them all. Now, you might go to your little county and they don't have very many, but nationwide, they can't sell all these properties. They have to put them on leftover lists. I have other classes. I just teach people how to buy the leftovers, okay? Now, this couple went through my class. Now, I want you to listen. I'm going to invite you to come to the same thing. It's a 3-day class. We take it A, B, C, D. And you know, when you leave, these people left the 3-day class that I'm going to invite you to. By the way, the class is going to be free. LeGrand has rules. The rule is if you invite them, they got to come free. So you thank Ron, don't thank Ted. Because he said, you want to see my people? I'll send them to you, but they got to come free. These people went to the free class. Listen close.
I first met Ted last August through Dave Dubois' webinar. And we had decided that we really needed something more for our retirement. And when I saw tax deeds, I really knew that this was something that we could do and that would work for us.
The first time Joan brought this tax liens and deeds business to my attention, I thought it was just one of those other get-rich-quick schemes that we've seen so many of before. You know, they're always too good to be true until you actually investigate them, and then you know they are. This one here was different. Once you got into the auction part of it itself, the more we researched it, the more we found that it was viable.
We went to our first auction in June, 2 weeks ago, in Sullivan County, New York. And there were 500 properties up for auction, and we ended up buying 4 of them. The first one we got was a single-family home. It was valued at $70,000. We paid $25,000 for it. It has a tenant already in it. She's on renter's assistance, so the government is actually going to pay us $800 a month rent. The second property we bought was 27 acres of land on a beautiful side hill overlooking the river. Forested land. It's divided into 5 lots. It's valued at $175,000, and we paid $12,000 for it. Then we also bought 2 residential lots. They're both about 2 acres, and one we paid $1,000 for, one we paid $600 for. They're both valued at $20,000.
Without taking Ted's course, we'd never have learned how to do tax deeds and liens. We had heard about them before, but it's very difficult to find the lists of properties that are available, and let alone trying to find which counties have sales on at what time and all that kind of stuff.
But Ted gives us all that information. It's very well laid out, and we're just excited about our future. This is going to give us all of our dreams and hopes fulfilled, because we do it together, and the earning potential is unlimited.
Retirement, here we come.
Okay, folks, I'm going to do the analytics with you right now. So just take a second and keep your attention on the screen, because you're going to see that this is a pretty phenomenal system and what's going to happen here. So the first property, they said it was worth $70,000, but they only paid $25,000. But they had a renter in that property that was bringing in $10,000 a year. Now, I don't know if I'd sell that property because it's bringing in 30-40% return right now. But the second property that they bought, the second property was on the water, and it was subdivided into 5 lots. Okay, now look at the value of the property. I don't establish that value. The tax collector established it. So people believe the tax assessed value. So as a tax assessed value of $175,000. Now think about what's actually happening here. $175,000 tax value, and they only paid $12,000. Folks, that's 6 cents on the dollar. Now you tell me, could you make money if you can buy property without a mortgage, and you can buy property for 6 cents on the dollar? So you're getting the idea. So this is a powerful way to make money. Now, what does he do about selling those properties? Well, if you want to sell them, what you're going to do is, I'm going to suggest you buy it low and sell it low. And so when you buy it low and you sell it low, what you can do is you're going to have a lot of traffic that other people wouldn't get. So we use Craigslist, we use eBay, we use the newspapers, we use signs, we use everything we can to sell it. And what we do is we use that tax assessed value. So we know the tax assessed value was $175,000. Now think about this. We're going to buy it low and sell it low. So we bought it for $12,000. Now we're going to sell it for only $62,000. You tell me, is it going to take you 4 months, 4 weeks, 4 days? What's it going to take? You're going to be able to sell that property and make yourself a lot of money very, very quickly. So this system always works. It's worked every time we've ever tried it. It's going to work for you. Why will it work? Because you're buying low and selling low. Now you can do the same thing with the lots, and I'm not going to go through all that right now, because if you buy a lot for $600, I know you can sell it. So many of you are going to want to do this online. So we teach you to do this online. Now, we pioneered this 5 to 7 years ago. We started doing it, and then we found out we can really make a big difference in a person's life. Why? Because we can buy these properties online. So the next person I'm going to show you doesn't even live in the United States. He's going to do the whole thing online. Now, this guy was a broker, so he can move a little quicker than you and I would move when we start. But he's going to make himself $40,000 in 40 days. $40,000 in 40 days. And so what he did is he bought online. I showed him how to do it online, and I showed him how to sell it online. So you're going to get to see a little of that right now.
My name is Joe Ricards. I live in Kelowna, BC. I do creative real estate in Canada. Have been doing that for 20 years. I've purchased about $200,000 worth of other real estate courses over the span of about 7 to 10 years. Looking for the next big thing in real estate investing, looking for something better than I was doing in Canada. Well, TEDS is one of the only systems I would say, especially as a Canadian, that he was very upfront that, okay, if you're going to do this, you're going to need to do it down in the States, as opposed to the US gurus coming up to Canada and saying, oh yeah, this works up here too. I found that not to be the case. So it was refreshing to know that what I'm getting is what I'm getting with Ted. From Ted's course, then I participated in the Pinellas County auction online and bought a property at my second auction in Clearwater Beach, in actually an area called Island Estates, which is a very prestigious area. And net, it's about a 40K profit flip. So that was my first deal.
Okay, so that was his first deal. And folks, I want to tell you, we don't buy junkers. We buy good properties. We do good properties. So think what would happen to you if you could learn how to buy these at auction and you could buy them at a low price, sell them quickly, and move on to the next deal. So you're kind of getting the idea. This thing really does. All right, now I have to move forward by a couple of slides here, and I want to take you to this guy here. All right, now this guy, he started with me because he wanted to learn about, I'm going to back it up here. He wanted to learn how do you do this thing, and you do it online. So I'm going to show you how to do this thing online, but I'm going to give you a competitive advantage that nobody else has. Nobody has this advantage, okay? And what it is pretty simple, but once you see this, you're going to say, oh my God, this is a game changer. So get ready, because I'm going to give you a game changer, all right? Now, what happens is they say, this is hard, this is not going to, I don't know if I'm going to get it. Well, here's how easy it can be. All right, so I give you a competitive advantage. So look real close at the slide that I'm going to show you now. And on the slide on the bottom, you can see a thumb drive. When you see that thumb drive down there on the bottom, that thumb drive will access every county and every property in the United States from wherever you're sitting right now. If you have the internet and you're sitting in your kitchen table, it'll show you how to do it from the internet and your kitchen table. Now, just think about what I just said. All right, so we can access every property. Now, the next picture that you're going to see, this is all the counties in the United States. This is all the counties. So we can access every one of them, and we can access every property that's in that county. So we'll find out we can know the name of the county, the telephone number, the email, the auction list, everything they have, we can get it right online. Every bit of that information is accessible online. All right, so let's say we took a place like Florida. Now, Florida has about 67 counties, but you don't know which one to go to. So watch what's going to happen. I'm just going to do a demonstration of it. Just takes about 45 seconds, and watch what's going to happen.
This is our Platinum Thumb Drive directories that will give you access to every county in the United States. So let's use Florida as an example. Let's click on Florida on the map. And I'm going to use Volusia County, Florida. So let's click on Volusia. Right here, we're given the contact information for Volusia County's tax collector, as well as a link directly to their site. Just below that, we have Volusia County's property appraiser's contact information and a link to their site. Here's a quick example property. So you're given the property information here. We can also view an aerial image to see what the property looks like. It's outlined in red, and then we can see the surrounding area.
Folks, we never left your kitchen table. You could do all that at your kitchen table. You could never do that before. All right, so this guy's name is BR. He called me, he said he bought this property at the auction. I taught him how to do it, and I said, well, that looks like a pretty good property. He said, yeah. I said, you going to sell it? He said, oh, no, I don't want to sell it. I said, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to rent it. I said, well, good. What do you think you'll get for rent? So he checked around the neighborhood. Now, the reason he was able to find that property, he just used the drive that I just told you about, and he likes to buy in Georgia. Now, here's Georgia. How would you know which county to go in? Well, you can access every county from your kitchen table. How good is that? That's pretty good. All right, so what did he do? He bought this property for $326. Now, I don't know if you're going to get a property for $326. I never did, but he did with no mortgage on it. So you look, is it worth $20,000, $50,000? I don't know, but he don't want to sell it anyway. So he checked around the neighborhood, and what did he find out? He found out that rental in that neighborhood for that house should be around $700. So what did he do? He went ahead and rented the property out. Yeah, now do you rent it to get top dollar? No, he just got a guy that would pay him $6,000 for the year. He spent $300. Now look, I don't know if you're ever going to get a property that cheap, but I do know this. If you don't get in the game, you won't be able to get any property at that. So let's look at this investment. $300 investment. He spent $1,500 fixing it up. And then sure enough, he got $6,000 check for the whole year. Folks, it doesn't get a lot better than that. Now, I don't spend a lot of time with rental properties because we like to buy them and then quickly sell them, but he wouldn't sell them. So I don't know which way you want to fit into the equation. You can do whichever one that you like the best. But anybody that comes to my event, we show you right at the event how to use that, so you'll understand it completely. All right, now I'm going to run out of time, but I want to make sure that I show you this guy. Because if you're in this because you want to make big money with investments, this is a big money business if you want it. You want to make a little money, I can show you that. You want to make big money, so this is going to take a couple of minutes. Now, this guy does not live in the United States. Now, you can do it here, but I wanted to show you people doing it online because that's so important today. So he's in Saskatchewan, Canada. It's a huge province there. All right, but he's going to buy in Los Angeles. Now, I tell people, get started with residential lots because you can buy them really cheap, not a lot of bidding going on. So that's exactly what he did. So he started out with a residential lot in Riverside County. All right, now there's a residential lot. He's going to buy it for absolutely peanuts, but wait till you see what the values are. So he finds a good value, tax assessed value. There it is, $229, but he only spent 15 cents on the dollar. Now, folks, if you can get an 85% discount, is that a good deal for you? You're darn right it's a good deal for you, so you want to start thinking about that. So he quickly sold. He just got a broker, and he sold that property. So he could stop right there if he wanted, but let's hear from him.
My name is Kelly Osmack, and I'm from Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm a Ted Thomas student. I had purchased a lot in Riverside County, or Riverside. I purchased it for $35,000, and after I got my title, I listed it. It was listed for a month, and I got a full cash offer of $55,000 US.
So he got $55,000. So he made $20,000 from his
After that
basement
deal,
office.
I went to the Kitsap County in Washington and purchased a 5-acre parcel in Kingston, and I paid $131,000 for that property. It had a 1,300 square foot manufactured home and a barn on the property. Really nice property. I had it listed at $280, and I received a full price offer in 4 days.
4 days. Now, folks, if you can sell in 4 days, he must have priced it right. So let me show you a Ron LeGrand deal. You want to see a Ron LeGrand deal? You're going to really be amazed at this next one. Okay, he bought one more property, which I'm going to show you, and then that's going to be enough of him.
I went back to Riverside because it's a great place. I love Riverside for whatever reason. In May, I bought another property. It's in Desert Hot Springs. It's another 5-acre parcel. It's awesome. Yeah, I bought this property.
Whoa.
For $177,000, 5 acres of land. On Zillow, they had it listed in 2011 for $798,000. There's this house. There's another 900 square foot nanny mother-in-law house. There's outbuildings. It's a beautiful property. I had a realtor go look at it, and he said, yeah, it's in, like, from the exterior, looks like it's in decent shape, depending what the inside is. He said it could range for anywhere from, 500 to 800. I'll probably clear 100,000 US on that deal. I've never left my basement office.
Folks, he did all that from a basement office. Look at the value of that. Now, he didn't sell it for top dollar. You're probably going to criticize me and say, oh, Ted, you left too much money on the table. Well, he did, but making $100,000 on the deal and doing it from your basement office is not too bad. So you're kind of getting the idea here. So the full range of what you want to do is available in the tax lien business. Now, I can't teach you everything I know in an hour's time, but I can tell you that we do 3-day events, and we do it about once every quarter. We've got one coming up in 2 weeks. You guys want to attend that. And Ron will show you how to get into that class here before we get done. But you really want to get into that class. It's actually free to all the Ron LeGrand people. So you want to do that. So I'm going to tell you more about that. But that virtual event is going to be on February 5, 6, and 7. So why don't you make a note? We didn't have a lot of time for notes today, but make a note. 5, 6, 7 should come to that. So let me spend my last couple of minutes that I have with you reviewing tax liens. Remember how much money you can make: 16, 18, 24. Nice, predictable investment. Now, but when we go to buy tax properties, I want you to know I'm not going to do any junkers. We don't want to do any of that. Now, so I like to buy properties and make good money. I always don't get them for 10 cents on the dollar, but let me show you some stuff that I bought for 15 to 30 cents on the dollar. These came to me on tax auctions, okay? These are not junkers. That's on 4 acres. You can see the insides of them. All right, now they didn't look perfect like this when I got them. They had to be cleaned up and whatever. But I don't spend a lot of time. I don't like to do fixer-uppers and whatever. But you're getting the idea. So there's a lot of properties here. Now, here's what I teach people. I teach people, we want to try to get you buying properties for 20 cents. That gives you an 80% discount on that property. Now, you're going to tell all your friends, this guy's buying properties at big discounts. In this course of events that I've been giving you today, in the minutes that I had, the first couple you saw, they bought a property for 6 cents on the dollar. Now, folks, if you get a 94% discount, can you make some money? Well, of course you can. Now, the other girl, I didn't get a chance to show you because she was on an online purchase. She was on the event, but I didn't have time. She bought for 7 cents on the dollar in Los Angeles. She doesn't even live. She lives in Costa Rica. All right. I don't know where you want to do it. You want to go to Michigan and do it? This guy, using credit cards at the auction, he bought 60 properties in the last 6 years. Now, you're saying, oh, yeah, well, anybody can do it with credit. Folks, this is a subdivision. The left side is all built out. The right side is all empty lots. He bought those residential lots for $200 to $800 each at the tax auction. If you can buy a $30,000 or $40,000 lot for $200 to $800, who can do better than that? So that's what this business is. Now, let's not forget, Texas, you want to buy tax, you want to earn 25%. Georgia, you want to earn 30%. It doesn't matter what it is that you want to do. We can do that in this business. Now, California has recently changed the rules. You wouldn't know it, but if you had that little thumb drive, you could access the properties from your kitchen table and know exactly what was going on. So properties are being sold at $100 when they can't sell them. When they can't sell properties, they finally figured out that they're going to have to dump those properties. So the government does some unusual stuff, but we'll give you access to all of that. How do we give you access? Because we have that external drive. Okay. Now in San Bernardino County, they just had 3,100 properties to sell. They only sold 1,600. What are they going to do with the rest of them? Well, believe it or not, they didn't even make an announcement to the world. They only told the people in the room they were going to sell them starting bid $100. And I got people buying them for 6 cents on the dollar in California. No mortgage on these properties. No mortgage at all. Now, look, it's time for me to button it up. You guys got a good understanding of it. But if you can buy for 6 cents on the dollar and there's no mortgage, you tell me, could you mark it up to 26 cents on the dollar and sell it? Going to be up to you. So I got a virtual event coming up. It's free to all the Ron LeGrand people. And you need to think about taking action today to get on that event. So we're going to do a couple of minutes of questions and answer. I'm just a couple of minutes early on this, but let me switch over to this, and then Ron will come back and we'll talk and be happy to answer questions for you guys. So put them in the chat box. Nick or Ron or someone will take those. And I'll stay right here and drink my water and be happy to answer questions for any of you. But write those dates down, okay? Write them down. February 5, 6, 7. Okay, so there you go.
Hey, Ted. It's
Hi,
Nick.
Nick. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm good.
It was a great presentation. We definitely have a lot of questions coming in.
Okay, good.
Again, guys, if it helps me out if you put a queue out front,
Yeah.
and I can see which ones are questions.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with one here at the bottom, and then I'll work my way up.
Yeah, okay, good.
Andrew
No,
says, if you get a tax deed on a property and end up getting it, could you then turn around and implement Ron's terms course and lease option the property?
Oh, that's smart business. Yes, definitely. Yeah, and that's a good course too. Number one, that's the way to sell in a soft market. That's the way to sell. The guy I showed you bought 60 properties in 6 years. He does exactly what Ron LeGrand's course says. He sells them that. Someone comes to the house, he sells them immediately right there in the driveway. He said, "What kind of payment you want? What kind of rent you want?" Boy, he just sell them. So yeah, we call that contract to sale. But I guess you call it lease option. So same thing.
Okay. Fernando says, what are the lien priorities for the following? Federal IRS income tax, State Department of Revenue, and common charges. Do they have greater priority than tax liens?
Okay. The first lien on any property is the tax lien. And let me tell you how that works. The tax lien was filed the day that they drew the map and said, this is a registered lot. That's the tax lien. So that's the very first lien. Liens are all determined, and you can tell I don't remember. Oh, Fernando, liens are all determined by date and time. So Fernando, write that down. Date and time. So the first date on the property is the day they drew it on the map. All right, so when they drew it on the map, that's the first tax. Now the IRS can put one on there. The Bank of America can put one on there. It's all date and time. The IRS is usually about number 6 or 10 in line because the bank is going to be the next lien, and then some vendor that helped to build a house or they bought something from is going to be the next one. But the tax lien is always first. But if it goes to auction, listen close, when it goes to auction, all those liens are wiped out except the IRS. So the IRS lien will stay there, but it only stays for 120 days, and then it automatically drops off. So the IRS has 120 days to take action, and they don't take action unless it's a $1 million property, because they don't mess around with little stuff. So tax liens always first, everything else gets wiped out.
Perfect.
Now you understand, Nick, because you understand, but when I say it's wiped out regarding the property. That doesn't mean they don't still have the lien on the guy or the gal, whoever it is. They still got the lien on the person, but it's wiped out, so it doesn't hurt us.
All right, so I think you've already answered this question, but I'll just do it again. Does your program work in Canada the same way, or would a Canadian have to buy U.S. tax liens?
Okay, nice question. Good. I have about 1,000 Canadian clients over the past 3 years. I teach this in British Columbia. I teach it in Alberta. I teach it in Ontario. You're getting the idea. So the Canadians don't want to buy in Canada. There are tax liens in Canada, but they only pay 2 or 3%. There's no sense in doing all this work for 2 or 3%. So all my Canadians buy online. I actually showed you in my demonstration today, I showed you 3 different Canadians purposely because they're buying from Saskatchewan, they're buying from British Columbia, and they're buying from Ontario. So we have a contingent of Canadians, and my website even tells Canadians how to handle all the money. We know how to get the money transferred and all that.
Okay.
And we teach that at the 3-day. So that person should try to get to the 3-day, and it's virtual, so they can sit in their living room and do it.
Yeah, definitely get signed up. I know Ron convinced you to do this one for free. What do you normally charge for it?
This is a $2,500 workshop.
That's
I
incredible.
mean, this is the real
a good
deal.
negotiator, eh?
This takes, I'm sorry I talked over you, but this is the real deal. The people that teach the workshop along with me have bought over 200 tax defaulted properties and resold them. Nobody in the world has done that.
Here's a question from Cherry. Explain the Roth IRA. How do we use it if we have one? Can you use that for tax liens, I guess?
If you don't have one, get one. And I'll have a speaker at that event that does everything in his Roth IRA. He started out in a regular IRA a year ago, but the Roth IRA is what'll happen is you'll either go online to do this or you'll go to the auction. So let's say you went to a physical auction. They will ask you, how do you want to title the property when you buy it? So you say, I want to put it in my Roth IRA. And you'll just do the paperwork, Roth IRA. If you do it online, they'll have you fill it out and they'll know the number of your Roth IRA. Remembering, of course, you can't take any of your money now. You have to take the money out of the Roth IRA and use that to buy it. And then when it comes back, the money comes back to the Roth IRA. And so that's what makes it tax-free.
All right, Larry says, you can't get a property in Florida, can you?
You can't get them. Well, it's just like everything. Florida's, there's plenty here. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to learn how to do research. So you can research all 67 counties without leaving. It just depends on what you want. I like to buy, and I'll tell you, Larry, here's where you want to start. Start by buying, I know it's not sexy, buy residential lots because there's not going to be a lot of bidding. Everybody that's going to come on one of our courses was conceived in a house. They lived in a house. They want to fix up houses. Ron's going to teach them houses, and it's houses. So I said, wait a minute, I don't want to go compete with all those guys right away. So just buy a residential lot, and Ron will tell you because he buys those. I'll tell you right now, I know he does. All right, so you'll find a lot will have a $50,000 value. You might be able to get it for $3,000. Well, what if you could sell it for $23,000? Would that work? Yeah, of course it would. So we teach you to buy those low and sell them. I teach everybody to start with residential lots. I'm not negative on houses. Yes, you can get houses. Yes, you can get every kind of house. You can get farms. You can get anything that you can see. You can get office buildings.
I think what he was referring to is maybe like the protections that are built in for homeowners in Florida with liens and stuff, and be able to take their houses from them.
Oh, you're worried about the bankruptcy law. Okay, I get it. I'm not an expert on that, but I understand bankruptcy. But I'm not your guy on that one, Larry.
Okay. Let's see. This is not a question for you. We'll ask Cherry's question when Ron gets back.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Andrew says, if you get a tax deed on a property and end up getting it, oh, no, you already did this question.
Yeah.
I asked.
Yeah.
Again, guys, put a Q out there in front and it helps me out. Gary says, what is the hardest part of this business and what area is the risk located? Assessing the value?
Okay, the hardest part of it is settling down and realizing that you can do this while you're sitting on your rusty dusty. So all of us that are entrepreneurs, we love to be doing stuff, moving, let's go look at the property, let's go do this and that. And so that's, we don't want to ever buy a property without looking at it, but we want you to just kind of settle down, if you will, and just get into kind of a structure. Now, I'm a guy that likes to really move around. I don't like to sit still. So we can get you to sit still and study this. Actually, 64% of my clients are women. And the reason they're women is because we'll show them what to do and they'll do it using the computer. Now, I didn't get a chance to show you a lot of those examples because we only had an hour, but we will have people teaching it in the class that will show you if you can sit still and do it. You can do this business from home. Now, if you really want to be active and go out and look, then go out and look after you've made all your decisions at home. So I'm in Florida, just like your question was, but I'm in Florida, but I bought 9 properties last year and the year before in New York. And I bought all those properties online. Now, did I look at them? Yes. So I decided what I wanted. I looked at all the properties that were in different counties. Then I went there and I went on a little tour to look at them all to make sure that I felt good. And then I came back and then I bought them online. So the online bidding, you'll actually see people in the room bidding at the same time. So you get the idea.
All right, got time for 2 more questions, then we got to take a quick break. And we're going to come back with Jack Bosch, who's going to be talking about land, just like you were talking about.
I know Jack. He's a great guy too.
He is.
Yeah.
All right, Rick says, is this free event for Gold Club members?
This is any Ron LeGrand client. The 3-day is free, but you have to register. If you don't register, I can't get you in there free. But you can, any Ron LeGrand client. Ron made the deal with me. He said, Ted, I want you to speak to my people, but you can't charge them these outrageous prices. My prices are a little high, but the point is, this is the quality. You're buying the Mercedes, is what you're buying. So it's free to any Ron LeGrand client that gets signed up as a result of this event, whether it's now or on the replay.
All right, and one more question from Laurel. Do you know of any states we should stay clear of because return on investment is low?
There's none you should stay clear of, but there's states that are a little too complicated to start. So hopefully you're not sitting in Colorado because Colorado has a system that's a little confusing for people. But we can explain it. We can guide you through it. But Colorado is the only one that has any difficulty. California is easy. Florida is a piece of cake. Texas, it's overwhelming. Texas has 250 counties. They will have an auction every month. I've never been to Houston, and I've been there maybe 10 auctions. And I've never been to Houston that they didn't have 250 properties to sell. Never. And they do it every month. Every month they do it. So there's no complicated ones.
All right. Thank you, Ted.
All right. All right. Well, thanks for the invitation. I'll look forward to talking more to you. You want me to hang around or are you okay?
I'm good, Ted. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break here, and then we're going to be back with Jack Bosch, okay?
Okay. Thank you. And tell Ron I said thank you.
Will do. Thank you, Ted. All right, everyone, welcome back. As you can see in the corner of the screen, I am Ron LeGrand. I got younger, darker hair now. No, Ron had to step away to a doctor's appointment that he forgot he had scheduled. So I'm going to bring on our next speaker, Jack Bosch. We have Jack on now. Hey, Jack, how you doing?
How are you, Nick? Good to see you.
Good. It's good to see you again. I've known Jack for a long time. Ron's known Jack for a long time. I've got to hear Jack speak many times, but mainly only at Ron's commercial property boot camps. So this is you guys are in for a treat, because usually Ron reserves this for people who paid, thousands of dollars to attend his commercial property boot camp. Jack is the expert in buying land, which is Ron's currently his favorite type of commercial property to buy. So at the summit here, we're giving you a little bit of everything, and I'm going to let Jack take it away.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Nick, for having me here. I am excited to be here. So thank you, everyone, for having me. And I'm actually I would love to share my screen. And let me see which screen I can share. It's actually should be this one, I think. Yeah. Okay. If you could add me, there we go. You guys see me right now? And Nick, if you could do it such that my face is also shown, so that it's a little bit smaller, the screen. And
yeah, we got you, Jack. It looks good.
There we go. Oh yeah. I was on the wrong screen. I didn't see it myself. So that's great. So well, thank you very much, everyone, thank you for having me. Sorry, Ron is not here, but I understand. Doctor's appointments are very important, and he has seen this presentation before at the last commercial boot camp where he asked me to speak. And here's the thing. So I love when Ron LeGrand asked me to speak. I absolutely love coming to speak, because you know what? One of our very first deals that we have ever done, right? Actually, the very first deal that we ever done, not even using this exact method that I'm about to share with you right now, but the very first deal that we ever done in real estate, we actually done using Ron LeGrand's material. So back then, Ron LeGrand was doing infomercials, and we got one of his entry-level we got one of his programs in there, and we used the contracts for that. So I don't know if you know this book here, got the quick turn real estate millionaire, how to be a quick turn real estate millionaire. On page 50 of this book, there's a little customer testimonial in there that has a picture of my wife and I back like many years younger, but not that, so like much more handsome, of course, then, and of course my wife just as pretty today as she's then. And when we did our very first deal, so I'm forever grateful, forever indebted, forever grateful to Ron LeGrand, because he got me started. He got us started. So thank you, Ron, for that, and make sure you let Ron know that, Nick. So with that said, what we're going to talk about right now, and I know I usually don't have a whole lot of time, I'm going to race through this right now because I have always more slides than I have time. So I'm going to go very quickly. What I want to share with you guys right now is the following, and that is, first of all, we don't believe in it's a quick thing that we covers, like we don't believe, the FTC asked me to do that. We don't believe in get-rich-quick programs, only in hard work, adding value, and serving others. And as stipulated by the law, we do not, and we cannot and do not make any guarantees about your ability to get results, because we don't know you yet, right? And besides, your results in life are up to you, right? So I'm going to share some examples, some success stories, my own success stories, my student success stories, and so on. And the incomes depicted here are representative of some of the most successful participants, and the majority of individuals earn less. And now we believe that is because people don't take action. We believe that people don't, but most people, purchase anyhow to improve on products, get little if any results, because they don't take action. They don't keep trying if they hit the inevitable roadblocks. Therefore, these figures should not be considered as guarantees or projections of the actual earnings or profits. If you want to succeed, you need a desire, a good plan, a solid work ethic, and the ability to keep working hard on your goals when you hit these obstacles. Can I get a quick heck yes on that, right? Can I go and can I get a quick yes? If you put it into the comments, I would love to see. Do I have the ability to see the public chat? I don't know, but if I do, there we go. So there's already 17 comments right now. Great. There's from prior before. So yes. So make sure I want to hear I want to hear from you. I want to talk to you guys. I want to chat with you guys. So go. I see your comments now. So make sure you give me a yes on that. All right. So the next thing here is I want to cover about what I'm about to show you is how to get land deals. And it's kind of funny that Ted Thomas was right before me, because Ted and I know each other well. And I actually learned from tax liens, right? I learned from tax liens. That's how we figured out our process, because we're trying to get tax liens to work. And then what we found that we could actually go around the entire tax lien development, we go around this entire process. And while tax liens are fantastic and they work, and houses are fantastic and they work, we believe we found a way that we actually can, instead of going attending these auctions, we can actually buy properties directly from the owners. So we can get land deals for 5 to 35 cents on the dollar, even for as little as $5. I'm going to show you how to get one of our students' example of where you got the land deal for $5, how virtually from home or anywhere in the world, without using your money, without competition. So you can create literally your own economy, and you can create the 6-figure lifestyle that you have dreamed about. Now, have you ever wondered what it would be like to be debt-free? Right? Have you ever wondered about to have thousands of dollars a month in passive income and not worry about whether next month rent or mortgage or child support or medical or whatever his payment comes from, right? Have you ever wondered how it would be like to be able to have a virtual cash machine that allows you to do as many deals as you want from anywhere in the world? Now, my promise is that at the end of this presentation, you will know 98% more about land flipping than anyone out there in the world. Now, the problem, though, with most methods is that people don't have time, right? Doing research, having to inspect properties personally takes time. COVID, right? In COVID, you don't want to be buying a house at the court steps, right? Because there's a bunch of people around you and you get infected. If you want to rehab a house, you're gonna have to meet with contractors. You're gonna get lenders, or you're gonna have to meet a whole bunch of people. And COVID makes it harder to do traditional business. And then also, real estate can have a lot of tentacles, right? Now, this is all solved with this method. Now, what is land flipping? What is virtual land flipping? Virtual land flipping is the following. Virtual land flipping is a method like others flip houses. Basically, it's a method to flip land like other people flip houses. So we do very similar things that house flippers do, just quite different in the different process steps. But the most important thing is we flip land like other people flip houses, just without the number one complicating factor in real estate. And that is what? The house. The house comes with mold, comes with repairs, comes with roof repairs, with foundation repairs, comes with getting a loan for the house, comes with rehabs, comes with all this kind of things. So we don't need to deal with that here. Who's excited about that? So also, without having to see the properties, without having to touch the properties, right? Without having to meet the sellers or the buyers, without having to use any of your own money, right? That's another part that we talk about. So now, as a result, you will love land, because I believe once we're done with this presentation, you will be just as much in love with land as I am, because the profits on land are actually better than on houses. And it doesn't involve tenants, toilets, termites, complexities of houses, repairs, foundation issues, contractors, mortgages, appraisers, lenders, banks. And on top of it, this is truly virtual land flipping. You can do this from at home. My wife and I have done over 4,000 deals. Where for the last 14 years, we have not seen a property. We have not left our house to go see a property. We have not left our house to meet anyone concerning a property. We have not left our house to sell a property. Now, of course, we leave our house, but we leave our house to go on vacations. We leave our house to go meet friends. We leave our house to go have ice cream with our daughter, but we don't have to leave our house for anything business related, right? We can work from a coffee shop. We can work from the beaches of the world, and we have, right? Because in non-COVID times, we actually love traveling with the family around the world, and we have done deals from a plaza in Rome. We have done deals from an over-wonder bungalow in the Maldives. We have done deals from, sitting on the beach in Cabo San Luca. We have done deals in you name it, right, without ever seeing the properties, and even while on vacation. For example, and then not just we, but our students do the same thing. Here's one of our students, Ellie Correa. She says, I'm so excited to announce that I've closed on a property with my land profit generator program while on vacation. With the help of my daughters, who are looking at this awesome business model too, so it's becoming a family business for them. A 2-week vacation turned into 1 month under contracts and closed while on vacation. You hear me? So she got 17 deals under contract. Right? She's been doing this program now in August of 2020. She had been doing this program for about 4 or 5 months. She had 17 deals under contract, and then one close of today for a $21,000 well, at that time in August it closed for $21,263 profits. All the other deals have since, of course, already sold. Like September, the next month after that, September, she made $65,000 from home or from on vacation. Who is excited about that? But even more recently, look at Casey and Courtney Kaler in Mesa, Arizona. They're like, hey, Christmas and New Year's Day, right? We can't go anywhere, so let's do some land deals. On the last business day of the year, Courtney and I closed on a sale, made $7,000 and did another quick assignment for $2,000. Who would like to buy? How would you like to make $9,000 on the last day of the year without being when you can't travel because of COVID anyway? Would that be cool? Like anyone good for $9,000 just part-time while you're just basically hanging out at home and then playing with the dogs and just chilling at the end of the year? All right, so my question to you is that people always ask me is like, why land, Jack? Well, first of all, you can't steal or destroy land, right? You can't steal or destroy land. Like I invite anyone. The left picture represents, like, I invite them to take a bucket, bring a wheelbarrow, go onto one of my pieces of land and just shovel it in. You know what? There's more land underneath, right? There's more land underneath. So you can't destroy it. The right picture stands for a house that can be destroyed by vandalism, by natural catastrophes. Or you try to take a wall from somebody else's house. See what happens. The police is very quickly there, handcuffing you and bringing you into jail, putting you into jail, right? So land, you can't steal or destroy land as a result, right? The best part is also, and that's actually something I've almost not, I haven't even talked about yet, is there is almost no competition. I love tax liens. I love houses. I love house flipping. I watch HGTV and all this kind of stuff. But the thing is, I'm friends with a lot of house flippers. And the house flippers out there, they say there's a fierce competition for houses. Like literally today, I gotten already 2 text messages from house flippers asking me if they want to buy one of my rental houses. By the way, I have nothing against houses. I own almost 50 rental houses and I own 650 apartment complex units, all purchased with land profits. So I'm using land profits. I'm using land as a cash machine to produce cash and cash flow and then turn over into the other area. But the nice part, the reason why is that because there is almost no competition on land. How many people do you know that flip land? How many people do you know that flip houses? Obviously, you know way more people that flip houses. Everyone is looking at houses, like Ted said before. Now, we're not looking at houses. We're looking at land. Because land, if you focus on the right kind of land, it has a built-in buyer pool. And if you focus on the right steps to sell and the right ways to sell that land, which I'm going over today, then these properties can actually sell in a matter of 2 days or between 2 days and let's say 4 to 6 weeks. So this is really, really cool. Now, by the way, why is there also still no competition? Because there's 3,007 counties in the United States. If you add these boroughs and parishes and independent cities in the District of Columbia, it's actually 3,141 counties and county equivalents. Now, I've been teaching this for quite a few years right now. There's probably 500, or even if it's 1,000 full-time land flippers in the country right now, most of them taught by me because we're the original land flippers. That means there's anywhere between 3 and 6 counties in the United States where you are the only game in town, right? Where would you like to operate? Let's do a little test question here, and get your fingers ready for the chat box. Where would you rather be in an environment that if somebody goes delinquent on their mortgage, they get 300 letters, A, or B, in an environment where you're the only game in town in 3 to 6 counties, and you have the entire 3 to 6 county for yourself, and you can cherry pick your properties and make the same profits that you make over there with a fraction of the effort. Which one is your favorite, A or B? Put it in there, right? Put it in there. I see a whole bunch of names there. You guys, give me a thing. Are you in favor of A, houses with a lot of competition, or B, land with no competition? Put it in there. I want to see the feedback on you guys right there. So in the meantime, I'll move on. So, and look at that. This is one of our students. This is what happens when you do what we basically talk about here right now. This is one of our students that even does that from Germany. Now, I'm originally from Germany, as you can tell from my accent, and we have a whole bunch of people now that are doing this from Germany during COVID times. They can't even come to the United States. I just checked if I can invite my parents to come here and spend the rest of the winter there, because they just had that much snow in Germany. And I can't even bring my own parents over here without a big medical reason or anything like that, or family emergency. So in other words, these guys can't even come to the United States right now. Yet at the same time, look at this, Jörn Wilhelmi and his wife Ada, they did 2 deals in the first week of 2021, making $100,000 profit. Each of these deals is for $50,000. Is that cool or what? Without even being in the country. There is no business out there that it can be virtualized more than this business, because even virtual wholesaling, which is really cool, you still have to have somebody look at the house, right? I have friends that do virtual wholesaling of houses. It's totally fine. But when they get a deal under contract a few states over, they still first need to find somebody who can go into that house and estimate repairs and so on. And we don't have to do any of that at all. By the way, Gary Brinson, I love your answer, A and B, right? There's no such thing like, you can totally do both, right? You can totally both. This is actually, if you already flip houses, I'm not telling you to stop flip houses. I'm telling you to go and say, I'm asking you to consider adding land to it, because I guarantee you one thing. If you're already flipping houses, chances are that while you flip houses, you come across land, and in the past, you didn't have a clue what to do with that land. So mostly you discarded it. It's just like, I don't know what to do with that. Let me focus on houses. By the end of this presentation, you will know what to do with that land. And then something interesting will potentially happen. That happened to a lot of the house flippers that discover our program, which is that over time, you'll realize that the biggest profits come actually from land, and you'll start pivot. And soon enough, you'll be a recovering house flipper and only do land flipping. All right. So that's yes. So, okay. So, all right. Actually, got a great question about the environmental protection, environmental thing tainted with chemicals. That is actually easy to prevent, guys. And that is easy to prevent because by the kind of lots that we're focusing on. So I'm going to share what kind of lots we're focusing on in just about 5 minutes. And then it'll become very, very clear why this is not an issue at all. In 4,000 land deals that I have done, I have not come across a single property with any kind of chemicals or issues like that. Having said that, it is part of our due diligence process to check for it every single time, because you don't want that to be the first one. But it's easy to exclude, easy to check, nothing to worry about. And again, why now? Why is now the great time for doing that? Well, right now is the great time because 2018 and 19 were fantastic years for land flipping. Fantastic years for land flipping. However, here's the thing. 2020 actually took the lid off and made our business explode, because people are sick and tired of being stuck indoors. People are sick and tired of not being able to go to the parks. People are sick and tired of not being able to roam around freely and have space. So what they want, what COVID has generated, is the need for space. People love space. As a result, where is space? On the outskirts of town. That's one of our areas we like to focus on. They want space. It's like even infill lots where they can, instead of living on a condo, they can have a house with an actual garden, have taken off like rocket ship, right? Lots in the path of growth outside of bigger cities, taken off like rocket ship. And larger acreage, like people want RVs. If they're not comfortable staying in a hotel, guess what? Get your own hotel in form of an RV. Travel around the country with an RV. Don't park your RV with an RV park. They want to park them on their own piece of land. So land is sexy again. As a matter of fact, the Washington Post posted the pandemic is making people reconsider sitting, living, trading traffic for chickens. And while this is a little exaggerated, what I mean by that is actually, is hopefully clear, is that they don't want to be stuck in a high rise. They don't want to be stuck in a patio home. They have their kids at home. And by the way, this entire process right now, we're 1 year into the pandemic. It takes 28 days to create a human habit. You think people have developed new habits during the pandemic? Yes, they have. The habits are here to stay. Dining out or ordering in is here to stay, right? It was there before, but all the restaurants are going to be getting used to that. Ordering in is here to stay, and as is the need for space, right? It's definitely something that is moving big time. Now, what we focus on, here's what we focus on. We focus on desirable land that the owners no longer want. Because here's the thing, why does owners no longer want these properties? Because land costs property taxes, right? Fits perfectly with that, Thomas. Some people actually don't want their land so much anymore that they end up giving up on the property and stop paying property taxes. This is how we discovered it. We went to tax lien auctions. We went to tax deed auctions. The problem was we were outbid on most of them because there is a little bit of competition there. Yes, properties do sell for 6%, as Ted said, and absolutely everything he said is 100% correct. I was in the tail end of it, and he's a friend of mine and I know him. But what we found is that in some cases, if you want to do tax liens in a big city and in a bigger city and so on, then you have to bring some cash with you. If you want to buy a tax deed, you got to bring some cash with you. You got to pay for these things right away. So properties take property taxes. Land costs or maintenance costs. They don't want to pay for it. They no longer want those properties. So yes, they do let those properties go for tax auctions. But what we thought ourselves is like, hey, why don't I just go directly to the owner? Why don't I go directly to them? And why don't I, if they no longer want these properties, how could I just contact them directly? And that's what we started to doing. So this is actually perfect reasons, perfect combination here with Ted and I. So land also, if held on to, doesn't bring any cash flow. They own, in many cases, we buy from owners that have held on to this land for decades and have just no more interest in actually keeping that land. They're getting older. They talk to their kids, and the kids like, Dad, I never wanted that piece of land. I live in New York City, living la vida loca, right? And the property is somewhere, I don't know, in Florida or in Texas or in Wisconsin. They're like, I don't want it. And they're like, well, okay. So then in this case, what do I do? In this case, our letter arrives and they're like, yeah, I'm offering. They want to buy it. They call us. We make an offer. They sell it to us. And we typically buy our properties for 5 to 35 cents on the dollar, guys. 5 to 35 cents on the dollar without any competition, without any auctions, directly from the owners, using title companies, getting full title insurance, to absolutely like direct the normal purchase. What we have figured out is how to find the people that no longer want the properties. And 90% actually don't have any back taxes. 10% do, but 90% actually don't have any back taxes. So as a result, we have done over 4,000 land deals, been featured in magazines, a premier expert in land investing, cash flow from land. We focus on land, by the way, that is worth between about $5,000 to $10,000 and all the way to $200,000. We create cash and cash flow from land. In a moment, I'll tell you how to create cash flow. And we actually built this up to $70,000 a month in cash flow. $70,000 a month. Anyone wants to know how we do $70,000 a month in cash flow, guys? Let me know. Put it into the chat box here if you would like to know that, right? Let me see. So again, plus we do deals every single week ourselves. Now, here's the thing. Originally, I'm from Germany, as I already mentioned, right? I'm from Germany. I'm an immigrant. My wife is also an immigrant. My wife is from Honduras, Honduras, and I'm from Germany. We came to the United States in 1995 and 1997, respectively, to finish our college degrees. We got jobs. We did the typical American thing. However, very quickly, in a matter of a couple of years, we realized that that wasn't the way we wanted to live the rest of our life, right? We didn't want to live that way because I was on had a job that I had to travel 100%. My wife was in accounting, so she was having to do month end and year end and work 2 weekends and nights and all this kind of stuff. We were separated almost the entire week. We were so that tired at the end of the week that we hated it. On top of it, the company that I worked for went from 500 people to 7,000 people in a matter of 3 years. And then they went from 7,000 people to 4,000 people in a matter of 3 days spread over a few months. So one day they let go of 1,000 people. Now, a few weeks later, couple of months later, they let go of another 1,000 people. A couple of months later, they let go of another 1,000 people. And in that moment, I started realizing that I literally remember the day, guys. When I was in my office, I was working, and there was like an entire room full of cubicles, open office. All of a sudden, the phone rings. Our network dies. Nobody could get into the network, which the company did on purpose, so nobody would take data home. And then literally the phone started ringing. One cubicle over. The guy picks up. All the blood leaves his face, and then he gets up after 2 minutes on the phone. He's like, starts packing up his stuff and says, "Hey, sorry guys, I just got fired." 5 minutes later, he walks out with his cardboard box, and he's gone. 10 minutes later, 3 cubicles further over, another guy, same thing. Further on the other next row over, same thing. By the end of the day, about 15% of this entire staff was let go, and I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked. I didn't know what to do. I was close to tears. I was shaking because I was here on a work visa. If I would have lost my job, I would have had to leave the country because in that environment, nobody else would have given me another job because they had to sponsor it and pay attorneys and things like that. There's a bunch of expenses with it. So I realized that in that moment, I realized, number one, there's no such thing like job security. Number two, I realized the only job security that you can create is the one that you create with yourself, guys, that you create yourself. And for the women listening here, a man is not a plan, ladies, right? You are just as smart, if not smarter than most men out there. So you can do this exact thing on your own too. So don't worry about it. You don't need a man. The man is not a plan, right? So the thing is, like, the next problem was I didn't know what to do. Right? I didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to do next. So I asked a friend of mine what I could do. And he's like, well, he gave me a few pieces of advice and says, number one, search for a business that is designed to be profitable. He says, search for a business that doesn't just make a few $100s or a few $1,000s. Like mowing the neighbor's lawn or opening a Subway franchise store, for example. It costs me close to $400,000 in a loan, in franchise fees and training and a loan and build out and leases and everything to set up a new Subway franchise store. Then you have to hire people, you have to train people, you have to have a CPA, you have to do accounting, you have to cleaning, you have to order food, you have to schedule shifts, you have to jump in yourself. You work 60, 70 hours a week. And then the average American franchise owner of a Subway franchise store makes $60,000 a year. Heck, I just showed you a guy from Germany that does $100,000 in the first week of January without even being in the country. It's like we have students that make more than that in one deal. We have one student, I just heard this today, like Anila Shah and Tara Jackson, their partners. They're doing a deal this week where they're going to make $160,000 in profits on a land deal, right? So we realized we knew we were meant for more. We knew we needed to come up with something. Number one. So he said, number two, he says, pick something that creates cash flow. Pick something that you don't have to be there for. That works on autopilot. And pick something that you can do part-time. And ever since, that has been my guiding line. And once we found land, here's the first deal. This is a deal we did after Ron's deal here. That first deal made us some money that we could go and use to incorporate us and so on and so forth. But then this next deal using our method was a property. Right? Was a property that was the guy had stopped paying property taxes, had a little bit back taxes on there. So instead of going to the auction, we actually went directly to him, and he says, like, yeah, you can have it, guys. I'm through a divorce. I don't want this property anymore. I'm moving to Colorado. This was in Arizona where I live. I'm moving to Colorado. I don't care about it. Give me whatever you want. We looked at it and it's like, well, how about we offer him $400 for this property? It's worth about $8,000. So we got the deal on the contract for 4 cents on the dollar, right? And then afterwards, we literally sold it to the neighbor across the street, the one with the white roof right just above it. That guy walked across the street and says like, hey, what do you want? What are you doing here? It's like, I'm selling the property. I put a for sale by owner sign on there. It's like, great. I always wanted to buy this property. It's like, well, fantastic, but he never did anything about it, right? So then he's like, well, what do you want for it? And he's like, I don't know. He's like, how about $4,000? And you know what? My negotiation skills were so good, right? I was a beginner. I had no idea. That I literally just extended the hand and says like, I'll take it. Right, but shortly afterwards, then 2 weeks later, but we made 10 times our money. And just 2 weeks later, another deal came in for $500 that we sold for $10,000, and so on. But by the way, let me know. But that first deal, did that deal make us wealthy? No. But did it change our lives? Absolutely. Because up till that moment, I was walking through life like this. I was logging to one live, like asking, like, oh my God, is this really happening? Like, am I ever going to be successful in this, right? Am I good enough for this? Do I deserve to be a successful real estate investor? Is this just a bunch of stuff that people hype up and it doesn't really happen in reality? Should I just scrap this and go back, focus on my job and focus on career advancement and things like that? But then once this deal happened, I started walking around the world like this. I was walking around like my chest out is like, I am a real estate investor. And isn't that the truth, right? Nobody could tell me any other way. It gave me confidence. It gave me capabilities. It gave me courage. And then guess what? 2 weeks later, the second deal popped in. Then afterwards, many more deals, of course, have done 4,000 deals by now. There's a deal that we bought for $1,875 an acre that we sold for $86,000. Can somebody say something like 40 times your profit or 50 times your profit, right? Or an acre on the other side of the country, right? For $335, sold for $35,000 in a county that to this day I've never, ever been completely sight unseen. And our students do these deals from anywhere in the world, like Taron Yen, $20,000, October 31st. And he's basically like bought for $17,800 and sold for $40,000. Boom, right? Now, the key to 4,000 deals and millions of profits is systems, processes, automation, plus keeping things simple. Real estate does not need to be complex. So how does our land flipping work right now? Now I'll talk to you about cash flow in just a moment. We're just like 2 slides away, guys. Right, 2 slides away. So here's how it works. There's lots of landowners all around the country who do no longer want their property, right? Particularly land because it's not necessarily something that they use right away in the moment, right? So we contact them by mail. We talk to them, or you outsource it. You have a call center or a call center or answering machine answer their phone calls. You can outsource literally 99% of all of this. Then we make them offers of about 5 to 30 cents, 35 cents on the dollar of the market value. They accept, not everyone, but many accept these offers. And then what we turn around is we sell these properties with our proven listing format on multiple free online websites. And then we sell the properties and we list the properties, we sell the properties, and we make money. And all of this can be done 100% virtually from the comfort of your home, just using a simple internet browser and a telephone. Now, by the way, does that sound simple? Yes, because it is. Now, how does it sound? Simple, super simple, or extra simple, guys? Who is super simple, extra simple, or super mega simple? Which one do you prefer? Simple, super simple, or extra super simple? Put it in here right now, right? So great. So the next thing is, here's how we do this. First of all, this works by attracting the right kind of property and by focusing on the right kind of property. And we actually back into that. We focus on the property because it has a built-in buyer's pool already. Like, you don't want to buy any kind of junk out there. Is there such a thing like junk land? Yes, absolutely there is, right? There is. By the way, you guys still need to put in if there's super simple, extra simple, or super mega simple, right? So what we like to do is like we like to focus on 3 kinds of properties. 3 kinds of properties that are attractive to these 4 kind of buyers. 4 kind of buyers. Number 1, first buyer is a builder or developer. Like a builder and developer is interested in what? Infill lots. Right? The 3 kind of properties we focus on is number 1, infill lots. Lots in the city. Think a street, 35 houses, 1 empty lot. Boom, a buyer houses in the area costs $300,000. That lot is worth $60,000 to $80,000. You put that lot under contract for $30,000, sell it to your builder for $60,000. Boom, right? Done. Second kind of lot is in the outskirts of town, what we call the path of growth. In the outskirts of town there, you go and you take, these properties are interested to either developers or also financial investors that just want to buy and then basically have those properties go up in value as the city approaches and comes closer and engulfs this area. Or number 3, future retirees. Future retirees want the property that's as close as possible to the city, but also as far away as necessary to be affordable. Because about 50% of the United States retirees will not be able to retire in the same financial lifestyle that they're living right now. It's already a fact. Like 30% of the United States don't have a dollar to their name 50, 60% of the United States will not be able to retire in the same lifestyle that they're looking. So there's going to be a humongous amount of, and it's already happening because the baby boomers are retiring every day. So there's already a humongous boost of demand for properties within 5 and like say a 35, 40-minute drive from the city, where people buy these lots and then put a mobile home on there perhaps and retire in style, pay this lot off for a few months, perhaps with seller financing, and then live on there. Because at the end of the day, they need to live somewhere, but they don't want to live somewhere in the middle of nowhere. They want to live close to the city, as close as possible, but as much as it is affordable. Okay, so that hopefully makes sense here. And the last kind of properties we focus on, the third one, is recreational acreage. What I mean by that is think mini ranch. Think owning your own 10, 20, or 40 acre ranch. Would that be cool? I think it would, right? Lots of things. Think everyone is attracted to that. It's like the RV crowd, the ATV crowd, the four-wheelers, the dirt bikers, the hunters, the hikers, like the bow and arrow people, the people that want to go kayaking on a lake and things. So these properties are typically about an hour to 3 hours away from big metropolitan areas. So think Atlanta, Georgia, and the Smoky Mountains, right? Think Phoenix, Arizona, and Northern Arizona. It's 115 degrees in Phoenix, Arizona. It's in summer, and it's 80 degrees up north with ponderosa pine trees and lakes and hiking. And in winter, there's skiing and so on and so forth. That is attractive. People, and COVID has put like fire onto all of these different strategies because people want space. People want to be living in the outskirts of town now just because they want to have their kids be able to run around without masks in the backyard, right? People want those 40 acres, 10, 20, 40 acre parcels so they can get 4 or 5 RVs together and have fun, right? I hope that all makes sense. Does this all make sense to you guys? Give me a heck yes right now in the chat box. I want to hear from you. Give me a heck yes on that. All right, so then this is an example, by the way. This is an example of exactly of a property like that. This is one of our students, John Montero. He's just closed on another home run deal using jackpot stagings, 8.76 acres, all-in cost basis, $11,000, and sold for $92,000 with an $82,000 profit, or $81,000 profit. Boom, right? So the key here is, guys, that this property, look at the picture. This property looks like it is, looks like it's in the middle of nowhere, but it's actually only 10 miles outside of a major American metropolitan area. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what somebody can live on a almost 9-acre parcel with trees and fields and everything, and then go back into town to their work in the same time that it takes them to live in the suburbs and commute into town. It's the exact same. It's actually probably less commute. And on top of it, by focusing on number one, land, right? And number two, where there's no competition. And number two, on properties value below, let's say $100,000 to $200,000, you literally can get discounts of up to 95% of market value. So you can get that $30,000 property for like $3,000. You can get that $80,000 property for perhaps $15,000, 20 cents on the dollar, and so on. Or you can get the $17,000 property for $5, for 5 or 10 or something dollars. And the property's worth more than over $100,000. You still get big discounts, just not as much. I mean, at some point in time, the seller's going to realize there's substantial value in the property, and they're going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to give it away. The $1 million property, I'm not going to give it away for $5,000. But what they will do is they will give away the $1 million property perhaps for $500,000, which you put then on a contract. You do not buy the properties. 95 to 97% of our customers actually use no money to do these deals, guys. That's a big, big important factor here. Use no money to do these deals. You put them under contract, right? You put them on a contract for $500,000. You remarket it to a different buyer pool, and you sell it for $600,000, and then you do what's called a double closing, where the buyer puts in $600,000, and then the buyer's $600,000 are being used to pay the seller $500,000, to pay the title company $5,000 or $10,000, and you make a $95,000 cash profit. Anyone okay with that, right? And then on top of it, these properties are on top of it easy to sell, as I will cover in just a moment. So now, how do we find these properties? How do we find these sellers? So we use direct mail. right? Initially, as I said, we found this through the tax delinquent process. We found the yes, David, we are wholesaling land, and we're also using another strategy to triple and quadruple your profits from when you sell the land. Yes, this is virtual land wholesaling, which is like house selling, just without the hassles of houses, guys. So what we do is we find, how do we find these sellers? We send out a land profit performance program letter. So my wife and I, who are co-founders of this program, we have done over 4,000 deals. And in the process, we have tested and tweaked our letter to the degree that we now have a letter that gets, usually once you've done a little testing yourself, goes through anywhere between 3 and a 15% response rate. In other words, you mail out 100 mail pieces, you get between 3 and 15 or more qualified phone calls on there, right? On top of it, use automation. You never touch a letter. You never talk to them, and so on. So now let me ask again the house flippers. House flipping is great, but house flipping has a lot of competition. I belong to a mastermind of a whole bunch of house flippers, or about real estate investors, and about 80% are house flippers. And they tell me that their current response rates is between 0.25% and 1%. When they do it, they have all reverted back. The house flippers have all reverted back to sending text messages. They get cold calling people. So if a house flipper wants to do 100 deals a year, they usually have a team of 5 to 7 cold calling people and texting people to just dig up the leads. You know what? We have students in our student body that do 100 deals a year alone, sending 5,000 to 7,000 mail pieces a month, to do 100 deals and make $1 million a year. What would you rather do? Like have a staff of 5 to 10 people that cold call and do all this kind of effort and then fight all this competition, or do 100 deals working 4 or 5 hours a day, full time, and make $1 million? Again, which one is easier? Which one is simpler? It's not even a question, right? So then, by the way, you don't actually have to ask me about this, right? You actually don't have to believe me about this, I want to say. Look at what our students say about their own response rate. Here, Mark is asking question, what is the percent of the response rate you're getting from what we call our neutral letter, which is the letter that gets these high response rates? It's like one of them, Jeff says 10 to 15%. Nancy says 16%. Casey says 6 to 12% response rate. Is that crazy or what? But that's what's happening here. So now what we do is the next thing, and it's actually a very perfect question right now from Kimberly. How do we find the value of the property? Well, first of all, what you want to do is you want to go when you do this, when you follow our steps on that. What we do is we have 5 ways to value the properties. Like one of them is, for example, sold comparables. One of them is by size. One of them is by the value of the house. There's several other ones that we share with you. But getting the value analysis, getting the value of the property is actually easier in land than it is with houses. Just most people don't know how to do it. So what we do is we literally takes 5 minutes from home or less, online and from home and from anywhere in the world, just using your computer to find these values out there. And then once you have the value, which is, again, very simply, one of the ways is that you look at that, you have a 2-acre parcel, and there's in the area, there's 10 other 2-acre parcels that sold for $35,000 each. What is your property worth? $35,000, right? That's one way. Assessed value can be another one that you can gauge into the value. But the key is, if you only make offers of 5 to 35 cents on the dollar, do you have to be 100% accurate on how much that property is worth? No, you can be off a little bit and still get the property for a price that you can make massive profits on it. So now once we do that, we go turn around and we got yes, true property advisors. Yes, you do, right? Once we do is we make the offers and get the deals. So we make offers. Now this is probably one of the #1 things that is different between us and the house flippers, right? It's like #1 is we actually, the house flippers, what happens when you flip houses is there's so much competition that the moment that somebody calls you and says, hey, I'm ready to sell my house, you need to drop everything and meet that person in the next 30 minutes and sit down with that person. Because if you don't, they're just going to call the next one from the 200 postcards and letters that they have in their inbox about their house, and they're just going to and they're going to sell it to them. So you have to jump at the whistle of any seller out there. Well, what do? We don't have to do that. We don't have to do any of that. Our sellers have, on average, owned their properties for 10 years plus, many 20, 30, 40 years. Or they have inherited the properties. They have not received a letter in the last week, the last month, in the last year, sometimes in the last decade from anyone. They're not about to sell that property to somebody else 5 minutes later, right? So therefore, what we can do is we can actually do this business on our terms. In other words, what we do is we send offers only once a week on Thursdays. So if somebody calls me on Friday, guess what? They have to wait for a full week before I even look at that offer and make that offer. And yet, I've yet to lose a deal from all of that, because you know what happens? You know what? Why would I lose a deal? Because they're not being bombarded with other requests. These properties are not tax delinquent in most cases. They're not mortgage delinquent. They're free and clear. In most cases, they've been all in the family forever. They're not on the MLS. They're not for sale. Right? So nobody even knows that they're for sale except us. Nobody even knows that the seller wants to get rid of them except for us. So you hit that letter, you make an offer, they call you, you make an offer, we give them 10 days to accept the offer. So no need with crying or desperate seller, no need to deal with any of that. On top of it, we're using a one-page contract that actually has a couple of really beautiful provisions in there. Number one, it has a provision in there that says you can back out of a contract anytime for any reason. It's the other good provision to have in there. Put in there, heck yes, right? Put in there, yes, right? So yes, so in other words, literally has in there, and I have a slide actually shows you right here. It shows that in the first red circle shows buyer retains the right to cancel sale agreement anytime for any reason. Number two, we give ourselves 6 months before we even close on a property. So in other words, again, we buy your land in 7 days. Because we don't need to. There's nothing, they're not facing a mortgage foreclosure. They're not facing a tax lien foreclosure. They're not facing any hardship. They just don't want the property anymore because they bought it on the wrong premises. They thought it would develop into the next Palm Springs and it didn't. They thought they used it for a while and now they don't have a use for it anymore. The kids don't want it. They just want to get rid of the property. Now also the next thing is we give ourselves 6 months. Now by the way, we don't need 6 months because it takes so long to sell a property. Properties typically sell, if you do it right, anywhere in a matter of between 2 days and 6 weeks, the property sells. Right? Depending on where you price it and how the market, how the listing looks like and so on. But it can sell in the middle of literally in as little as 2 days. So what we like to do though, is we like to go and buy 20 properties or put 20 properties in one neighborhood on a contract at once. But then we don't want to go and put 20 on the market at the same time. It would destroy your market. Think about it. You put 20 houses in a neighborhood on the contract and you put them all on the market at the same time, it would destroy the market. Prices would go down. So what we like to do is we like to take 3 or 4 of them, put them on the market, sell them in a couple of weeks. Take the next put on the market, sell them a couple of weeks. So you have a little extra time. The last ones of the batch might only get on the market after 2 or 3 months. So it's nice to have it, and also nice to have that in case any title issues come up. So you have extra time to fix these title issues, or the title company, the title attorney does that, and so on. Does that make logical sense to you guys so far? Is this exciting to you guys so far? Again, put in a heck yes if you're excited. The next thing is actually something missing in our contract. In our contract, we have no provision for an escrow deposit in there. 0. In other words, in all 4,000 deals that we have ever done, we have never put $1 down as an escrow deposit. So that means, and plus on top of it, we have a provision in it that allows you to market the property while you have it on a contract. So again, you don't buy the properties. So you don't need money to buy the properties. You don't need a budget to buy the properties. You need a little marketing budget, and then the rest, and even where you're selling them, is for free, right? So therefore, with this contract, you will never put up any money on a deal. You will never get stuck with a deal you don't like. So it's 100% safe and 100% virtual. And again, here's a small snippet from our one-page contract, which says there's in yellow, it says 6 months from now is the date that you want to put in there. Then it says buyers retain the right to cancel the agreement anytime for any reason. Why do work with any seller sign that? Because they don't care. They have the garage sale mentality. Why would anyone take a beautiful $1,000 track bike, mountain bike, and sell it at a garage sale for $100? Because they want the garage sale, the garage to be clean. And that's what people want to do here. The same thing. They want to get rid of it. They want it because they got it through divorce. They got inherited. Inheritance. Heirs don't want land. Heirs want cash. And they don't want full market value. The faster the cash, the better. So they want cash. And then on the bottom it says buyer has the right to market the property anytime for any reason. Is that cool? Hope you guys enjoy this so far. Yes, I see a lot of yes here. Great. So now we make money in two ways. Yes, so to answer your question, number one is virtual wholesaling for business. The property is worth $50,000, guys. And let's say a property is worth $50,000. You put it under contract for $8,000. And then you sell it quickly for about $30,000, right? That's a no-brainer deal. If this neighborhood is worth $50,000 and you put it on the market for $30,000, it sells like that. It sells in a matter of a couple of days. So a quick profit of $20,000 after considering $2,000 in closing costs. You do that again and again and again and again, and guess what? You're out of debt. You're out of if you have student debt, it's gone. If you have credit card debt, it's gone. If you have other debt, it's gone. You have a car payment, it's gone. Right? This is what we did. Our first deal made us $4,000. Our second deal made us $9,500. Right? One of the other deals made us $30,000. Within 10 months of doing this business, we were completely debt-free and had 1 year's worth of living expenses on the sideline. That's when we quit our jobs. We have received our American green card. By the way, we are now a citizen, here to stay. We're obviously married. That girl that I met here when I came to this country, she's now my wife of 19 and a half years. We have a beautiful 13-year-old daughter, and we have and we quit our jobs on October 17, 2003 is the last day of work that I had. And since then, only 8 months after that, we were millionaires, guys. And our students are beating us to that right now. We have students that go from $0 to $1 million in profits in a matter of 12 to 15 months right now. And you can do the exact same thing. Right now, the second way we sell these properties is actually by using seller financing. And guys, that's the secret to cash flow. Cash flow without any tenants and toilets and termites. And it's also a secret to actually doubling, tripling, and even quadrupling your profits. Because you take that same deal, right? The first deal I just shared you make a $20,000 profit. You take this deal now, the same deal, like $50,000 property, put it on a contract for $8,000, right? Now you turn around though, when you sell it for seller financing, and because the deal is no longer the price, the deal is now in the down payment, low monthly payment. People buy higher priced homes when interest rates are lower because the payment is affordable. People are going to go and buy these properties for the most affordable payment that they can do. So as a result, you go to there, put on a contract for $8,000, sell it for $50,000 with a $10,000 down payment. Is that a reasonable down payment? Yes, right? And then get the monthly payments of $500 a month, cash flow for 15 years, and a total profit not of $20,000, but of $92,000. You want to know how to take a small profit of $20,000, or it's actually not that small, but would anyone be okay with 20 grand, and turn that into $92,000 every single day of the week? There is your path right here, right? So again, with that, if you do this the right way, by the way, if you notice, the down payment actually pays you more than the property was even, than your purchase price. So you can, again, literally, you put on a contract, you find your buyer, the buyer gives you $10,000, you use the $10,000 to pay the seller, so you have zero money in the deal, you have $2,000 in your pocket, and on top of it, you get $500 a month, which is $6,000 a year. Who is in favor of that? So you get the investment back with your down payment, you get great cash flow from land, you literally become the bank. Not only that, but you actually create your own notes, guys. Where are my note buyers in the house? Any note buyers here? Anyone wants to generate their own notes or has been thinking about note buying? Forget note buying. Create your own notes, right? Because once you have those notes, you take in here, what's the return on this deal? It's infinite, guys. Because the down payment was more than you even paid for the property. You put no money into the deal. You use the buyer's $10,000 to pay the seller and take the difference in your pocket. You have $2,000 in your pocket, no money out of pocket, and you're making $500 a month for the next 15 years, adding up to $92,000 in profit. That's what we're talking about here, right? So then you enjoy the cash flow. By the way, what you're creating is a note. You just created a $40,000 note. $50,000 sale price minus $10,000 down payment is a $40,000 note. Can you turn that around and sell that note for $30,000 in cash? Yes. Can you borrow against that note, right? What if you do this deal that I just shared with you right now? What if you do like 20 deals like that in a year or 2 years, right? Can you do, thank you, by the way, Dorothy, about the congratulations to the citizenship. I just see it now. But what if you do 20 deals like that over the course of the next year? Or if you take your time over 2 years, right? And then now you created $10,000 in cash flow, but you also created $800,000 in notes. Could you sell those $800,000 for, let's say, $600,000 to somebody, and then take that $600,000, put it as a down payment for a $3 million apartment building? Could you do that? Yes. So this is where we're talking about land flipping becomes the foundation for wealth generation. Not just income, not just cash flow, not just debt-free, but massive wealth generation, guys. And that's what we're doing, right? We own 650 apartment units worth multiple 8 figures, guys, right? Worth multiple 8 figures. Just last year, we invested, we're using this process. We were able to get a big chunk of a 258 unit apartment complex that spits out about $200,000 a year in cash flow for us just from that investment, right? How did we come up with the money? From land flipping. The land flipping created the cash that now we roll over into other things that now generates more cash flow for the rest of our world. So you want to find a way, you want to use a way that generates cash quickly and without all the tentacles that other methods have in place, and then boom, and that allows you to then move forward into those things, right? So you get the back, enjoy, or you just enjoy the cash flow, sell notes, borrow against the notes, and look at that. He's one of the Marvin Flyer. He's a member of a local RIA here that I belong to. He says like, hey, I did that in April of 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, right? It's such a great example that I left it in there. So he says, like, hey, folks, I acquired the 7-acre parcel for $3,800, lock, stock, and barrel. I posted it for $50,000 and just got an offer for $40,000 with $10,000 down, $500 a month for 8.5 years. If I take it, the numbers are great. Heck, the numbers are great. This is his deal. Look at that. $3,800 purchase price, $40,000 sale price, $10,000 down payment. The $10,000 is almost 3 times what he paid for the property, just the down payment. Now he gets $500 a month for 8.5 years. That's 102 months, right? Or 102 months. The total profits on this deal is going to be $57,200. Or in other words, his ROI is going to be 1,505%. Now, an annual ROI from cash flow of 157% per year, done in the middle of the quarantine. Guys, let me ask you a question. Again, A, leave your money in the bank for 0% or 0.25% and make nothing. B, use your money to do deals like that and get 150% return on your money every single year. Who is in favor of A? Who is in favor of B? Put it into the chat box, into the question box right now. Does that make sense? All right, that's what we're talking about here. Right? How long does it typically how long does it typically take to sell a land? If you do everything we ask you to do and follow our exact steps, usually between 2 days and about 4 to 6 weeks it takes to sell a piece of property, right? So again, I see Steve says B. Great. That's exactly what we're talking about right now. Now, here's the power of this. Now look at that. You do 1 deal a month, right? Just do 1 deal. 10 deals like that. It's like 10 deals in a year. It's $5,000 a month. That's $60,000 a year. You know, with just 1 deal a month like that, or even less than that, 10 deals a year, you can you can make more in cash flow than the average American family income. Do you know that? Is that crazy or what? You do 20 deals like that, you have $10,000 a month. That's $120,000. Now, when we discovered that, we put the pedal to the metal. We created over $70,000 a month in our own business. Created over $70,000 in our business. We created over $12 million in notes at any given time. Obviously, some were paid off and new came in. We all at 100%, some even at 1,000% profit margins. We added thousands of cash deals into that. And I'm not saying that to brag, guys. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because if an immigrant from another country, two immigrants, one from Honduras, Central America, one from Germany, with broken English, with no experience in real estate, with no knowledge about how this all works, if we can come here with 2 suitcases and a bunch of student debt, then create from that a multiple 8-figure net worth and massive cash flow, then if we can do this, then you guys can do that too. Who agrees with me on that? Give me another heck yes. Look at that. This is some of our students. I mentioned them earlier. This is Anila Shah and Tara Jackson. On December 31st, 2020, actually, that's not, I know it would be in the future. I got early on here. So December 31st, 2020, there's 7 months since they got into our program. And it basically says, countdown to 2021. 11 deals closed in October, gunning for 13. We still have 1 day left. 1 transactional funding completed. Ready to some R&R with a family in California. 7 months, they're already done more than $400,000 in profits. And in December alone, they did 11 deals, and one of them alone got them $130,000 in cash profits. And now back up from that, I just heard literally before I came on the air here that they're working on a deal right now that should close next week, where they're making in January $160,000 in their money in this business. Now, who is excited by that, right? Who is excited by that? Give me another yes here. So, all right. So with that, now comes the last question: is how do we sell these properties? And number one, we use Zillow, Facebook, Craigslist, LandWatch, all these kind of online websites that already exist, right? We piggyback on these websites, and the keys to selling actually online is these. The keys to be where everyone else is looking. So let me give you an example. Here's a website. Here's like from Zillow. This is an area just outside of Phoenix, for example. In that area, in the last 12 months, there's 1,826 properties that sold in that area. Like, again, this area, it's on fire, right? There's lots, like most of the country. The outskirts of bigger cities, in growing cities right now, are on fire, guys. That's the place to be and buy these properties. So it's just one metro area, happened to be the one I live in. So look at that, 1,826 lots sold in the last 12 months. Well, great. Now look at that, but here's the thing. So obviously on fire. Why do our properties sell? Now here's the thing. Most realtors do everything wrong in this process. Most people do everything wrong. They are so they put up listings with one ugly picture, no description, no explanation what's around, no dream building, no effort whatsoever, and they expect the property to sell. So look at that. In this exact area here, there's a property. It's somewhere, I don't know, see if you see my mouse here. It's somewhere around here, I would think, where there's lots of sales around. There's this property. It looks like crap. An ugly picture, no text. It's sitting, as a result, it's sitting on the market for 723 days, has 44 views, no saves. That's what realtors do. They know how to sell houses. They've been trained on to sell houses, get the photographers in and get everything great for houses. But you can't do an open house on a piece of land. You can't stage a piece of land. You can't do all these things you do on land on the houses. So they have no clue to do, but we do. This is what a land property generator listing looks like. Look at that. There's arrows, show you what's around. There's houses that we took pictures of the neighborhood, virtual pictures. We never even been there. It's one of our students. He actually lives in Germany, and he's taking those pictures virtually on there just by Google Street View and things like that. And so you dream build. Look at that. In 47 days, 511 views, 22 saves. This property is closing next week for about a $15,000 or $20,000 or about a $20,000 profit to our students. That's when you do this the right way, guys, is my point. When you follow our proven ways to sell these properties, that leads to quick sales at top prices for cash profits or for cash sales. Do you agree with me that this is exciting? It's the same profits than houses, cash profits, cash flow without tenants or toilets, termite toilets, no house hassles, no repairs, no mold, no showings. It truly is real estate investing, the simple way. Right. So with that said, guys, we are sharing this. Why am I sharing this? If I have 700 apartment units, if I have a bunch of houses, if I have cash flow in the I don't know, it doesn't matter, but it's in the high six figures coming into my life. I'm not sharing this to brag with you. I'm sharing this to impose on you, to actually not impose, to show you that if a guy from Germany can do that, and his wife from Honduras, then you can do that. And here's something else. Once we reached our financial goals, we started looking around and said, like, what do we do with the rest of our lives? When I was hitting an 8-figure net worth, I was in my 30s, guys. What do you do when you're in your 30s and you've accomplished your financial goals? I mean, life is amazing, right? We travel around the world for the last 5 years. We've been 4 times in Paris. We went to the Maldives, went to Argentina, went to China, we went to, you name it. But here's something else now. We are now on a legacy path. We have a mission to change lives. We have a goal to create 1,000 millionaires. We have 1,000 millionaires in the next 2 years. There is no competition in this United States. I've been teaching this now for 12 years. There's still not any competition in the land space. I want to create another 1,000 millionaires. We probably created 1,000 already, but I want to create another 1,000 millionaires in the next 2 years. We're already living a good life. We're set for life. Real estate doesn't have to be complicated. There's a simple way to make money out there. Now, who wants to be one of my millionaires? So you can do a mission trip to Puerto Cortes, right? So you did already, right? So you can take this time, you can give to your church, you can fulfill the dream that you have in your life, guys. It's time to dare dreaming again. It's time to live live the life that you wanted to live, right? This is possible for everyone. If a simple guy from Germany can do it, then and a lady from Honduras can do it without any information about real estate in the United States when you came here, then you can do this. And we have now what we are the Harvard of land flipping. We're the Four Seasons of land flipping. And do you want to be one of my next millionaires? Like Anita White is on her path right there, November 2nd, 2020, in the middle of COVID lockdown. Guess what? She's gotten the first deal, $202,000 in cash profits. Jonna Cohen, right? She is a university professor, like PhD, university teaching. She used to get up at 4 in the morning, prepare for classes. Then she would teach classes. Then she would take care of her 3-year-old son for a little bit. Then she would grade classes all night. She would work 60 to 80 weeks. Guess what? She quit her job. She's doing 5 to 7 deals a month right now. She has 6 deals closing right now in the next month. She posted in October. She's doing that in December. She's doing that in January. She's doing that right now. She's 100% free. She's debt-free, has a year's worth of living expenses on the sideline. Again, are you excited right now? Cash deals for big checks and income for income stability. Yes. Who wants to be one of my millionaires? Let me see you guys here. Millions, that's what we're here. Exactly. And Ron, I love Ron Grant. He's always been good to me. Again, I'm in his book. Like, he helped us to succeed too. And that's why when he invites me, I'm more than happy to come back and share that with you. Now, here's the thing. We have what we wanted to live in life. We're going to see the Mona Lisa. By the way, in the top left, that's my wife and my daughter and myself. We have the big house, right? We have everything we ever wanted to do. So you see the power of this? Profitable land deals in high attractive areas with high demand, with real cash flow. Look at that, April 2020, James Carbon, right? With $127,000 profit in the bank. Again, all of this together. Remember, there's no tenants, toilets provided. There's no house hassles. The same or larger profit than land. Virtually no competition. Works in any market with financial freedom. So the keys to make this work, guys, is that you need 3 components for that. Number 1 is the training. Number 2, it's the documents. And number 3 is the support and accountability. So the first step I want to share with you is our Land Profit Cash Machine, the instant buying formula. And actually, let me just quickly, whatever it's saying right now. All right, there we go. Let me just make sure I am on the right screen here. Yes, we are. Okay. Yes, so we are very, very clear here. And so what I wanted to share with you is exactly this here right now. And we're 100% available here on this. So the first thing I wanted to do is, where is this? Something crapped out on my screen right now. I apologize for you guys. You see, let me share that one more time here. And there we go. Okay. And there we go. So again, let me see what you see. Like, yeah, you got, no, it's not yet. There we go. Thank you, Nick. So Again, like in April 27, $127,000 profit cash in the bank. You can create your own economy. So again, the keys that I have for you is number one is our land profit wholesaling our system. It's 3 components. Number one comes the land profit cash machine, the instant buying formula, which number one is just starts with like, it's our program really consists of 2 parts. The first part is the buying program. So it helps you select those areas. So, because this is 100% virtual. You can do this anywhere from anywhere in the world, right? We have students in Germany doing this in the deal. We have students from Mexico. We have students from Canada. I heard there's a few guys from Canada here. You typically don't do that in Canada. You want to do that from Canada in the United States. So the first thing is selecting your areas, focusing on the right deals, finding these areas for 5 to 25 cents on the dollar, locking your deals out without any money, all of these step-by-step instructions. Now, the next part that I brought with me is our quick sale system, right? So our land profit generator system consists of a buying program and a selling program. And the selling program is the quick sale system where you have step-by-step instructions to freedom, right? The 7 quick sale strategies. They will help you create the perfect listing, selling for cash and cash flow, how to sell on Craigslist, Facebook, Zillow without any marketing expenses, guys. Who is excited about not having any marketing expenses here, right? How often is as little as 7 days or less to make those $10,000 to $100,000 of cash deals. For example, here, talking about Canada, this is one of Elton Gabriel and Chantel Gabriel. Like, they've shared it with us early in the year. They started with our program right when COVID hit. In February of 2020, by July 2020, they had made $500,000 in cash equity notes working remotely in the United States from Canada. So they're physically in Canada. Actually, they're an entrepreneurial couple. They had a brick and mortar store with COVID completely shut down. They went out of business and they focused their time on this. And they have made more money this year in just half a year. And since then, I need to get an update from them than they actually have ever made in their lives. Now, number 2, what you get with this is the actual tools and documents and done for you. You get the Deals Now marketing. No profit down contracts, right? Plus the profit script for cash and cash confidence. Now, here's the thing. I have already spent over $10,000, actually more like $12,000 on documents that you, and I'm looking for one right now. I can't find it right now, but I have a document on my desk right now that we're about to release into our program. That document alone has cost me over $3,000 just to have my attorney review it, right? At $400 an hour with some rewriting, working a day on my document, that's $4,000, $3 to $4,000. In this case, 3. Right? So here's the thing. You don't need to spend any $10,000 or $12,000 to actually get that done. My documents are included with everything we do. My documents are scripts for cash and confidence, including the letter I talked about. And then number 3, what you need is a complete 360-degree support and accountability. What really have as a tagline is, and the land profit generator community is like, we care more. As a result, we actually give you access to 4 levels of support. The first one is when you come on board with us, you get your own personal concierge. That is actually a real human being, guys. That's a real human being that we pass on to you. Your own personal concierge, a real human being that is available to you, that reaches out to you, and that helps you define your path to success, right? These are all for 100% land flippers. One of our concierges just texted me this morning that this morning he got 8 deals accepted. 8 deals accepted just this morning. So they're all doing land deals themselves, but they love the community so much that they're giving back, and they're your own personal concierge. Number 2, we have telephone support Monday through Friday, right? Monday to Sunday, I'm sorry. We have 7 days a week, English-speaking telephone support by real humans. So you have a problem on Sunday, you call in. You have also Monday to Sunday email support, and then we have a Facebook group, guys. That's second to none in the industry. We have a Facebook group that is absolutely the most amazing group in the world, where we have all our successful students hanging out there, helping each other succeed. There's probably a good 50 questions in that group every single day, and every single question has probably between 5 and 25 answers and comments and things, where you literally, anything you struggle with, you just come into the group, ask your questions, and boom, you'll get surrounded by massive support in the group. Now, that's obviously priceless. Now, at this time, people say, like, Jack, this sounds great, but I have no time. Well, I want to introduce you to one of my good friends, Vince Canone. Vince Canone is one of our students that all he ever did was he dedicated 2 evenings a week, actually an evening and a morning, twice a week. He spent about 3 hours on this business. Thursday evenings, he did about 3 hours. Saturday mornings, he did about 3 hours. Then he went out with his wife, with his friends, with us, and so on. And then on Sunday morning, he went to church, and then he enjoyed the family time and so on. And in 15 months doing this business, he did 19 deals, making $400,000 in cash, equity, and cash flow. If all this business would do this, would that be worth it? If all the system did would allow you to bring another 400 grand in the next year and a half, would that be worth it? If all the system did would generate like $10,000, $20,000 checks, like when you need them, would that be worth it? If all the system did was generate an extra $5,000, $10,000, or $15,000 or $70,000 a month in cash flow, would that be worth it? Absolutely, it would be worth it, right? So as a result, here's the thing: the system has a value of $30,000, but right now, because you work with Ron LeGrand, you can actually get it not for 30, not for 20, not for 10, not for 7, not for 5, not for 2, 3, not for 4, not for 3, for simply just $19.97, right? And the way you do that is you just simply go to ronlegrand.com/Jack. Now, on top of that, I even have a special for Ron students, and that is you can actually go and even split that over 3 payments. You do a down payment of $1,000, and then 2 monthly payments of $599, and you do it that way, right? Again, ronlegrand.com/Jack. Sign up right now. Here's the thing. Now, here's another example. Christoph Graber, he's doing that from Germany. He says, like, some say this virus slowed down their business. Well, it looks like it accelerated mine, as it has our entire freaking industry, guys. 2020 has been on fire, and 2021 is starting even more on fire than 2020 has ended. Land is sexy again. People love land. You want to go after land. And again, you don't have to buy it. You put it under contract, and then you assign it. You do double closing or use transactional funding. Our 97% of our students, 95 to 97% of our students, do not use any money to do their own deals. And Christoph does that from Germany, right? And made $26,000 profit just in that week in April alone. Again, all of this is 30 grand for $19.97. But I also have a bonus. We are actually going to start doing live events again. We haven't done any live events in 2020, but in February right now, on February 19th to the 21st, we're going to do actually a physical live event in Phoenix if the state allows us to do it. But it's also going to be streamed online and actually interactively streamed online. So it's going to be virtual and live. So you get an additional ticket to that, 2 tickets for that live event. You can attend in live, you come out to Phoenix, or you can also attend virtual and stream on that. Now, typically, each of those tickets costs $2,000. So that's another $4,000 bonus. Now, not only that, this program alone has this live event alone has generated hundreds of millionaires already. We have produced 6- and 7-figure incomes for many. For example, Mike Smyer went from 0 to 49 deals in 8 months after attending that event. John went from 0 to $630,000 in 15 months. Jonathan went from 2 to 60 deals in 6 months. Christina went from 10 deals, she already had done some deals, to 60 deals a year. Justin went from 0 to 40 deals while traveling the world. Now, not only that, but you also get a bonus, guys. So it's a no-brainer, this live event. But bonus number 2 is actually for the first 7 people who come on board right now. You're also going to get a private telephone consultation with myself, Jack Bosch, with myself. Best used in the middle of a deal or hit a roadblock or so. You don't want to use it right now. You want to use it once you're in the middle of a deal, because I'm really, really good of taking a deal, restructuring it, and adding a 0 to your profits on that deal. I've taken calls like that where somebody couldn't make a deal work. After we're done, she made $100,000 on that call. Now again, now the value is $36,000. It's just $19.97. Go look at that. October, ronlegrand.com/Jack. Now look at that Bob Prost post here. He's done 53 deals under contract on October 22nd. 8 already sold by now. The vast majority of them are sold. If you can, we can. Also have a success guarantee, guys. Actually, it will blow you away. It basically simply says, invest in the land profit generator today. Follow the steps that we're asking you to do to the dot. Keep a log of it. And if you don't have a deal, I'm so sure that you're going to have a deal that I'm putting my money where my mouth is. So in other words, if you follow my steps exactly like I ask you to do, and if you don't have a deal in 6 months after doing all the steps, let us know. I will give you the 100% of the money back. And on top of it, you actually get to keep the course. How about that for a guarantee? Now, I wanted to end with this, and this is a request for you guys. What dreams do you have, guys? What are you looking for? Like, what life do you want? It's right here for you guys. It's right here for you. Go get it. Ellie Correa, right? The lady that did $65,000 in September. She says, like, not having to tell my girls and son maybe is what drove her. I remember them whispering to each other saying maybe means we know we cannot afford it. What would you give in life to be able to get the word maybe out of your vocabulary and basically say, yeah, you want to go? You want to go travel? Sure. Why not go? Because the money is there. If your parents need help, your siblings need help, how much would you give to be able to say, you know what? Sure, I'll help you because I can and because I found something that works. So again, all of this together, you can do it in this way. Pretty much, that's what we have, guys. This is what we have here. Nick, I'm done. Would love to hear from you guys about that. Let me know. Oh, Ron is back, right? I both of you guys at the same time. This is what I have here, you guys. So you can go to ronlegrand.com/Jack to get that. Hey, Ron.
Well done, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't go over.
Hey, I see you got some sexy glasses on, man.
Yeah, I got some new glasses. I can't see anything with them, but it's okay. I can read.
I got some too, see?
Right. I have my
Taking mine off.
$20 Walgreens readers here, and I just got these, the very first fancy glasses ever in my life. I'm still struggling to read them, but they told me to not take them off for a week.
I like them. Believe it or not, I just came from the eye doctor, and I'm blurry right now.
All right.
Hey, good job. And I hope you guys got the message here. Listen, he's the land king, so there's no reason why you have to do just one of anything. Frankly, what he does is parallel to what we do with houses, so why not do them both? And he's making a lot of people a lot of money.
And we have been doing that for many, many years, Ron. Remember this one?
Hey, where'd you get that old relic?
There's page 50. There I am.
There you are, right there in that thing. Oh, coul, man.
Many years ago. So I'm always grateful for that. Forever be grateful for you for having us help understand real estate and having us help do our first steps on it. Obviously, we took it a different direction, but then mastered that different direction. But still, the first step we took with you, man.
Just changed products is all you did.
Yeah, that's true.
I've never seen a house that wasn't on land, so
that's right.
All right, Nick, do we have any questions for him? Huh? He's answered a bunch, I know. Do we have any?
Yeah, there's a few questions
throughout the whole time.
Hold on. What?
I said, yeah, he's been answering throughout the whole time.
So does he have any left over?
Have you seen any more pop in, Jack?
I see a few, like, how many sellers do you talk to per deal? Well, first of all, I don't talk to any sellers. It's all automated. Like, the last time I talked to a seller was probably 10 years ago. Literally, I don't talk to sellers because there's no need to it. Like, we have outsourced that to a call center, and the call center takes all the calls that put into a system that we've developed that's also available for our students. And then we just go look at the details, then we make an offer on it. Now, typically, you get an offer accepted for about every 25 offers that you make, but you can improve that as you get better with the system at the beginning. But as you get better with the system, we have students in there that get an offer accepted for every 10 to 12 offers that they make. So in other words, you potentially, in your sense, speak to for every 10, 15 offers, sellers that actually contact you back, you get a deal done. Which other words means that on average, our students get a deal accepted for about every 500 to 700 letters that they send out, which is obviously in direct mail world a fantastic thing because our average profit is like $15,000 and your average cost per deal is about $300. How many times would you like to invest $300 and get $15,000 back, right? And it becomes a no-brainer at that point.
Some of our folks would love the fact that they don't have to actually talk to a human to get the deal done.
Right. And then when on the buying side, we have, like, one of my students right now is making a $30,000 profit. Now, this week, it's either today or on Monday, it's going to close. Just waiting for the wire from the buyer. where the entire selling transaction, meaning where a student hour is sold to that buyer, happened only by text. They have not talked a single word with that buyer. Buyer send them a text, they send the text back, they're going text, and that student is actually even in Germany doing the deal from Germany in the United States. And so it's 100%. This is like, if you're an introvert, this is your business. If you're an extrovert, you can design it such that you talk to everyone. Right? You can design it the way you want to.
Okay. Yeah. How long to be up and running?
How long does it take to be up and running? Hey, when you enroll right now under Ron LeGrand.com/Jack, you get instant access to the program. Like within 30 seconds, you get 2 emails. Look in your spam folder if you already enrolled right now, and they're in your then you haven't seen them yet. Look in your spam folder. They'll be in your spam folder, and they come from something at jackbosch.com or something at landprofitgenerator.com. And then you can literally start looking at the program. Right now, it's an online program. And the thing is, there's 22 modules, but you don't need 22 modules to succeed. You go to the first 2-3 modules that give you everything you need to select your counties and get your letters out. And you can get those. They're like 20 to 35 minutes long. So basically, by tonight, you can be in the process of selecting these counties. By tomorrow, you send out your letters. By Monday, the phone is ringing. Right? By Wednesday, you make offers. By next week, Wednesday, by the following week, Wednesday, you have an offer accepted. By the following Wednesday, you have that offer sold. In 30 days from now, you have your first $15,000 check in there. Now, does it happen every single time like that? No, of course not, right? Sometimes it depends on your speed. Sometimes it doesn't take a little longer, but typically an end-to-end transaction takes about 6 to 8 weeks. So in 6 to 8 weeks from now, you can have your first one or multiple $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 checks in your pocket. And that's actually pretty common.
All right. Well, we are going to have to turn you loose here to stay on time.
You got a busy schedule.
Appreciate all of your input here. It was great information. And always a pleasure, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for having me, Ron. Always great seeing you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
everyone. Hope you had fun. Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, if you like Jack's program, you're just running out of time to get it. So get on the phone right now and call. Remember, you got a 30-day guarantee from Global, plus that great guarantee that Jack gave you as well. You're not taking any risk here, so don't let this keep you awake at night. All right, we're going to do some deal structuring here. Who's first? Is Andrew first? He's on the top of my pile. Or is Barbara first? Yeah. Well, I got Barbara standing here. Why don't we take her? Andrew is happy to wait on Barbara to come back. Now, Barbara, I've already had a couple people tell me today that I'm pretty hard on you.
Really?
Yeah.
And you don't know that?
Well, just for the record, that ain't going to change.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
That's you and her.
Huh?
That's you and her.
Oh, cute. Yeah, cute. All right. Is this thing working? All right.
Yeah, I told everybody yesterday when the Meet the Mentoring is the reason I learned so much is because I would keep getting a kick in the butt. So yeah, you got to do this and you got to do that. And
Look,
believe me, that's good. It keps you in line. And that's
took me a long time to get to this degree of assholiness, and I'm not changing now.
That's right.
All right. Give me the screen here, John.
So I had, just before we begin, I had I have some very exciting news. So for me, of what happened.
Well, what do we get?
So, okay, well, anyway, I just wanted to tell you something super excited just happened.
All right.
I was just asked to be on the board of directors of a very newly founded Chamber of Commerce that's here locally.
No
that
kidding.
they're going to absolutely.
Wow.
I met the person and in an hour meeting, it goes, hey, do you want to be on the board of directors? I said, absolutely. And they're starting not only one chapter here, but it's going to be all over the city, and they're taking it national.
No kidding.
It's a brand new board of directors.
You're going to be a big shot, huh?
A brand new Chamber of Commerce society that they're going to be fostering business owners as family and unity and all that. But that's pretty exciting.
So I'm going to actually have to be a little nicer to you, right?
Gee, when will that happen?
I don't know. I'll give it some thought.
Okay.
You're going to have to help me with this because
Yes.
I can't see. I got
okay
dilated eyes.
All right. Well, I'm excited about this one. How you doing, Reginald?
Hey, Reginald. Reginald's
Hey,
back.
how y'all? Great.
Hey.
I'm doing good.
Oh,
Good. So now this one, Ron, you're going to have to help me. I don't know what it's going to take, but we got to get this deal because I've been
let's go in order
after
now.
him to get
Where's
it.
it
So,
at?
all right, this deal is in Fayetteville, North
Okay.
Carolina.
Well, it's the third one we've had there.
I know. That's
All right.
why it's
All right.
pretty amazing. So,
Let's
and
see,
he's not even in that city. He
asking
lives
price.
in Alabama. And so tell him how you got this, Reginald. It's pretty
Hey.
interesting, really quick.
It's my seminar. I'm asking the questions. Okay. What's the asking price?
138. Actually, they were
All right.
asking, well, that's what they
What's
owe.
the ARV?
The ARV is 180.
What's the loan?
The loan is 138. We're taking it subject to.
Oh, we're buying it at, yeah, look at there. They're going to
She's
sell for what they
giving
owe.
us the house. She
Okay.
just wants to.
What's the payment?
The payment is 1,005.
And what is the condition?
The condition is good. It doesn't need any repairs, right,
Okay.
Reginald?
That's correct. No repairs needed.
And it's a 3-2.
1650 square feet.
Nice.
Really
So you-
nice.
So you're getting a free house, right, Reginald?
Well, that's what it looked like. We're getting a free house.
Absolutely. That's why I keep pushing them.
It looks like that's what it is. She told you
Yes.
sell for what you owe.
Yes.
Can you handle the down payment?
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing. They can handle it with no problem.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure you could handle zero.
Another
All
trick
right.
question.
So you do have an appointment to go to the house?
Well, he actually is in Alabama, and he
Oh,
knows this because
okay.
somebody he met
Okay.
told him about the house, and she's in the military. She just
Okay.
wants to sell it, and
All right.
so
Well, all right, then let's just buy it from her.
that's right.
So the next
got to get a
step,
contract.
we have an oral agreement?
Yes,
Okay, so now all we need is a contract.
that's right.
And then you need to get it emailed to her, and we're going to keep it simple, that one-page thing. Have you done that yet?
Yep, absolutely. In fact, it's been working so well that I have another student right there in that area, and he's in Alabama. So
Yeah.
I talked to my other student, and they already got him connected with an attorney arrangement.
No kidding.
Yep, we got an attorney
Cool.
connection, everything ready to
All
go. So I just need Reginald to get me that contract to review it, and I'll send it back to you, and let's get this going.
You're lucky you know her, man.
Man, I tell you, Barbara is amazing. I wish I had her.
Don't
as my-
start that nonsense. I have to
No,
put
no,
up
no,
a
no.
big head.
I'm telling you. So it's
All
a
right.
chip off the old block, I assume. So
Tell them how I had to beat you up all this time.
no
I
doubt. That's
get
what I was
really
saying. I said,
mean.
I was better off with my drill sergeant in the military than this one. I tell you.
Good. Good. All right. So you say the R was 180?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
180.
Well, so in other words, she's giving you $40,000 worth of equity.
Yes.
But why? I gotta
So
know
she
why.
can have peace. So she can have peace.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna go get a contract signed electronically this weekend.
Can you
Correct.
tell him he must do this? We've been waiting weeks, and I keep saying, get this done, get this
You better
done.
get
Let's
this contract
done.
signed. If another investor gets a hold of this, you're out, man.
I keep trying to tell him that, Rob.
I'm
What are we
telling
going
you,
to do?
you ain't got a deal till you own the house. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Reggie,
Everybody listening.
you got to
You
get
do not have a
this
deal
done.
until that deed is transferred to your land trust, period. These contracts don't mean squat to some people. So you better get this thing under contract, get the title ordered, and I expect it to be closed by next Wednesday. And I'm not kidding.
I'm not kidding either.
Expect it to
I've
be
been
closed
telling
by
him
next
this.
Wednesday,
Absolutely. Get this done.
which is nothing but you paying the closing cost. And actually, there's nothing for you to sign but the closing statement. Seller signs the deed, sends it to the attorney, it's done.
That's right. It's becoming painful because I want you to have this deal and make this money, and we just got to do this.
All right.
Very well.
So what are you going to do with it?
We're going to close this out this week.
Then what?
Did
your
we
ex-
smile?
The exit strategy. See, the seller's already given a written permission to go and change the lockbox and do
Yeah,
everything.
okay,
So,
well,
I
what's
mean,
your exit strategy?
we're going to get a lease option tenant buyer, right, Reggie?
Okay, and who's going to be your boots on the ground? You got that there? One of our other students, maybe?
Yeah, they'll help.
Okay. So what price you going to put in the paper that you're going to sell it for? What, you mean 189.9? Is that what you meant to say?
189.9. That have
That's what you meant to say. Okay.
Reggie.
Reggie, you with me?
Reggie.
All right.
189. Yes, that's exactly what we were talking about.
Well, that's what I was thinking. All right. So what's the least you're going to take down, honestly, in your head?
At least 178.
What are you going to take down?
How much
Down
money are you
payment.
going to take down from your tenant buyer? How much money are you going to accept from your tenant buyer?
As a down
tenant
payment?
buyer as a down payment.
Yeah.
I see. Well, I'm looking about 15K on this one.
I think you're right.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, I'm thinking about 15K on this one.
That means they owe you 175 and you only owe out 138. This is a good one, Reginald. I'm not
yes,
kidding. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Because now you've got a payment, your payment's $1,000 going out. And this is easily a $1,500 coming in, wouldn't you think?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a three bedroom, to 16
Three bedroom too.
foot house. That's every bit of 1,500, especially with a lease option tenant buyer who always pay more than tenants. That's a $500 positive cash flow and $15,000 in your pocket up front, less your closing cost. And you got a great, nice back end if and when they ever cash you out.
Yeah. And you know what, Reggie? I mean, this is such a cash cow. You got it subject to, she's got lots of years left. You put a tenant buyer in there for 1 year, maybe two. If
No.
they don't buy, you do it again.
Reggie,
And again.
I expect you to own this house
again.
10, 15 years from now.
And again. It's
not-
like it's
Got it.
getting painful.
Not-
Go get this
It's not,
done.
it's not about cashing it out.
That's
The
right.
longer
Okay.
you own it, the more money you're going to make. But
Okay.
if they do want to go get a loan, there's nothing wrong with that back end. You got $35,000 coming on the back end right now without, and plus the debt pay down. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so anyway, go get it. Is she your mentor? You are your mentor. right?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
Yes.
let's get a
Indeed,
contract.
she is.
You need to get the contract today now, so you can send it to her electronically. I'm telling you, you mess around, you snooze, you lose. You can't
Okay.
steal in slow motion, Red.
I got a question
I-
for you, Ron. Now,
What?
this is North Carolina. Now, I know in North Carolina, they have a little clause called 3-day right of rescission. It's got a little bit
Not
of,
when you're buying.
okay, so cool. He
Not
can
when you
use
buy.
the contract as is
Yes.
in North Carolina?
Yes, he can.
Okay, no more
Yep.
excuses. Let's get this done today. I want to see this contract and you draft it. I'll review it. We'll
3-day
get it
right of
done.
rescission applies to lease options and in some states foreclosures. People in
Okay.
foreclosure.
So we can use this agreement. You just get
Yep.
it to me. I'll have it drafted and have it in her hands. You're going to electronically send it to her.
If there's anything else you need,
Okay.
your attorney will tell you.
Okay?
Very good.
I'm here.
you.
We'll do
All right.
this.
Thank you, Reggie.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Mm-hmm.
you. Thank you, sis.
You're, hey, you said something nice.
Bye. All right.
Bye, Ron.
Bye.
Love you.
Yeah, right. Okay, who's next here? Is Andrew next? Yeah, let's get Andrew. Hey, Andrew.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Okay, you help me out here as well. Well,
Yeah.
honestly, I can't read these things. All right.
Hi,
Hello.
Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
All right. Where's this house at?
It is in Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas.
Where are you at, Wendy?
In Texas,
In Fort Worth?
close to Fort Worth. I'm in Weatherford.
Okay, how far is that from this house?
Probably about 30 minutes.
Okay, you're good. All right. So what is the asking price?
$725.
Oh, nice. And what is the ARV?
So I found some comps. I believe the ARV is between $950 and $1 million. One
Whoa.
literally 2 doors down just sold for $990, just closed,
Wow.
and another one that has less square foot just went up for $849.
Wow.
So we'll have to
So
do a
what
little
is-
more searching to make sure that's accurate, but that's
What's your
what I
best guess?
found before we got on here.
What should we put on here? 900?
950.
930?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know. He's just trying to be cute. All right. So, wow. You've got to wonder, is the seller that stupid or is your comps off? I don't know. All right. We're going to have to dig into this deeper, Wendy, because it looks like well, we'll get down to that. We got this is a yes lead.
Yes.
Where did it come from? Zillow. Okay. 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath, 3,234 square feet. What is it? What does it say? 2 years old?
Yeah, so it's a almost brand new house.
Townhome. It's a townhome.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful place. So he's owned several houses, and his initial ask was for 30% down, which I said that's not happening, of course.
Okay.
And we didn't get to nail down the finals. He had to get off the phone before we got there, but he appeared very flexible. And so we've got a call, Wendy and I, with him in the morning to nail down, trying to get him down to 50,000 down or less, and scheduled to go see it. He's at 4,000 a month now, but again, very flexible.
What's that term say?
He's okay with 5 years, 60 months.
60 months? Okay. Well, 4,000 is too much.
Yes.
You gotta know that. That's too high for a 700,900. Even I want to get it down, Wendy, because I don't know what it's going to rent for. But you can't. Some people think as the value goes up, so goes the rent, and that's not necessarily the case. You get me down into the lower price houses, and I can kind of use the 1% rule or less. But $1 million house ain't going to rent for $10,000 a month. Unless it's in some very, very, very quality area, then it might. But, usually if it's in that quality of an area, it's worth more than $1 million bucks. So I'm not sure. Did you guys look it up on Rentometer or not?
I did not.
Okay, Rentometer, guys. That's the site where you go look and see what you think.
For rent, and he was asking $44.50.
Say it again, Wendy.
He also has it listed for rent on Zillow, and he has it listed for $44.50.
$34.50?
$44.50.
Which is a good reason you can use it against him, because that means you can't pay $4,000 or you'd have a negative cash flow.
Yeah.
The old pitch is, look, I'm buying the house. All the responsibility is mine. That means I expect you want a payment when it's vacant. Am I correct? Well, I'm paying for the repairs and all that stuff now, and I'm not going to do it if I don't have a positive cash flow, and I'm not going to have a positive cash flow with that small spread. So I've got to get that payment down, especially when it's free and clear. He's got so much room to maneuver. And I need you to get that down to no more than $3,000. And is Andrew your mentor?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, he's capable of doing that. So let him get on the phone with the seller. Do you have an appointment to go see this?
No, got to follow up in the morning, and we're going to set up the deal meeting.
Right. Well, when you follow up, I'd tell the guy right on the phone, say, look, I think we can probably make a deal for sure on the house, but I do have a couple issues that I got to discuss. Number one, the house can't afford a $4,000 a month payment. And we're also going to work on that down payment when we come out, as long as I know you're flexible. I'll send Wendy out there. She's kind of my boots on the ground there, and we can chat on the phone after she gives me a report on the house. So I'd handle it. Okay.
Perfect.
Or you can just let her go out if you want and handle it on the phone while she's there. Either one. Have you guys looked at the pictures of this online?
Yes.
Nice looking property, I assume.
Beautiful. Top notch. 100%.
Wendy, it's very rare that you get a hold of a seller who will give you $200,000 worth of equity right on the front end. That's very rare. Okay. And then before you go out, I want you to do a little bit more work. Make sure that ARB is really there, Andrew. Are you sure there's on your comps that you're using, are you sure they're not on the water or on a golf course or something that would boost that value?
Yes, the comp, the 990 sold comp is literally not the house touching this one, but one more door down, same street, same everything.
No kidding. And it's a townhouse.
I forgot to check that part. I bet
you got to check that.
Yeah, I bet that's the difference.
Yeah, well, you better go check that again. And how much are those dues? I can't read it.
I'm sorry.
276.
How much?
276.
Okay, well, Wendy, by the way, you are gargled for future use of your computer. Your sound is coming through gargled. You might want to check that out. All right. Well, this is very easy. $50,000 down you want to work on too. Look, that's a very reasonable down payment. I mean, come on, it is, but I want it more reasonable. Okay, so we need to get that probably down to about $25,000. I'd be happy with that. Get that down to $3,000. I'd be happy with that.
Seller asked Wendy if she had anything to trade for a down payment. I wonder where he got that.
Does she? Do you?
She said what? She said what? And he said anything. What do you have?
He must have got that from me. Those are my words. Yeah. Wonder if the guy's one of my students.
I don't know. We're going to find out tomorrow on the call.
You can ask him after you get the contract signed.
Yes.
All right. If it's truly worth $925,000, you got a home run here. You got one of them once in a lifetime deals that come along about once a month when you're in the game. So you're going to lease option it out. You know what though, Wendy, I'm telling you right now, if it's really worth more than $900,000, which I doubt, to tell you the truth, I don't think this guy's that dumb, but let's see. If it is, I just simply list it on, I'd buy it, then I'd list it on the market. Take the cash out of it while the market's so hot. That's what I'd do with it, because there'd be too much spread in that.
Get a $180,000 payday.
So let's see what you guys find out. Let's say it's really worth $900,000. I sure wish you could tell me whether that's a house down the street or not. If it's just 2-3 doors down, it should be a townhouse, but I don't know.
I'll confirm that.
Okay. So if we put it on the market for, I don't know, depends on what it's worth. I'm just pulling numbers out of the air here. This is one of them MSU deals. That means make shit up. Okay. Let's say you find out that it'll easily go for $899. $899.9. Okay, Wendy, that's $100,000 non-refundable option deposit right there. I mean, they owe you $799, and you owe out you owe out 7.25. That's what you can get him. Let's say you owe out $700 because you put 25 down. Okay, that means you got $100,000 back end and a $75,000 front end. That would work for you, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Work really good for you, wouldn't it? What do you think this thing would rent for? You say he's put it up for 44. I wonder where you got that number from. I don't think it's going to rent for any more than that. Let's say it goes for 4,500 and you can't get him down. Okay, so you got to pay 4,000. You still got a $500 cash flow. But that's not really enough. That's a little scary for me. I want to get that spread larger. And honestly, I'd like to get that to about $1,500 a month for you. You could use an extra $1,500 a month that you don't deserve or earn, couldn't you?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And putting that in the pocket wouldn't hurt anything, would it? All right, so let Andrew help you get this thing done. But again, more homework on the R, please.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an appointment to go see the house?
No, we're following up tomorrow morning.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you.
Do I have the dynamic duo on here yet? Sure enough. They are.
Hi, Ron. Hello. Hey.
Ooh, we got a lot of feedback noise.
Uh-oh.
Microphone rubbing or something.
Okay. Let me
All
check.
right, what do we want to do first? Chattahoochee or actually, I'm already reading Milwaukee? Which one?
Well, Ron, first I wanted to show you, do you want to see really fast the numbers? I spoke to 95 sellers. Out of the 95 sellers, there was 59 not interested.
Okay.
Can you see that?
No.
Okay, 59 not interested, six deal appointments.
This
And-
week.
Yeah, just this week. 2 follow-up.
Deal appointments means orally negotiated.
That's right. We worked out the deal points, the monthly term. And
All
so
right.
that's pretty good.
So 18 of them were sold that you got on the phone.
Yes.
And And, all right, so you made 95 phone calls, but you only got 59, no, you got, you made 95 calls, right? Or did you talk to 95 people?
No, well, let's see, I talked to 59 of them were suspects, 6 of them were deal appointments, and 2 follow-ups that are turning into deal appointments.
And 18 of them were sold?
Right.
Okay, so you did talk to 95 people?
Yes,
Okay, very short conversations, though.
correct. I have a 3-minute sand timer.
Well, but just for the kicks and grins, how much time would you say you have invested in what you have on that sheet right there?
This took me like a whole day,
A whole day? Okay.
Yeah.
How many hours?
8 hours.
So you got about 8 hours invested in that sheet? Okay, hold that sheet up again. So you got 8 hours invested in 6 potential deals?
Correct.
Okay. That's about, we're going to call that an hour and a half a deal.
Yes.
Give or take. Okay, all right. Well, let me think. What's the minimum deal worth to you in Phoenix, Arizona?
Our average profit
30.
is 30,000.
At least 30.
At least.
You mean on the front end?
Yes, on the front end.
So let me see. $30,000 for an hour and a half work. That's about $20,000 an hour, isn't it?
Sounds good.
I
That
don't know.
doesn't do everything. But
I don't know if I could work that cheap. Okay. Now, of course, that's assuming all those deals go through, and you and I both know they probably won't. But the point is made. All right, who are we going to get on the phone?
Ron, speaking of deals going through, at the live seller calls at the last Quick Start Real Estate School was that student that BJ is mentoring, Ryan.
Yeah. The deal you talked about this morning, Ron.
Yeah.
We actually did that call. Lynette did it on live seller calls at the last virtual Quick Start in December.
And you were asking about the value today. The house right next door, just like it, is 1.5 million, and we're getting it for $700,000, nothing down, $4,500 a month, PITI, and then yeah.
Yeah, but is there, how many, I mean, are they similar in square footage?
Yes.
Yes.
Ron, this is a really, really good deal she was talking about with Ryan this morning. I mean, this is, I did the comps myself.
I know that, but is it similar? Is your comp real?
Yes.
Yes.
It's similar square footage.
Yep.
Did you look at the pictures of both of them, Brian? Are they comparable in quality?
Remember, he admits that this property is not top quality. He's selling this for $700,000.
I hear you. Okay, this is the one that needed about whatever he said.
Yeah.
80 or 90,000. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Definitely.
So you think that value is really there?
I got pictures of it. You want to see it?
The comp in the actual property, we have pictures.
Really there? Okay.
Yeah.
Golly, but don't let him screw up that deal then.
Yeah.
Make sure you get that thing under contract, and then we'll go you can do the real homework. And maybe you can talk him into doing a partnership deal.
It's nothing down.
He's accurate.
I know, but he still got to decide. I think he was going to wholesale it, wasn't he?
Yeah. Do you want to see pictures of it really quick?
Well, yeah, we got time for it.
I mean, I got them here.
Not much time.
You want to share the screen?
Yeah. So that's where it is. I mean, it's really beautiful on the water. And again, the house isn't even really the feature, but it's not a total dump or anything. You know, it looks like something could be done with it. It's really the lot. He said the lot was great. Yeah.
Show me the kitchen.
The lot was
Show me the
great.
Your sound's breaking up, Brian. Show me the kitchen.
No pictures of the kitchen.
None. Well, all right. Okay.
No.
So, but it doesn't look like a great, big, beautiful, 2-story modern
No.
home.
It needs work.
All right. What about the one next door? How does it compare to that one?
That one was in really good shape. So
Is it a 1-story house like this?
yes, and similar size.
Okay. So you could easily spend $100,000 on that house, couldn't you?
Oh yeah.
To make it worth what the next door one sold for. I mean, probably all new kitchen, granite countertops, some really good, nice, fancy stuff in there. For $100,000, you can do an awful lot of work. How many square feet is that?
This one is 2768, so decent size.
That's all? I mean, that's small for $1 million dollar house.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so that
that
means
lot.
the repair cost is a lot less.
Yep, waterfront with a dock. Yeah.
I'd put the fancy range top in there, the Gen Air range top. I don't know what the kitchen looks like. I'd probably, you remember that really nice stainless steel hood that goes over an island that I show, that Jay likes to use, that I love? Put all that fancy stuff in that kitchen. I'd focus on that kitchen. But I don't know about that living room ceiling, vaulted ceilings. I don't know about that. It looks a little archaic to me, don't they, to you?
Might need updating.
Yeah, might have to redo all of that in there. Probably have to do quite a few of the floors, but 2,700 square foot house, not that big of a house.
Nope.
Okay, anyway, you follow through with that. Get it under contract, then we'll talk more about it.
Yes.
Okay, who we talking with here first?
Who's our first?
It's either Mike or Judy. I'm not sure which one. Mike or Judy.
Which one do we have, guys? Both? All right, well, ladies first. Judy, you there? There you go.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, where is the house at, Judy? Florida.
It's in Okeechobee.
Okay.
Florida.
And is that where you are at?
I am now.
Okay. So you moved, huh? Ooh, that's bad static. All right, what's the asking price? $275, and the ARB is 3 1/4. Isn't it amazing how people just give you equity? I don't know whether they know it or not, but listen up, listeners. Here's what they do normally. They go to the Zestimate and use the Zestimate. Okay, we know the Zestimate is not usually correct. So we're glad they go to the Zestimate because it's almost always less than the market value of the property when you learn how to read the real comps. All right, the loan is what? The Wolves, are you listening? You got to help me here. I can't see.
Sorry.
What's the loan?
The loan is $90,000.
Okay, so that's irrelevant. What's the payment?
Right. They said 1,000 PITI, including property taxes, insurance, and everything. 1,000 per
All right.
month.
Okay, and it needs no repairs,
No repairs.
and it's vacant. Ding, 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 ding.
Why do we love vacant?
Oh yeah, instant access, quicker money. 4 bedroom, 3 bath, 2,872 square feet. And it's on a half an acre, huge lot, it says. That's not really a half an acre. All right, what's the terms?
The terms are $275. I'm sorry, $5,000 down.
Wow,
We're going to cover
much?
their payment.
Okay, I'm ashamed of you. How come you didn't get nothing down? Huh?
Judy, tell Ron I usually get nothing down, okay?
We usually do, but she had medical bills and we felt
I
for
see.
her.
Okay, you know what, Judy, honestly, we don't even want to try to get her to nothing down. Let's just give her the $5,000. How about that? Okay? Good enough
Sometimes
is good
a few
enough.
thousand, I always think a few thousand down sometimes makes them show up at the closing, and it gives me a little peace of mind. They got a reason to go versus a nothing down. So I never mind a couple thousand.
Well, they don't show up at the closing anymore, Brian. It's all done electronically, so. Anyway,
Go.
You get the idea.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with the price. I'm happy with the payment. The term's 5 years. We can just as easily get that to 10 years. That I can promise you. All we got to do is make that the only thing that stands between us and getting a deal, and they're going to cave like that. All right, so you got an appointment on this thing, Judy? When?
Let's see. We were going to try to go see it on Monday. We don't have a time yet.
We meaning her.
Right,
Okay.
but I'm available by video chat. Judy's really good at pulling me in visually, aren't you, on the deal meetings?
Yes.
All right. So you're going to lease option it out, aren't you? For how much, Judy?
It's worth about
3 1/4.
Yeah.
Probably around 2,000.
No, price.
Oh, you mean price? 325,
That's what it's worth.
350.
If it's worth 3 1/4, we can't possibly sell it for that much, can we, Judy?
Why not? Or a little
Well,
more.
Because we sell it for more, that's why. So, you know, as hot as the market is right now, I assume this is a beautiful house, right?
It
Have you looked
is.
at the pictures? Okay.
Yes.
Why don't you go for 349.9?
Okay. Sounds good.
It's a hot market. And I can tell you right now, people don't care about the price right now. If they can't qualify, they're going to be clamoring to get into this thing. And you could get $50,000 down. Can't count on it, but I can tell you right now, I wouldn't take less than 30. I'd rather make the measly $1,000 payment than take less than 30. And that's a decision you ought to make. Plus, you're going to get at least 2 to 3 free months before you even start making that payment, because they know what to do about that. So just be patient. Patient, Daniel-san. So 350 minus 30 is 320, and you owe them 275, no, 270, because you gave them 5 down.
Yep.
So you get a $25,000 front end, and that should be very easy for you to do.
Okay.
And you think it'll go $2,000 a month? I agree. I think you're probably light. I think you're probably light, especially with a almost 3,000 square foot house. Are you kidding me? That's 2,500 is low.
You should see the pictures, Ron.
Okay, show them to me.
Okay.
That's a $1,500 a month positive cash flow, Judy.
Yay.
All right. What do you work now, Judy?
Not really.
No.
Just this.
Well, good. There's no need to. Yeah, that's
Oh, nice
beautiful.
house. Yeah,
Let me
look at
see
the
the inside.
Very pretty curb appeal.
Let's see the inside.
Yeah.
I don't like that dark floor, but I'm not moving in.
It's on a big lot. Yeah, the floor's dark.
Yeah.
Staircase.
And that's only a $350,000 house. That thing is going to be gone like a rocket. Look at the size of that yard.
Yeah, that's
Is
nice.
that a hot tub? Yeah. Are they leaving some furniture? Did you guys talk about that? Make sure they know they can. Yeah, okay. It's a goner.
Look at that beautiful fireplace.
Look, Lynette, it looks like a good house to do an open house in too, doesn't it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You know what I forgot to tell everybody? You know, when the Wolves come to you and do that 2-day visit, if you got a house for sale, they will help you conduct the 1-hour open house while you're there, won't you?
That's
Yeah,
right.
Just like in that video. Guys, you have no idea what that's worth to you. Go back. I want to see that kitchen.
Okay, all right.
Kitchen.
What do you think? I can't hardly tell.
That's kind of small for.
Yeah, but how about the look of it? Is that granite countertop?
No, it needs new countertops, I think.
Okay, not to sell it when a lease purchase, it doesn't. Looks just fine with me. All right. All right, you got a nice one there, girl, and this lead came from Zillow. So this came through RVAs, right?
No,
No? Well, it came from Zillow. Did you find it on Zillow?
I did. I found it on Trulia, and then I pulled the pictures from Zillow.
Okay, did you fill this out, or did our VAs fill it out, or what?
I did.
You did this. All right.
Uh-huh.
Well, you did a good job of it.
Good job.
Thank you.
So let's go get that deal. We got an appointment?
Monday.
All right. Okay.
She's a grandma, so she's doing this all for her grandkids.
Okay. Well, all right. Fine with me. I want to see a letter on it when it's done.
Good
How
job.
long- How much more time do you have in mentoring, Judy?
Almost 2 months.
Okay, good. You got plenty of time to get this thing in and out. All right, thank you.
Good job.
Great job.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Next, we're going to get Mike up here.
Mike was from live seller calls on the first night.
Okay,
So everybody got to hear us talk to the seller on this one.
all right. Where are we at? What is that?
Milwaukee,
Wisconsin, all right.
where you're born.
Yes.
And the lead came from where? Go Club. Okay. Asking?
Actually, he's very flexible on the 199. He's already come down on that.
What's the R?
The ARV is 230. Brian
Okay.
looked that up.
Yeah, we've
All
got
right.
good solid comps on that. This is actually a townhouse. So we have really, really specific comps right in the same building. So I'm very confident with the 230.
Okay. How come we got 2 payments?
Oh, no, that's property taxes. So 1,100 is PI. Property
All right.
taxes and insurance total is
So this-
1,400.
PITI.
PITI.
All right. And this
Yeah.
was a no lead turned to a yes, wasn't it?
Yep. And we got
All right.
nothing down.
No repairs needed. Vacant. That's nice. 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 1,220 some square feet. 2-car garage, condo association dues, what is that, 300 a month?
Yes.
All right, okay. So it's nothing down and 1,400 a month.
To cover
Which
his
is-
payment.
Right, all right. Well, do you want it, Mike?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Check
we can
that
hear you.
first.
Hey,
Okay. Yeah, I think the 300 up above was when he was talking about the association fee. I'm not sure that's taxes and insurance separate.
Oh, really?
Maybe it is.
You know what?
So-
Maybe you're right. I
It
might
does
have-
match. It does match.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's not PITI anyway. I don't know where you'd get a loan that's only P&I. All right, so
Yeah.
maybe you got lucky there. Okay. Now, when I put a
Yeah.
tenant buyer in the house, I pass the association dues right on top of them, on top of their rent. I mean, they're getting the benefit out of them. They're getting the swimming pool and tennis court or whatever else is in this thing. Why should I pay it? So I make that very clear to them up front. Now, I make them pay me, Mike. Don't even think about letting them pay the association direct, okay? Let them pay you and you pay it. So, yeah, all right. Well, if you want it, I mean, it's right there for you. It looks like the terms have already been negotiated. So do you have an appointment? Yeah?
Saturday
Okay.
at noon, Ron.
Perfect. You there, you working with the Wolves?
I'm not on the mentor program at this point.
Well, phone call will fix that.
Yeah.
But I'm serious. What do you think the chances of you pulling this off now without somebody working with you side by side?
Oh, I think it's a good idea to get on the program. I've seen too many people be successful with it. So,
Okay, so what's
I'm
stopping you?
already, well, you want me to be honest about it? Finances. It's going to get real thin real quick because I don't have a
well-
job right now. COVID took my job, but I figure if I get a deal through, it doesn't matter anyway because I'll have
Well,
money
let's
then.
see. Let's see what this one's worth to you.
Yeah.
You said it's worth $230, so you're going to put it on the market for at least $239.9, aren't you?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. And you're going to get at least $20,000 down minimum. Okay. They owe you $220. All right. 20,000 minus 0 equals 20,000. That all goes in your pocket. All right. You got a $1,400 a month payment. I don't know what rent you're going to get out of it. But it isn't-
Rentometers tag and everything at an average of 1,700, but that's
let's just
for
say that.
actual houses around the area.
That don't matter. You got a decent sized house here. You get at least 1,700. You won't get a huge monthly cash flow, but what the heck? Tenants buy or pay more than tenants. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
All right. So now, look, whether you get a mentor or not, it's not going to make a bit of difference to me. But do you want to risk this 20 grand? Is the big question.
Oh, I do want a mentor. In fact, I texted a couple people asking if I can borrow some money to do it. So I'm serious about it. So.
Well, sir,
Obviously. Good
that's
job.
exactly how I had to get started. Borrow the money.
Yeah, I remember
Two
that.
people.
I remember that.
Yeah.
But by
All
the
right.
way, at what point do we, because I don't think they ever talked about whether the condo association allows non-owner occupants
Somebody's
live
got to
there,
check that. Somebody's got to
or
check
if-
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
or
But
if
here,
LLCs are allowed to be owners.
that's
Normally-
not an issue because they won't be an owner anyway. Your trust will be an owner. There's no way they can stop a trust from being an owner.
Okay,
Now-
I didn't know that.
Now, what if the association says no tenants? They cannot stop you from buying this property on a wraparound mortgage and then reselling it with owner financing.
Okay, so just a sandwich owner finance deal?
Not a sandwich. Well, yeah, I guess.
That's
You're gonna
what
buy
I'm
on-
calling it.
You're going to buy it on a wrap and you're going to sell it on a wrap. They can't stop you from doing that. You get the
Okay.
same amount of money, same amount of cash flow.
I'll tell you where
Okay.
you normally, a lot of times where you run into the problems is if you're trying to do a Airbnb, a lot of these don't allow short-term rentals, but most
Yeah.
of these condo places and townhouses are more flexible on long-term rentals. So
They are.
usually that's not an issue.
And
It's
Ron,
not
on that,
usually.
on that deal, Ron, the seller agreed to 190, not 200. So there is a $10,000 back end payday, 20,000 up front, 10,000 on the back end.
That's nice. That's good.
Yeah.
Good shape.
So it's
by them.
30.
Yeah. All right. Well,
That's
okay.
a real good one.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you, Ron.
Our
Another
pleasure.
spectacular summit. We want to thank
Yeah.
the whole family.
We are
Yes.
nearing the end. Right now, we got to give away money.
Oh, maybe
Yeah.
we'll win.
Yeah, and we ain't drawing your
real,
name.
Real quick before we kill it, what's the best
Yes.
way to get a hold of the offices to ask them about the mentoring and getting
Put the phone
financed
number up
and all
there.
that?
Yeah.
Put the phone number up there.
I'm probably not the only person wondering.
Well, I've only had this number up there about 23 times today, Mike, but.
I know.
There it is. Right,
Mike,
Write it down.
jump on board. I think we actually have a couple openings, believe it or not.
All right, excellent.
Yes.
Yeah, I already have your social media system too, so that's
Oh,
helpful as well. I
That's
like
great.
that.
That's
So.
great. Yeah, people can still get that if they want.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay. Boy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wolves.
Thank you, Ron.
Great to
All right.
be with you.
Oh, it's been a long 2 weeks we've been at this. Seems like 2 weeks anyway. Okay. All right, let's give away some money, John.
All right, everybody, we're giving away 4 $100.
3. We already gave away 2.
No, we only gave away 1 this morning.
Oh,
So we
well,
got
I'm trying to
4
save money
left.
here. All right.
So, you guys know the drill. I just want you to type anything in that comment section. I got to make sure you're here. We'll give you a minute to do that. Anything in the comment section, and I'm going to randomly pick 4. All right, let's see. We'll give one away to the early birds.
And it wouldn't hurt you to put in a comment about your feelings about this event. Good, bad, ugly, comments, suggestions while you're at it.
No comments about Ron.
I don't read them anyway.
All right, let's do a drum roll.
Okay, you ready? All right. Gotta put sound with that, man. Oh, I can hear. Okay, who's our lucky winners this afternoon? Who are we rewarding for hanging in there this long?
Marlo Ferreira.
Mario Ferreira.
Excuse me, Mario.
Ferrario. Marlo, you know who you are. Okay. Great event as always. That always has got a great event as always. All right. All right. You know the drill, Marlo. You've got to call in. Tell us whether you want $100 cash or whether you want $200 Go Club points at the same 800 number. 800-567-6128.
Tony Pearl, you
Tony
are not
Pearl,
eligible.
pick me. Get off
You're
of
not
there,
eligible.
Tony. We can't pick you. You're disqualified.
All right, next one.
All right.
Jack Stern.
Jack Stern. Me, Jack Stern. All right, get on the phone right now. Call in. Find out whether you want 100 cash or whether you want 200 Gold Club points.
2 more.
All right, next.
Looks like Honey.
Okay, honey. Dang, I missed that one. No, you didn't. You got this one, honey. Okay. $100 or 200 Gold Club points. Got to call right now. If you don't call now you will lose it.
All right, who's our last winner of the day? Brian Lucy.
Brian Lucy. Brian, you've been on here quite often, so I'm glad you finally won something. And I'm glad you love it. Okay. All right. Well, listen, guys, it's been fun. We really enjoyed it. We try to bring you the best information we can, and boy, I'm impressed with the quality of the information that you've received in the last 3 days. Much of it I'm going to use myself, just so you'll know. I hope you actually use the information, though, and not just spend another 3 days sitting in front of a computer looking at me. Remember, information is kind of worthless without implementation, so we got to get you implementing. Now, I gave you a deal on VA time. $200 buys 10 hours, and you get 500 Gold Club points. You still got a chance to call in and do that, but that's about to expire. Our guys are only going to be there for about another 30 minutes or so, so whatever you're going to do, you're going to do it right now. And also, don't forget to sign up for the 2-day terms course coming up. It's 10th and 11th of February, and it's free, same phone number. So get signed up for that right away. And remember, we got a Quick Start School coming up next month. So when you call in, ask them about that if you don't already know about it. And then, we have all kinds of other deals here that we offered you, and I'm not going to go through them all again. So with that said, do I have anything else I need to say before we end this thing today, guys?
Well, Well, do we want to talk about the car contest one more time?
Car contest, okay. We have a contest going for signs on cars, wraps, signs on cars. Take a picture of it and send it to us. And we're going to pick 2 winners that are going to win a car care package and what else? Go Club points, wasn't it? $250 cash or $500, and that's all you got to do is take a picture and send it to us. All right, and I'd like to get a bunch of them so we can collect them and then post them, and you guys can see all of them and see how others decorate their vehicles. Putting signs on your car is something all of you should be doing. You pay one time, a few $100s, wrap that car, and continually produces leads. And frankly, if you can't afford to wrap, then just put one of them magnetic signs on there for now. In fact, Brian and Lynette's son has a magnetic sign on their door, and they buy houses with that thing every single month. So there's plenty for you to do. There's plenty of help here. We're working feverishly behind the scenes to make your life easier in real estate. So stay in touch, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for joining us.